the video. It's applause. Yeah, right then. To bowl this first ball of the match. It's just stepping forward and leaving that first ball. 3 slips and a gully. It's George Hill at first, Adam Lyth second, Finley being at third, and Don Bess is a little wider at gully. Mayank Agarwal has gone in at point. The Yorkshire players all wearing black armbands as a mark of respect.
Season has taken 17 wickets, including 7 for 66 on his debut. Yeah, that was a Durham home win against Nottinghamshire. The best figures by a Durham player. Start of the second over to Emilio. He's nearing 1,000 runs for the season. Just driven a point and stopped at point no run. Birksdale Lane and Albion. Do they still call that the rugby stand-in?
Well, Howard stand-in, I think is. I think people will know what you're talking about now if you say. They did used to call it the football stand-in, didn't they, really?
Yeah. Bowls and swings away from Gay. Lets that go through to the keeper.
Unusual movement of cloud from the east today. It's not often you see that.
Front on the Roker Riviera yesterday, and it was a beautiful sunny day, but there was a little bit of a chill in the air with the wind coming off the sea, but it was pleasant enough. It was about 13 or 14. And again comes round the wicket and bowls. That's on middle stump, but it's over pitched and it's flicked away by Gay out. Stand for 4 runs. Durham's last win was against Notts Way in May. In a draw here in 2006 when Durham stayed up by half a point. It was Jack Rudolph got 228 and Yorkshire made 610 for 6 in a game in Leeds in 2010.
Jack White round the wicket, and that's angled in to Alex Lees, shouldering of arms, and there is no run. First passing air traffic of the match, and we've got one in the distance. Love those distant aircraft with the vapour trails behind them on sunny days. Just wonder where they're going, where they're going to end up today.
That one's going to end up about 3 miles away.
That one up there on the left.
Oh, that's a biggie.
Where's that heading? That's a long way up. Jack White makes his way in past umpire O'Shaughnessy. That's turned to leg, fielded by Matt Revis, who's now moved into mid-wicket and swapped places with Milnes, who's down to our right, just off the pitch at the moment, having an extra wander. Pitch looks a picture. It's been very difficult, I think, with such a dry summer across many grounds. But the test grounds have benefited, as we saw a couple of occasions earlier in the season. Hove looked really good last week, but one or two outfields have been patchy. Here is White, and that's pushed to mid-off this time by Lees. James Wharton doing the fielding, no run. But Richard Robinson and co down beneath our commentary position. Congrats to them. Still got the place looking in magnificent order as we set out on the final match of the campaign. The first time we've been here, of course, since the T20s. There's always that gap these days. And the only one of this last raft of fixtures that has been at home. Both Somerset and Sussex away the last couple of weeks. Leeds turns this delivery backward of square on the leg side to get off the mark with a 2. Milnes round to do the fielding. So 6 without loss, with 2 to come in this particular over. Have a quick look, as I promised, around the ground and see what's going on. Surrey won the toss and decided to bat against Hampshire at Southampton. 2 without loss in the second. Somerset playing Essex at Chelmsford, and it's the visitors who are batting first, having won the toss. They're 7 without loss. Worcestershire struggling already, 1 for 2 against Sussex at New Road, as that is dropped out into the offside by Leeds, 1 run. So in Division 1, Warwickshire 2 without loss in the second over at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire decided they'd bowl first on winning the toss. In Div 2, Leicestershire already promoted, 6 without loss against Northants at Northampton. They won the toss and decided to bat first. Middlesex did the same, and they're 14 without loss early on against Gloucestershire. Lancashire won the toss and stuck Glamorgan in. They're 9 for 1 down at Sophia Gardens. And Derbyshire 12 without loss, having won the toss and decided to bat first at Canterbury against Kent. Final ball of the over was a good one from Jack White. Just 3 overs in at Headingley. Durham 7 without loss. Doidge, or is on Blue Sky as well, on Jonathan.Doidge at whatever the end of it is.
Blue Sky.
And we also have the cricket email address, of course, as well, which has taken a bit of sinking in this season, but hopefully you've got there, folks. I'll read it twice, because every time I do, somebody asks me to read it a second time. So it's yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. That is yorkshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
Milnes around the wicket then. Kirkstall Lane end comes in and bowls. That's left by Lees. Has gone through to the keeper. Derek's been on from Northumberland. Have a great day. Says you've got me, Ellie, Becca and Clint Eastwood today. Ellie leaves on Saturday, so Clint Eastwood's their new puppy. And Ellie's got a player coaching role with Mandurah in Perth. So she's going off to do a winter in Australia. Lucky her. Ian Myers has emailed. I'll read that in a sec. As Milnes comes in again. Played to point this time. No run there. Shafiqullah Ghaffari playing for Durham as well today. Made his debut last week. He's a Afghan spinner who's been playing for Richmondshire in the North Yorkshire South Durham League. So he scored more than 800 runs and taken more than 200 wickets for them in the last 3 seasons. But unfortunately for him, last week, on an absolutely flat track against Worcestershire, he became the 3rd Durham player to go for more than 200 runs in an innings. He took 1 for 211 on his debut. Durham 174 overs in the field against Worcestershire, second longest innings they've had to bowl. So this one's gone through to the keeper, and I think the longest was here in 2010, I think it was, when Yorkshire, where is it? I don't know, written down. Yeah. 176 overs Durham bowled in that draw in 2010 when Jack Rudolph got those runs. It's a long time in the field, that. Milnes comes in and bowls. Oh, that's a cracking ball, and that has done too much. It's done too much. Alex Lees has left it. It's pissed outside the line of off stump. I think it's gone over middle stump. If that had graced his pads on the way through. Just look at this again. Look where that's pitched, and that's come right in. It's gone over sort of middle and off. He's a very, very lucky lad, Alex Lees there. Very lucky. Durham 7 for none. In comes the bowler again. And that's edged, and that is out. Lees has punched that straight to third slip. And Finlay Bean takes the catch. Durham are a wicket down here. And Lees is angry with himself. He's gone for just 3 against his former team. He looks very, very angry. I'd probably keep away from him in the dressing room. When he got out at Somerset a few weeks ago, he was furious with the state of the pitch, and he told the Somerset players what he thought of it, and then went and sat in the dugout, didn't go back to the dressing room initially.
Just the 3 then for Alex Lees. Yeah, good grab by Finlay Bean, who is generally speaking as safe as houses at third slip, and it was angled in towards him, and he's not angry with the pitch there, he's angry with himself, I think. Yeah. Marty, and just looking at the replay, wide on the crease, Matt Milnes, just angled in. I think he just rolled his hand over the top of that to bowl a cutter by the looks of it, and Alex Lees has really just guided that to, or in the general direction of Finlay Bean. It's on its way down, but he takes it about 6 inches above terra firma.
That was quite away from the body, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I think probably just annoyed with himself for playing the shot, really.
Yeah, no, I wasn't suggesting he was angry with the pitch. I suggested he was angry with himself there. Yeah. So a good start from Yorkshire's point of view. But the body survived that ball that pitched and came over middle stump. He's then edged to the slip. So Ben McKinney's the new man. McKinney coming in to bat at number 3, was out for 16 in the match against Worcestershire last time out. Game before that against Essex, which ended in a draw, he got 121 and put on 134 for the second wicket with Alex Lees. Milnes comes in and bowls. McKinney forward to this one. It's gone up to mid-on. Ian's suggesting that there might be a little bit of distortion on our line, and it sounds like I'm cutting your hair. And he's wondering if I'm giving you a number 1 or a number 2.
Oh, really? I don't know. Well, you fiddled about with the headsets just after we came on. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what that was.
To put my headset on, that's all.
Maybe it's that. Don't know. Nobody mentioned it before in the previous pieces I was doing back to Radio Leeds this morning, so...
Could be an internet thing.
Might be the connection to Salford. Not easy to do anything about that when we're on. Maybe we can have a look at it again at lunchtime. Jack White is going to continue. Emilio Gay on 4 is on strike. And there's White round the wicket. Gone. Oh, another good catch this by Finlay Bean. That's a sharp catch at third slip. 7 for 2. Gay gone for 4. And Durham in a bit of early trouble that I'm not sure we really expected this morning.
Well, not the start Durham wanted here. I do recall a game at Scarborough where they won in 2013, and I think they'd lost their 2 openers in the first 2 overs for no runs and went on to win that one. Gay's annoyed with himself now.
Yeah, just the one scoring shot for Emilio Gay. 8 balls. Faced fewer than, well, half as many as Alex Lees for those 4. But that's the end of him for the first innings of the last match of the campaign. Disappointment for the pair of them. They were very similar sort of dismissals, except Gay going harder at the ball here. He's got himself into a slightly awkward position. And just for those who can see a replay, it just angled in towards off stump. He's got to play at that. He has to play at that. But he's just not executed it as well as he would have liked. And I think the first catch that Finlay Bean took was a good one. They're all pretty good in the slip cordon, but that looked more difficult, and it was a very good grab indeed. So 7 for 2. And 2 fresh batters at the crease, because David Beddingham has now gone out there at 4 to join Ben McKinney.
Well, Beddingham's got very little form in which to talk of this year. He's had a very disrupted season. He's got 212 runs from 9 innings and an average of 23. His highest score, 58. That came in the last match against Worcestershire. But he broke his toe in the opening home game of the season against Warwickshire and was out for a few weeks after that.
And here he is, pushing out into the offside first up. Jack White just switching back to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander, who, was it last season? He had a cracking season, didn't he?
1,300 runs.
Yeah, brilliant season. Was a difficult man for any opposition to remove, and this is sport, this is cricket. Sometimes you're on fire, and then you have those difficult patches, but clearly a quality player. Slightly open stance, high back lift upright stance, and he just plays the line of the ball back through to Jack White.
Him and who was it? Was it Gay last year? Put on a record stand against Yorkshire. Can't find it in my notes now. Oh, it was Gay and Lees last year, so.
Yeah.
Oh, this year, second wicket, stand of 279.
Comes White once again. Ooh, now Beddingham is turning that to leg, but the ball ends up ballooning up towards James Wharton, who's on the wicket ends at short. Well, extra cover come mid-off, his wide-ish mid-off really. Dropped short of him. Just danger signs. White back at his mark. Sun temporarily blocked by cloud as Beddingham has to be watchful in defence once again. It's one of those days, September days, where it's top coat order when the sun is not in full bloom, but then you probably want to remove a layer or even 2 if it comes out fully. At the moment, the sensible Yorkshire and Durham supporters who are on the ground here at Headingley are going with the top coat, but I'll wager that there'll be a few of those removed as the day goes on. Looking at the forecast, as White comes in, that's turned to mid-wicket by Beddingham. Jordan Thompson does the fielding. 7 for 2 after a good start with the ball for Yorkshire. That's 5 overs complete.
Wicket maiden there. So Durham have got a rebuild now. They've got McKinney and Gay in the middle. Ben McKinney played for England Lions in the winter, got a century down under. He's playing his 23rd first-class match. He's got 1,207 runs, including 121 in the draw at Essex a couple of weeks ago, and 186 runs in a home defeat against Warwickshire. Interestingly, and the comment will stay with me for a long, long time, as Milnes comes in here to bowl to McKinney round the wicket from the Kirkstall lane, and McKinney forward to that one. Durham declared against Warwickshire in their first home game of the season and set them just 320 to win in 100 overs. And Clive Eakin of BBC Coventry and Warwickshire said that he thought at the time it was an overly generous declaration and Durham might come to regret that at the end of the season. And here they are. Lots of other things have happened since then as well, of course, but not bowling teams out has been the main problem. Milnes comes around the wicket and bowls. Oh, thick inside edge from McKinney. It's gone down a fine leg. I don't think he knew too much about that. He'll get 1 run. 8 for 2, so he's off the mark.
Good morning to Graham Williamson, who's sent a message in on X with a little map, a flight map really. It says the plane you were wondering about, London to Seattle, brackets via Settle.
Via Settle, probably about 39,000 feet as well.
But that's weird for it to be out so far in the distance, south of Leeds, if it's going via Settle, which is obviously northwest of Leeds. So what's going on there?
It'll come up the coast and then it'll bank across, because they come round in a big arc because it's shorter to go round than straight over the top because of the way the Earth curves. So if you go transatlantic, you'll go up sort of Greenland around that way. Milnes over the wicket now to Beddingham. Oh, Beddingham, has he edged this behind? There's appeals. Umpire says no. I think it's Steve O'Shaughnessy at this end.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I think I had him pegged at the far end, but I think it is Steve O'Shaughnessy. Oh, no. No, I don't think it is. I thought it was at the far end. It was just the way he walked.
I'll have to get my binoculars out.
Ooh.
Playing a miss there then. Here's the next plane coming in. Yeah, if you go transatlantic, you come up the coast of Britain and then you go across over towards sort of north of Ireland and you come right around Greenland and then you start coming back down over Halifax and coming that way. So they go in a big arc, but it is the shorter route.
But if you... No, what I don't understand is London's south of us. Settle's northwest.
Yeah.
Seattle's somewhere over...
Way over.
Somewhere to the west.
That's gone through to the keeper. No run there.
So if you were going via Settle, why would you be going across our eye line? You'd be behind us, wouldn't you?
Where are we looking?
We're looking
Well, Settle's
Settle.
across to the right, isn't it?
Well, Settle will be over your right shoulder, out the back of the com box.
Isn't the north behind us?
And the west's over there, so the northwest, which is where Settle is over at the back of...
Yeah, maybe it wasn't quite over Settle there.
No.
Eight for 2. Milnes comes in, bowls, right arm over, that's left alone by Beddingham. Have you done transatlantic?
No.
No. Because they do go in a huge sort of U shape. So.
I'm not as well travelled as you, Marty.
Well, obviously, with you just being a village lad and all that.
You've got your favourite service station. You doubtless have your favourite airport, will you?
Not really. Nothing springs to mind. I've flown as much from Leeds in recent years as I have from Newcastle. Bowls, that's left alone.
Jack White.
You can see when you're high up like this. I mean, sometimes we're catching sight of planes, and when we look at the app, the way over the other side of Kielder Forest, and occasionally at height of the summit, you can see a plane and it's on its final approaches to Glasgow. Right, well, I'm going to shufty out the hot seat now then and bring Kevin in.
Jack White then, round the wicket to McKinney, who, dear me, he's trying to tee off there with his team 8 for 2 very early on in the piece, but suckered into having a really good drive at that. I'd say good in the loosest sense there, because he missed it. Daylight between the outside edge of his bat and the ball before it hit the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Don Bess is kind of closed in to a more fourth slip than gully position. As White's in again, and McKinney this time drives at it and strikes it cleanly to James Wharton at mid-off. And we'll say, for the first time in the match, a very good morning to Kevin Sharp, who might need to put his microphone down somewhere near where his mouth is if he's going to talk here, Kev. It's always handy, that.
Sorry, Jonathan, I'm still learning the trade, as you know.
McKinney tapping away then, tries to get himself mentally and physically ready for this Jack White delivery, and does so well, because White's just given him a little bit of room to work with there, and he's driven that along the carpet beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. McKinney moves on to 5, Durham on to 12 for 2, but no denying, Kev, it's been a good start for the Yorkies.
Terrific start, yeah. I just missed 10 minutes out there. I was having a chat with Sam, but I've had a look on the NV play at the dismissals, and just looks, from what I've seen this morning, as though there's a little bit of nibble out there. Odd ones bounced a bit, odd ones kept a little bit lower, so it's challenging for the batsman. Doesn't look as though it's swung too much, but it's certainly nipped around off the seam.
So White makes his way in and bowls again, and the same again. McKinney has given that bit more of a thump this time out to the advertising hoardings, just a little bit wider through extra cover, but pretty much repeat.
Yeah, I think there was a slight difference in lengths. I think the ball before was slightly higher risk because it was more good length, and he hit through the line of it, and you know, it obviously finished up a great shot. That was a bit more of a half volley. But I think that Durham are looking to be proactive. They're looking to score, and obviously, you know, the danger of that is that if you're hitting through length and it nips a bit, you just might nick one, and as previous 2 batters have.
As McKinney himself nearly did 3 balls ago, this one sees him back and across, and just turning that one to Don Bess, to Matt Milnes, who's moved again. He's hopping around in the field, started at long leg, moved in at mid-wicket, now he's up there having a chat with his opening bowling partner mid-on to the left-hander. 16 for 2. Final ball, 7th to come. And it's now and another edge from McKinney, this time though into the deck. Nice bit of cleaning up from Don Bess at 4th slip. Means there are no runs from it. 11 o'clock ticks over, and Durham are 16 for 2 after 7 overs. I'm not sure, Kev, given that we think it's a hybrid pitch. See if I can get Richard Robinson to confirm that. We kind of expected much in the way of tumbling wickets on it over the 4 days.
No, I mean, hybrid pitches have been a bit of a revelation over the last few years. They tend to, you know, carry a bit more, little bit more bounce, good pace generally, and they certainly last longer. Obviously, with the artificial grass on them. I mean, I can remember at Worcester when we had a couple laid in the net area. I mean, with all the floods around, and when we were able to practice, they were just sensational.
Here's Matt Milnes at the Kirkstall Lane end, driven straight by David Beddingham. Jordan Thompson's round at mid-on to field. Say that much more often now in Yorkshire colours for JT.
No, he's moving on. Warwickshire, I believe. It looks to me as though there's a wicket coming. They have been very proactive. They're hitting through length, and I've just got that feeling that, you know, there's a wicket in there, another wicket in there somewhere. 16 for 2 as Milne bowls again, and Beddingham solid once more behind this, punches it to Jack White at mid-off, no run. Richard Robinson, thanks for confirming. That's Yorkshire's head groundsman here, of course, that it is a hybrid pitch, and it has only previously been used in the 100. Not been used for a 4-day game this season. So you'd expect, even though there are obviously, it's a bit worn, I guess, at the ends, you can tell it's been used, but it should hold up pretty well across the 4 days. They all seem to do anyway here, don't they, whether they're hybrid or not, as Milnes is getting down low to feel that lady's defensive push from Beddingham. Bit different to your day, lad. Well, Headingley back in the day, in the late 70s and 80s, wasn't the easiest place to bat on. And sometimes the clouds came across and it tended to swing a bit, and sometimes there were a few plates in the middle there that sometimes kept a bit low and bounced a bit, hence the low batting average, Jonathan.
Milnes in, Beddingham Wide of off stump, no run. So could you possibly be an ex-player who's suggesting that if he was batting on the current Headingley square, he would have had double the average, something like that, twice as many first-class tons?
Well, give me a little while to think about that one. Like I don't like to brag, do I?
I could just put in a few calls to the bowlers who used to bowl against you and just see what they think to that suggestion. 16 for 2, Matt Milnes with 2 to come in the 8th over. He's bowling here to Beddingham, who defends into the offside, and Jordan Thompson does the fielding. No run.
No, but in all seriousness, I mean, Headingley was renowned for cloud back in the day, and when it was, you could have a beautiful day like this, and then suddenly when cloud came over, it would start to swing. Now, I don't know if that's the same. I've not been here as much over the last few years, so you'll be better qualified to tell me on that one.
Certainly doesn't seem to do much off the surface these days, but yeah, still in the air. Oh, now then, David Beddingham rooted there. He's rooted on naught and rooted to the spot as he had a waft at that one wide of off stump, and it's the sort of shot that, had he got a top edge on that, nicked it into somebody's hands, he would have been very annoyed with himself. End of the over, 16 for 2.
Yeah, they don't seem to be having the approach, the Durham batters, of let's see it through to lunch and not lose another wicket, which was probably an old traditional way of thinking going back to the day. But these days the batters tend to fight fire with fire a little bit more, and they tend to, if you've lost a couple of wickets, rather than being conservative, they tend to be looking to get back on top of the game. That can obviously work both ways for you. It could cost you your wicket, or it could enhance the scoreboard.
Jack White continuing at the Howard stand end, wide of off stump. McKinney with a comfortable leave. Yeah, we had a visit as well pre-match this morning from Joe Leach, an old Worcestershire pal of yours, of course.
Yes, my former captain when I became head coach in 2018. Joe was the club captain, and great relationship, top lad. Tries to speak with a silly Yorkshire accent to take the mickey, but it doesn't work.
White in, and that's defended by McKinney. No run. Obviously a talented bowler as well for donkey's years in the Championship.
Outstanding county cricketer, both with bat and ball, genuine all-rounder. I mean, he started, when he actually started in his younger days, more of a batsman than a bowler. He was batting high order in club cricket and minor counties cricket as well, because he played for Shropshire. But, in the end he finished up with a new ball and batting middle order and doing very well.
Here's White, another good delivery which just angled in and then holds its line, and McKinney is drawn. He didn't fully go at that, but he was thinking about it, and we'll credit him with pulling out in time. Still 16 for 2, and now working for the
PCA,
the PCA, Professional Cricket Association. Here for a couple of days by the sound of things.
Yeah, I mean, Joe's an outstanding communicator. He speaks very well, and he's currently building relationships with players all around the country. So he'll spend a couple of days here, supporting players from both teams.
There's White. McKinney defending once again, the 4th ball of the 9th over this. And I also quite like the interplay between the pair of you, because he certainly had you on toast there, didn't he? Whatever you say, he's going to better that, I think.
Yeah, well, he's got one problem. He's a Wolverhampton Wanderers fan. I don't know if you knew that. So he's got the bit between his teeth at the minute yesterday, because he didn't enjoy the messages I sent him on Saturday afternoon.
I can imagine that. And if you're not a Leeds United fan, then 3-1 against Wolves at Molineux last weekend. Here's White bowling, and McKinney solidly behind that one.
But going back to Joe, we've got a great relationship. I mean, I've known him a long time now, because before I went to Worcester, I coached Shropshire for a year in the minor counties league, and Joe played quite a lot then before he broke into the Worcester first team. So we've known each other quite a few years now, and I've worked together, I think, very well together. And it was, when he was captain and I was coach, it was just a privilege.
Oh, good delivery from Jack White to complete the over again.
Yeah, just kept a bit low, that one, didn't it? There's the odd one has kept a bit low, and the odd one's bounced a bit, and the odd one's nibbled. So it's not straightforward for batting this. And it's like I say, you just kind of get that feeling that there's another wicket flow. I don't want to be biased, Jonathan. You know, I mean, I know I came in wearing my white rose this morning.
Yeah, you did.
Involved with the club again. But you know, I mean, I've taken it off now, so it doesn't get. You know, it's not broadcasted everywhere, but still, it's still a bit in the blood there.
At least you managed to get in. Did anybody recognise you on the gate?
No, I got in. I mean, it was fantastic actually. I mean, compared to a few years ago.
There's Matt Milnes continuing, bowling to Beddingham, who's solidly behind that, no run.
Because when I started back in the day, 1976, it took me a few years to get in every day without the same guy saying, "Who are you?"
Yeah. 1976.
But you've done a good job for me because you managed to put my name on the gate today, so it was quite straightforward to park the car and get in the ground.
Yeah.
But wearing the white rose, I think it helps.
Well, I thought you might not get in because I did send him a picture of you, you know, back in your heyday with a big mop of blonde curly hair, and I thought they'll look at that and say, "That's not you." Here's Milnes, and that's punched through the covers by Beddingham. He's finally getting off the mark here, and that's his 17th delivery. He's going to pick up 2 through extra cover. Jordan Thompson out. Stop it making the boundary. So 18 for 2 on the BBC Sport website and app, and also on Sports Extra 3 today, plus of course the Yorkshire stream throughout this one. Final match of 2025. It's been an up and down season, well, for both these sides, I guess, which is why they find themselves where they are. For this man who's bowling now, Matt Milnes, in and bowling to Beddingham, who defends once again. Matt, final game for the county, of course, for him as well, after a 3-year stay on his way back to Kent, as we know. He's struggled with injuries through his time with Yorkshire, but I think he's shown in the matches that he's played, when they've managed to get him on the park, that he's a quality player on the county circuit. And I think in that respect, it's certainly going to be a miss. Difficult to find domestic players of a certain quality, isn't it, Kev, as you know? And at that sort of time of their career as well. Milnes in again. Oh, Beddingham's lucky. He is lucky there. That's a thick inside edge, which has beaten all 3 stumps and gone down to fine leg. One of those so-called moral victories for the bowler, but it's cost him a run as Beddingham moves on to 3, and it's 19 for 2.
Yeah, the answer to that is if the bowler challenges the batsman on that shot, having a bit of luck, the batsman just says to the bowler that he's been practicing that for years and he's perfected it. That's the answer you've got to give.
Can't imagine you ever did that during your career.
I did actually, a couple of times.
That's going to get under somebody's skin. I don't think you'd want to say that to Sylvester Clarke, would you? Anybody like that, really?
No, well, you didn't with the nasty fasties.
Maybe Malcolm Marshall. No, I'll leave that one out. Matt Milnes round the wicket here. Oh, McKinney. Tell you what, he's played a couple of beautiful shots through extra cover for 4. But if you throw the ball up there, it's going to draw him into having a drive at just about anything, isn't it? And he's, again, gone close to getting a nick on that.
Yeah, that's why I think there's another wicket in it. I mean, obviously, the lads, he's played some lovely shots. But there's a slight high risk to that, to driving at that length. At this moment in time, you know, the ball's only a few overs old still, and it's still nibbling around. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
Milnes then turns and runs away from us. Bowls it now. McKinney this time is a little bit more circumspect and gets across, covers that and leaves. So certainly an eventful opening 10 overs to this final match of the campaign. Jordan Thompson's just going to leave the field and Will Luxton comes on as 12th man. And if you've not been with us throughout, then nearly 45 minutes into the day, Durham won the toss, decided to bat first. Alex Lees, skipper, and of course former Yorkshire player, was caught by Finlay Bean at third slip off Matt Milnes for 3 when the score was on 7, and then there'd been no further addition. In fact, just 2 balls later, the first ball of Jack White's third over, Emilio Gay, went the same way. Caught Bean, bowled White on that occasion for 4. 7 for 2 at that stage. Ben McKinney's made it to 9 without yet losing his wicket, and David Bedingham on 3. And Jack White is going to continue for over number 11 at the Howard stand. And Ben Coder's just been on with a Cambridge blue tabard on, not playing in the match, Ben, but good to see him on the ground. Jack White balls again to Bedingham, then that's dropped into the offside now. And I'll just run through those 2 teams for you as well. Quickly between deliveries for Yorkshire, no changes to last week's team from the Cambridge match at Hove. Tabard, Finlay Bean, Mayank Agarwal, James Walton, Johnny Bairstow, Matthew Revis, George Hill, Don Best, Jordan Thompson, Matt Milnes and Jack White. And for Durham, Alex Lees, Emilio Gay, Ben McKinney, David Bedingham, Ollie Robinson, Will Rhodes, Graham Clark, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Daniel Hogg and Shafiqullah Ghaffari, who I'm told has been playing club cricket for the last year's Yorkshire club champions Richmond for some time. Did a little event with Bumble up there back in March. Good club, lovely spot, as that is defended into the leg side by Bedingham, no run. You ever play up there back in the day in any match, Kev, Richmond?
I have. In fact, I think we played a benefit game there. I can't remember who it was for, but I've certainly been there when I was a coach with Yorkshire with the under-15s, I'm sure.
White balls, Bedingham defends.
Yeah, I'm sure, when I was batting coach at the club, back in the 2000s, I would have visited Richmond a couple of times for a couple of youth games. But I'm certainly pretty sure that we played there in a benefit game going back into the 80s sometime.
During the war. So 3 to come for Jack White. Bowling here to David Bedingham. Still 4 slips in place, and Bedingham watchful. He's clocked up 24 deliveries. He's been out there nearly half an hour now for his 3. So giving himself every opportunity to get in here. There's been some messages, of course, about Dickie as well. Starting with one from yesterday. I popped in yesterday and took a photograph of the big dark cloud over the ground. And behind the clouds, it's lovely. It says, proper piece of poor news, this. I speak as a Yorkist and a Barnsley when I say that we've lost a decent man who carried our flag far and wide for us. Jack White in. That's punched through extra cover by Bedingham. That's going to be his first boundary. Just a little bit too short, enabling him to get on the back foot and comfortably over the top of that, Kev.
Yeah, I think that, Headingley's a sort of surface where you need to be a bit fuller. I think that's where you generally get your nicks from, is just that fuller length. And anything back of a length at Headingley seems to be more comfortable for the batters. So that fuller length, getting the batsman on the front foot and perhaps enticing them to drive through length I think is the most dangerous area. So just a bit too short, that one. But I'm sure he'll put that right next time.
23 for 2. Final ball of the 11th. And Jack White over the wicket. And Bedingham drives straight back at the stumps. That would have been 4, no question, had it missed. But it gave it a good crack, the stump nearest to where Jack bowled it. And Bedingham ends up without any runs from it.
Yeah, 2 wonderful shots, actually. I mean, I did mean to say on the last one, although the length was a bit short, it was wonderfully executed. And the same with that one. I mean, that was 4, wasn't it? It was 4 all the way if it hadn't have hit the stumps. So, and that one was off the front foot. That was the length I suggested that you bowl, but it would have been 4. So I don't know what to say about that.
What if you don't know what to say? Back to Behind the Clouds, it's Lovely's tweet, because he says, Dickie had time for everybody and sense of humour too. Indeed, a dark cloud over Headingley and Oakwell. And it certainly was a dark cloud over Oakwell last night, wasn't it?
Yeah, they lost, didn't they?
Yeah, just 6-0 to Brighton, wasn't it? As Matt Milnes continues from this Kirkstall lane end, wide of off stump, McKinney leaves. First slip says, R.I.P. Dickie, had a great respect to the players, true gentleman, always kept himself fit. Saw him many times running on the spot on Scarborough Seafront. Used to run there myself and chat with Dickie afterwards. Milnes, who was accompanied behind him by a pile of sawdust there. Bit of moisture around, as you might imagine, this time of year. He's gone Yorker length there, and McKinney did have to genuinely jab down on that, as you would with a Yorker, that moment where you lose it from your eye line. Come up with the educated guess. You a good player of a Yorker, Kev?
I used to get those inside edges past leg stump.
Oh, did you?
No, of course, with the shot that I'd been practicing for years.
Yeah.
I think it's instinct, I think you see it. It's about judging length.
Milnes in again. McKinney defends into the offside, no run.
I think it's about, for me, who's been primarily a batting coach throughout my coaching career, the one thing I would look for in a batsman, is initially, can they judge length? Do they know when to play forward and when to play back? Because it obviously all happens so quickly, and I think the Yorkers are like an instinctive thing. You see it in the air, and you sort of instinctively recognise it as a Yorker. Yeah,
Milnes up there, and again, full length delivery. McKinney just blocks that out into the offside. Refereeing says, hi JD, well, as I felt a while back, it's all down to this last game. We can get the points required. Our fingers crossed we can get the points required and remain in the top flight. Thanks for the comms, especially after the uncertainty of whether there will be any season this season. Yeah, winter well yourself. Refereeing, Derek Daniels with a come on Yorkshire. Milnes in again. McKinney with the ball once more angled into him from round the wicket. His watchful defending. Grumpy Neil says currently watching Yorkshire versus Durham from Herceg-Novi. Not sure if I've pronounced that correctly. Is it Herceg-Novi? In Montenegro. Weather similar here is a few degrees warmer. Off to watch a Montenegrin second division football match this afternoon, as one does.
I'm not sure you pronounced that quite right. I think it was the Yorkshire accent that didn't come across as it ought to.
Sorry about that, from one who'd know. As Milnes is in and McKinney drops that down by his feet. Just might have caught the glove as he whipped the left hand off the bat. Good over though from Matt Milnes.
Terrific over. I'm right behind his delivery point here, and he's bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, and it's just a little bit of shape as well, just a little bit of swing away from the left-hander, and his lengths were absolutely spot on in that over. Fine bowling.
And we have our first change of the day, because Jordan Thompson is going to bowl from the Howard stand end. At 23 for 2. Can the man that makes things happen do so in his final match for Yorkshire? It'll be an emotional few days for Jordan. Had the emotion of the loss of Dickie Bird, and obviously I mentioned Matt Milnes is on his way as well, but I think the emotional tie is going to be a fair bit stronger for Jordan Thompson. Local lad, of course. All he's ever wanted to do is play for the county, and he's had his opportunity over the last 7 seasons to do that. And here he is now bowling right arm over the wicket to David Bedingham. That's turned into the leg side. Don Bess out to field. The cordon's reduced by 1 because Bess is out of it. And just the 3 slips in place now. A little bit more of a ring field. Terry Bean says, morning Doige et al. Hope all is well as the season draws to a close. It'd be wonderful to hear your highlights on a turbulent campaign for the White Rose. One to ponder. Which bald batsman belts big boundaries better than bald bonst Adam Lyth, he says. As that is pushed into the offside by Beddingham and there is no run. Not sure.
No. I have to think about it. Old batsman. Is that a top order batsman or a lower order batsman? Then we see. Because there's some bald bowlers who also bat.
You're complicating things. Thompson bowls, Beddingham turns one to leg and Matt Milnes does the fielding. Andy Walker, good morning to you, says nervous but looking forward to 4 good days play. Hope Yorkshire do it for Dickie.
Some fantastic tributes for Dickie, hasn't there? I mean, I watched Look North last night and they just dedicated the whole programme to Dickie, really. It was fabulous.
Thompson again. Beddingham from the crease plays out into the offside this time. Wharton fields. No run. Yeah, loads. I did a few myself yesterday afternoon across various stations and again this morning. And the immediate thing that I'll notice maybe more so than you or Marty sitting here doing the commentaries so often is that there's no Dickie voice from below on our effects mic as David Beddingham plays out into the offside and James Wharton fields. Those of us, those people who listen regularly, watch regularly, will have recalled that Dickie's voice being picked up on the effects mic because his seat, which is pretty much directly below our commentary position, just a floor below, pick up all those things he'd say. Here's Thompson in first delivery, I think, of the day that's gone down the leg side, and Beddingham missed out. End of the over, and still a maiden for Jordan Thompson, 23 for 2 after 13. But yeah, he'd be speaking away downstairs, and then occasionally you might have to just reduce the volume slightly on the effects mic. And I did speak to him one day about it, not I think it was earlier this season, and just said, Dickie, just to let you know that the effects mic is right above your head. I can't do much about that. That's where the comm box is. And he said, "Oh lad, I've not said out I'm going to regret, have I?"
Well, I just watching Look North last night and going back into the archives and watching some of the clips, like when there's a water on the ground here and he's shouting at the crowd, telling them it's not my fault.
Yeah.
And then there was that, was it at Lord's where there was somebody behind the bowler's arm?
Yeah.
Where he finished up shouting and bawling at and walking up right up to the side screen.
Yeah.
And shouting and bawling at him. And it was just great because it's been such a long time since we've actually seen those clips, isn't it? So it just reminds you of the character of the man.
George Hill is on now at the Kirkstall Lane end, right arm round the wicket. Pick of the Yorkshire bowlers in terms of averages this season, and probably the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers as that's wide of off stump and McKinney leaves. Yeah, but not said out I might regret, have I, lad?
No. Well.
Just say no, but just think about what in the future, just in case you might say something.
Well,
but I can remember hearing him say both picking it up on the effects mic, probably in the distance. McKinney's been waiting for really something up there. He's desperately wanted to get his hands on for 2. McKinney on to 13.
Yeah, that's a half volley, isn't it? I mean, it's important now that George and Jordan back up the opening spell. That really is now important by just bowling those really, bowling it into the pitch, but bowling at good lines and length and making the batsmen really work for it. Because there's a wicket in there still. I mean, it looks as though there could be a wicket, but they've just got to, not give any freebies really.
And George tends not to do that. Very tidy, tight bowler, as that's pushed into the offside, and Wharton does the fielding. But yeah, I remember, I can say this now, Dickie, at Scarborough one day, just wandering around when I was off air, down by the tent where he was standing, enjoying the hospitality, shall we say, and it was, I think Shannon Gabriel was playing in the match, and I basically got the "won't pay him in washers" comment, and there's loads of people listening, and of course when Dickie says something like that, of course, Dickie Bird says he won't pay him in washers, Shannon Gabriel, as McKinney leaves that one. It just made me laugh that he just had that's that sort of thing that we like to say, that we're honest, and you say it as it is, don't you? That's that stereotypical Yorkshire person, and he didn't care who was listening. He what's this lad doing? He's running up further than boundary line. Won't pay him in washers.
Well, it's a bit like that up here, isn't it? I've noticed since we've come back to live this last 6 weeks.
Yeah, it is.
Having spent the last 10 years in Worcester, and then lovely part of the world, and then obviously coming back to Yorkshire now, and I've just absolutely love the directness of, doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in a supermarket, when you're or you're walking down the street, or you're in a pub. Everybody's so actually direct, but also friendly.
We'll just do a quick change round at the end of this delivery, so if you want to swap to this seat, Kev, as George Hill comes in, and that's turned away backward of square on the leg side, as McKinney picks up a single to complete the 14th over. 28 for 2, McKinney on 14, Beddingham on 7, and Jordan Thompson 1 over, 1 maiden. George Hill 1 over for 5 so far, as we move into that change bowler period. But it's been a good start by Yorkshire. 7 for 1 when Alex Lees went for 3, and then 7 for 2 when Emilio Gay went for 4. Hopefully with a few scores from round the grounds, we'll have Marty in a sec. He's just moving back into the chair. Jordan Thompson is just making sure he's got the field set how he wants it for over number 15. Marty's back, and I'll disappear for a little bit.
Thanks, Dickie. I think we've all got fond memories of Dickie Bird over the years, particularly Durham trips to Yorkshire, and fantastic week in 2013 where Durham recovered from losing their 2 opening batsmen without getting a run at Scarborough, as this next ball is drilled away nicely by McKinney. It was a half volley outside and off stump from Hill, and it's gone for 4 towards the old pavilion in the far corner of the ground. Yeah, Durham won that match, and it was at the time it seemed like it was a title decider, and it turned out it was. Durham won the final 5 games that year, only time they've done that, and they won the title in 2013, and we were invited to the Barrels pub, and it was the Dickie Bird pub quiz, which was always a staple of a visit to Scarbados. And some of the Yorkshire lads came along. I think Liam Plunkett was part of the Yorkshire team, and I ended up being the captain of the opposition team. And Dickie was there, and he was more animated about a game of cricket that was going on the TV in the pub than what was happening with the quiz. We tried to get him to concentrate back on the quiz again. It's Thompson, isn't it, who's bowling here? So he started with a new bowler. Thompson bowling to McKinney, that's gone off the point. And I think somebody was, Callie might have been the quiz master, Dave Callahan, and he was asking a question, and halfway through this question, Dickie just rose from his seat and shouted at the screen, "She's chucking it! She's chucking it! That girl's chucking it! How's she allowed to bowl like that?" And the whole pub just came to a grinding halt. Like, what's he pointing at? So he was busy watching an international women's match or something. So he's always good company. Here comes Thompson bowling to McKinney. That's gone along the floor down towards third man. It's being chased all the way down there by Matthew Revis, and a dive, sliding in on his thigh there, picks the ball up, jumps up in the one motion and gets the ball back to keeper Johnny Bairstow. So Durham 33 for 2 now. Beddingham has 7, and the partnership's worth 25, 26 at the minute. 14.3 overs bowled. Durham were 7 for 2 after 4.1 overs, with Finney Bean taking catches at third slip in consecutive overs to see off Lees for 3 and Gay for 4 off the bowling of Matt Milnes and then Jack White. Far side of the ground, the bottom end of the ground is in the shade, so as Thompson starts his run up, he's in the shadows, and then he comes into brilliant sunshine. Right arm over the bowl to Beddingham. Beddingham drives at that. It's gone to backward point, no run. That is picked up by Agarwal. So you were saying you lived in Worcestershire for how many years? 14.
Oh, well, I worked there for 10 years as a coach. Went there started in the winter of 2014.
Yeah.
And then retired at the end of 2024 from full-time work. Lovely experience, a family club.
It's a lovely area, Worcestershire, isn't it? I've got a lot of relatives down there. Thompson in again, bowls. That's gone down the leg side. It's watched through by Beddingham. Where were you living then?
Well, we lived in a little village called Bransford, which is about 4 miles out of Worcester, on the way to Malvern, on the Hereford Road. Lovely part of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, Worcestershire, a lot of affection, and it goes back a long time because I was always sponsored by Duncan Fernley.
Oh, yeah.
From being 15-year-old. His brother Mike, who I played club cricket with for Bingley and Farsley, introduced me to Duncan, and I was with him throughout my career.
Bowler comes in again, Beddingham forward to this one. That's gone off towards point. Dot ball. The end of the over, I think it is. So 33 for 2, Durham, having elected to bat this morning. Well, I've got relatives who live in Malvern Link.
Yeah.
So that's my wife's auntie and uncle. So my wife's originally from Horsforth.
Yep.
And then when she was about 8, the family moved over to Skipton and she lived in Emsey. That was so her brother could go to Ermestead School in Skipton. But yeah, her auntie and uncle live in Malvern Link, and just around the corner to them on the same housing estate is Dave Bradley, who's the Hereford and Worcester BBC commentator.
Absolutely.
Who was with us last week up in Chesney Street.
Yep.
Here's Hill then, coming in from the Kirkstall Lane end, bowling at the start of a new over to McKinney. McKinney plays the ball out towards mid-off, no run there. And my auntie lives in Blackwell Village up in the Lickey Hills above Bromsgrove.
Oh, right.
So,
no, that's near Barnt Green Cricket Club.
Yeah, well, Barnt Green's just round the corner, yeah. So my granddad, when he used to go down for his summer holidays, used to spend his afternoons, Saturday afternoons, watching the cricket at Barnt Green, which is where Warwickshire plays second team matches, isn't it?
And Worcestershire.
And Worcestershire do as well, don't they? Right. McKinney leaves this one, that just drifts away from him beyond off stump. So it's a lovely area. It's quite rural around there. I mean, some of the little country lanes where you're coming up into the Lickey Hills, the trees have sort of formed tunnels over the road, and cycling around there, it can get quite dark even in the middle of the day. The Tardbig Flight, it's lovely around there on the canal.
Yeah, so lots of the footballers live around there.
I would imagine, yes.
Villa and Wolves and West Brom lads, Birmingham.
Yeah. In comes the bowler, slightly over-pitched, played up to mid-off by McKinney and stopped by Jack White. I've had a message from my colleague Dom. Could I mention? So I will. Where's it gone? The UK visually impaired women's team is fundraising to go to the World Cup in India. 3 Yorkshire players are involved. Lewis Turner, who lives in Blaydon in Tyneside. Around the wicket comes the bowler again, edged, and it's dropped. Dropped at first slip. I'm sure that carried. It's been put down by Dom Bess. We'll watch a replay of that, but I think he's just put that straight down right between his legs there. A life for McKinney. Here's the replay. He's got his hands on it and he's put it straight into the ground. It's a drop. So McKinney has a life on 19.
It's good delivery, just nipped away.
So dropped off the bowling of Hill. Beddingham faces the next delivery, plays that up to White at mid-on, no run there. Who else? Jess Lowe, Georgia Ridgway, and there's a Just Giving page you can have a look for, which has been set up by Paul Topless. So that's the UK visually impaired women's team fundraising to go to the World Cup in India. In comes Hill again, bowls, played away into the point area, end of the over, 34 for 2. Hill, another protege of my former commentary sparring partner Martin Spate when he was a cricket coach at Sedbergh School, and now at Repton, down near Olrewas, I think, isn't it? Near Burton, Repton School. Haven't been there, I've seen pictures. The pavilion's thatched, It looks beautiful.
Yeah, I don't know it well myself at all. I know there's been one of the 50 over games we played there this year.
Yeah. So we were talking about Settle a bit earlier on. We stayed in a farmhouse right up on the moors above Settle a couple of years ago. But in Settle at the train station, looking across to the copper-domed roof of the school. There's a public school there.
Giggleswick.
That's it, yes.
I used to teach there.
Did you? Right.
Yeah.
Next ball's gone through to the keeper at the start of a new over from Thompson. So they were quite big rivals with Sedbergh, weren't they, in terms of cricket?
Yeah, Sedbergh would have been a little bit stronger in that respect. Bigger school and did a lot of cricket scholarships. I think Giggleswick less so, but always challenged. I mean, I went there when I left Yorkshire as a coach. I worked at the school for a couple of years and played against Sedbergh both of those years.
Next ball is left alone by McKinney off Thompson, bowling from the Howard stand end of the ground, the rugby stand end of the ground at the far side. Yeah, we were there February half term about 2 years ago, and it was the night we got there. I really don't know how we made it from the car to the house door, because there was this hurricane wind blowing across the moors. It was a named storm. There were about 3 or 4 that week. Thompson in again here. Oh, McKinney's going after that one. He should have left it well alone. He's trying to drive that into next week. Wild Wahoo outside the off stump, playing a miss.
Yeah, that's why I can't help. I still think there's a wicket there. I mean, obviously there's the drop catch, which Yorkshire will be disappointed at, but still just think there's still playing and missing, and there's still driving on the up, which is, fairly high risk still at the point the game's at the minute.
Thompson back in the shadows at the far end of the ground. Now he's coming into these stumps, right arm over to McKinney, the left-hander, who leaves that one. That's what he should have done with the previous one. I think our line may have dropped out a little bit earlier on. There was 1 or 2 issues with the quality of the sound, but I think it's okay now. I've just checked it anyway, and it sounded fine when I checked it a few minutes back. And Jamie had messaged from Glasgow to say it was a bit iffy, but it's all good now. He said it dropped out for about the first 5 minutes of play, but I wish it had been the first 20, given the start Durham had. Next delivery as Thompson comes in. McKinney right up on his toes there, plays the ball straight back past the bowler, down to the far end of the ground, no run there. Mervyn Hardy's emailed. He said, "Good morning, Martin. A very sad day for cricket, the passing of the great Dickie Bird. I knew him quite well to talk to. His many memories are being mentioned regularly, but his best quote has been missed. The day the water came upward via reverse pipe. Dickie was getting a lot of stick when he reported, 'I can't help it, it's not my fault. It's a plumber you want, not an umpire.'" A truly great man. Bowler comes in again here, and this is played to mid-wicket, no run there.
It's funny, Martin, that he said in an interview that I saw on Look North last night that his one only regret was that he didn't get married. I'm thinking that if he was watching cricket all day, whether it's on television or he's at a game,
he was married
it would take some lady to manage that.
Yeah.
Because it's like I say, when it's on telly, I mean, when he was here the other week, and you were having a chat, you were still watching the cricket at the same time as having a chat. Yeah. So he hardly missed a ball. And so if he's at a game and he's watching it, or there's something on telly, he'll be watching it.
So start of a new over then. Durham 34 for 2, 17 overs gone, and Beddingham is on strike on 7. This ball from Hill is played up to wide at mid, off, no run there. If you want to get in touch with your memories, you can do. wearcricket@bbc.co.uk. WEAR, as in the River Wear, which runs around the ground at Durham, and then down past my house. Andrew Hutchinson's emailed and simply says hi. Paul Wilson has sent his list of cricketing events on this day in history in cycling. Hill comes in again, and that's punched away nicely by Bellingham. It just sat up for him outside of off stump, and he's played that beautifully through the covers to the east stand for 4. Takes him on to 11. Durham 38 for 2. The scoreboard's very quick here. By the time you've looked up, it's already there. I think the Durham scoreboard sort of goes through different periods of the season. Last week, it was about 7 or 8 seconds before something arrived on the screen.
It's a fine shot. Yeah. Again, that's he's played 2 or 3 of those shots off the back foot, and it's very pleasing on the eye.
.38 for 2, the score. Martin Emerson and Kevin Sharp with you as Hill comes back in again. And Bellingham fends that away one-handed. It's come off the splice of the bat and it's gone to short mid-wicket. Picked up by James Wharton. Durham 2 down very early then today in the 5th over, so the next wicket for Yorkshire would give them a valuable point in this relegation scrap and would move them 7 points clear of Durham. Durham starting the day second bottom, 2 points behind Hampshire, who were docked 8 points last week for a poor pitch earlier in the season. And they were 6 points behind Yorkshire. And then a little bit of a sliding scale as the next ball's defended as he got up to Essex and Sussex, who started this round of games on 150 points. So 10 points separating 5 teams. Any one of them could go down with 24 points to play for in the week, and then winter's here, and then we can all be thoroughly miserable for 6 months. Although the Ashes is on soon, isn't it, if anyone's got that kind of TV. And again, right arm over, Kirksall lane end, Bellingham defence. This runs up to White at mid-on, no run there. Is the Ashes on TNT?
Well, this is the thing.
Because we've got that in our house.
Well, I was just going to ask you that question because, you know, I mean, the Ashes, I think 2 years ago, was it BT Sport then? Was it BT Sport before it went to TNT? And then I actually looked on the internet where it's on last night because, and then one bit said that if you've got Sky TV, you can find it, which personally, we have Sky Sports.
Next ball from Hill, played back up towards the bowler's end, no run there. Well, yeah, I mean, because TNT would be on your sports section on Sky. We've got Virgin and it's on there. And obviously TMS, the BBC, will be covering the Ashes.
Well, there might be somebody out there who's listening, Martin, who could perhaps explain this to us a bit more.
Maybe.
Because I'm thinking, well, it said something about Discovery Plus, which get on Sky TV that you can get then TNT, and so it sounds double Dutch what I'm saying, but
Discovery
I just
Plus
don't quite understand
is the app, isn't it? Because a lot of cycling goes on Discovery Plus, but it also appears on TNT. But
do you think there'll be somebody out there with a good explanation that's easy to understand?
Some of the cycle races, they don't actually appear on TNT until they're a couple of hours in, but you can watch them live from the start on the app. 38 for 2 then, start of a new over, and that's left by McKinney off the bowling of Jordan Thompson.
You see, when you didn't grow up with all this technology, it's hard to get your head around sometimes. I mean, I grew up with red telephone boxes on the corner of the street.
I don't think life's been as simple since Channel 4 came along, to be honest with you. Was that about 1980 or something, 82? Greetings from a sun-kissed, fairly warm Costadale Hartley pool, says Paul. Well, here it is, the last few days of the county championship as Thompson bowls to McKinney. That's absolutely hammered away. Short and wide, and given the treatment right out the middle of the bat and driven firmly past point for 4.
Yeah, the Durham lads are doing well here. I mean, they've pounced on that short of a length ball, which, I mean, I think I mentioned earlier, is not a good length at Headingley. It's got a fuller length at Headingley is more challenging, and every time the Yorkshire bowlers have just dropped it that little bit short, it's been punished.
Yeah. Well, that 4 takes McKinney to 24. Durham 42 for 2. Batting points don't come along these days until you reach 250, and there's 5 to be had every 50 runs from 250. Got to get there in 110 overs in the first innings. So there's 3 bowling points up for grabs each first innings and 5 batting points. Thompson comes in again now. McKinney leaves this one, drops his wrists away from the ball. It's gone through to the keeper.
What I'm quite enjoying here is that the Yorkshire bowlers got Jordan Thompson bowling over wicket to the left-hander, and then George Hill is bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, which just changes the angles slightly. So, what they're attempting to do is make it that bit more difficult for the batsman with the change of angles.
Yeah, it's keeping them thinking, isn't it? So the last wicket came after 4.1 overs. We're now 18.3 in. Thompson bowls again across the line of the left-hander. That's gone through to the keeper Bairstow. No run there. So Paul says, here it is then, the last few days of the county championship season. Not a good start by Durham. Steady and sensible batting required to get as many points as they can. Should be with you for the duration as I'm working from home. Born on this day in the world of cricket and cycling, Victoria Pendleton, born in 1980, English track cyclist and road cyclist. Events on this day. In comes Thompson, bowls, is just turned away down towards long leg by McKinney for a single. McKinney moves on to 25. Beddingham now on strike at 11. Partnership's 36. One ball left of this 19th over. 43 for 2. Sadly leaving us on this day in 2020, and this came up in my timeline this morning, was Dean Jones, the former Australian Test batsman, and played with Durham as well. Played for Durham in their opening year in county cricket in 1992, and then Derbyshire for a few seasons after that. He died aged 59 in 2020. And events, 2008, Yorkshire won the Division 2 title. In comes Thompson for the final ball of the over, and that's flicked down to fine leg by Beddingham. That's gone off his thigh pad, and it's away for 4 leg byes. So Durham move on to 47 for 2. In 2007, India beat Pakistan by runs to win the first T20 World Cup. I think, was that the tournament where Broad got hit for 6 sixes, wasn't it? I was in the press box at Canterbury that week, and it was on in the TV in the background. Durham were hoping to win the title against Kent and just didn't quite get over the line.
Well, I can remember it happening, but
yeah, I think that was against
India. I couldn't tell you exactly when it was.
Yeah, timeline reminded me that about 3 or 4 years ago, I think it was it might have been actually 2019, thinking back. Start of a new over from Hill here, that's gone through to the keeper. Me and my wife and the kids sat on a rainy roundabout on the outskirts of Harrogate near a huge army base watching the team time trial in the World Cycling Championships. So I think that might have been 2019. So that was a Sunday afternoon, and we were going to come back down the following Sunday to watch the road race out on the Yorkshire Dales, and there were just floods everywhere. They had to scrap part of the route and ended up doing more laps around Harrogate than they'd planned. Very, very wet week. Hill comes in, bowls. That's defended on off stump. Quite a bit of bat on it, but also a bit of pad on there as well. So where are we? We 10 to 12. So we started at 10:30 today, as we do in September. So lunch is already on the way in 40 minutes when you just had me breakfast. Seems too early in the day, doesn't it? Lunch at 12:30. Hill, none for 10 so far. Bit of swing on that one, and it's just taken it nicely away from the stumps. And McKinney has got a bit of width there to just drive at that, and he's played that through the covers to the western terrace. The only person in there today is a photographer, way up towards the back of the stand.
They're so lucky, aren't they, these left-handers? Because, there was a very famous gentleman called Geoffrey Boycott. When I was batting with him one day, and I got a half volley out here, he walked down the wicket. He didn't say good shot. He said left-handers get all the bad balls.
Always gracious.
Answer that one.
McKinney on 29, 51 for 2, Durham. This is defended on a length, so the 50 coming up with that boundary after 19.3 overs. See what's happening elsewhere in the country in terms of matches going on today. Load up. Where are we? So here Durham are 51 for 2. Hill around the wicket. Oh, that's the end of McKenny. And there's your third wicket. There's a bowling point for Yorkshire. They moved 7 clear of Durham. And McKenny just lured in. It was a lovely ball there from Hill. He just held it back slightly off the length, but it just nibbled away at just outside the line of off stump. And all 3 wickets to fall today have been off the edge. That was caught behind. And having hit a nice cover drive for 4, McKinney's gone. And Durham having a spot of bother here. He's gone for 29. And they are 51 for 3. So 46 added there. 19.5 overs.
Just the perfect length here at Headingley. Drag the batsman forward. A little bit of shape from the arm, and then just a little bit of nip. And, you know, a difficult delivery to manage. Got a fine nick through to wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow, and Yorkshire have got what they wanted. Puts them back in a very strong position again, because the 2 Durham lads have, you know, they were edging their way forward to getting out of a real mess, as they were at 7 for 2. But, you know, at 51 for 3 now, I think that Yorkshire would feel as though they're in the driving seat. And here comes a former Yorkshire cricketer walking to the crease.
Yeah, well, Rhodes got a century last week in the draw against Worcestershire, but has struggled this season since he arrived from Warwickshire, to the point where he was dropped from the county championship side. But then Colin Ackerman was struggling as well, so Rhodes replaced him last week. He was born in Cottingham, was he? Came from the Cottingham area.
Cottingham.
Yeah.
Well, that's East Yorkshire, isn't it? Out that way, I'm sure. I think Willie's out from that way towards Hull, is it?
Yeah. So Hill taking his 46th wicket of the season there. Yes, Cottingham to Nottingham via Warwickshire.
Actually drove past Cottingham last week, thinking about it. We went to the Deep.
Ah, it's good
in
there.
Hull. It was never been there before. Always wanted to go, and it was fantastic.
Yeah, we went there years ago, and must have been 15 years ago, because my wife was heavily pregnant with our second child, who is now 15. So Hill round the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes plays a full-length delivery to short mid-wicket, no run there. That is the end of the over. So Durham 51 for 3 up against it here, having chosen the bat. They need a big partnership from somewhere if they're going to put enough runs on the board and get enough bonus points out of this match to stay up. What's going on elsewhere? Let's have a look. So Somerset playing Essex in Chelmsford. Somerset batting. They chose to bat. They're 85 for 1. Notts need to win, or better, Surrey this week. Notts are at home to Warwickshire. Warwickshire 39 for 1. Surrey down at Hampshire 45 for 4. So Hampshire have a bowling point there. So they've opened their gap on Durham to 3. Worcestershire 71 for 4 at home to Sussex, who Worcestershire already relegated. So that's how things look there. I'll dive out. We'll get Doidgy back in a sec. As Thompson continues from the Howard stand end of the ground. Beddingham plays this out through towards deep square leg for 1 run. Durham 52 for 3. It's clouded over a bit since the sunshine of earlier, so 1 or 2 people in t-shirts downstairs, but the majority in jumpers and a few coats on show as well. Rhodes then, the left-hander, facing Thompson from around the wicket. Running in towards us, Rhodes defends, 1 off stump. coming up to 2 minutes to midday. Isn't any rain forecast until about Saturday. I think there might be some passing showers on Saturday, but the next few days appear to be fairly pleasant. Will we still be here on Saturday? That's a question, isn't it? Thompson in again, bowls. Rhodes plays that off towards the covers, no run there.
I've sat here a few times in recent years, Marty, and speculated on things like that after 2 or 3 early
and
wickets.
You are here on the Saturday.
It plays really well, yeah.
Yeah, it's, well, that match I mentioned earlier when Durham lost the 2 openers in Scarborough for no runs, and then that didn't finish until the Saturday tea time. I think that was a Wednesday start. Rhodes on strike, yet to get off the mark. He is now as he flicks this down towards long leg. And that takes him up to the other end. I'll go and dial into Newcastle.
Due to come in the 21st then. Marty back after his little update. Bellingham 44 deliveries for his 12. Couple of boundaries, 70 minutes out there in the middle. It's not been easy for him. Credit to, I think, all 4 of the Yorkshire bowlers going at just over 2.5 and over so far, as Bellingham again just dropping that ball short of length into the offside. Enjoy the cricket hum while you can, folks, for the final time this season. Although it's not, cricket's not done and dusted for some of us. Anybody else going to the Ashes? I'll be down there for the Adelaide and Melbourne Test. Really looking forward to that. Here comes Jordan Thompson running directly towards us in the com box. That ball just angled in again towards the right-handed Bellingham, who defends. So end of 21 overs. 12 o'clock passes, 53-4-3. You can get in touch on Jonathan Doidge or Jonathan.Doidge at BSkyB on Blue Sky, or on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Now, you know that I've had problems with getting some of those as the season's gone on. If we can download a few now. Meanwhile, George Hill from the Kirkstall Lane end. Tremendous season with the ball. Picked up a wicket here already. That most recent one of Ben McKinney. First ball to Will Rhodes there. He induces a drive from the Yorkshireman. James Wharton diving to his left with a good piece of fielding to prevent the addition to the score. Hill makes his way in again. Solid defensive push, this time by Will Rhodes. It's falling around the various grounds that you heard. Surrey in a spot of bother early doors. Stephen Gardner says R.I.P. Dickie, great Yorkshireman and ambassador for our wonderful game. And George Hill in again, very wide on the crease, angled in once more towards Will Rhodes and dropped into the leg side. George, a skinny average in 2025, where he's obviously staked a claim at least on some international honours. Had to go with the Lions against India A earlier in the season. So he's on the radar. As once again, Rhodes has to be watchful and blocks this. Matt Milnes goes through a few looseners. Could be coming back on for a second go before the lunch break. Largely sunny morning here. It's been at Headingley on this hybrid pitch, which sees George Hill bowl wide of off stump and Will Rhodes step across and then leave. One ball to come in this 22nd over then. Hill in, driven. Have a look at George Hill's figures for the season in a moment. Just wondering if we're going to see Matt Milnes come into the attack once again now. Yep, he is going to replace Jordan Thompson then at the Howard stand end, open the bowling from this Kirkstall lane end. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8 so far for Matt Milnes.
From the Howard stand Matt Milnes.
And the golden voice of Howard Ferguson confirms that theory. 2 slips in place now for Milnes. George Hill at first, Adam Lyth at second. Finley Bean is out at gully. Agarwal at point. There's a cover sweeper now, James Wharton. Bess at mid-off. White at mid-on. Thompson's gone into straight mid-wicket. And Ravis is way down at long leg, and Marty's back.
Here comes Milne. And that's played out through the covers by Beddingham for 1 run. He got the wicket of Lees earlier on, caught for 3 in the slips. Did you get knocked off air a moment ago?
Yes.
Is it back on now?
Yeah, well,
Lights are on. The lights are on, but no one's home.
I think so. If you can't hear us, send us a message.
Yeah. Lots of passing cloud here. So 1 minute we've got bright sunshine, the next we're in the shade. So sunshine it is at the moment, but that will change shortly. The far end of the ground is in shade because of the shadows from the football stand, the rugby stand. In comes Milnes. That's played down to mid on, no run there. Did you say Milnes is going back to Kent? He did actually play for Durham Seconds and Durham Union 2014-2015. Notts 2018, and then Kent from 2019 to 22. And he played for Plumtree Cricket Club in the Nottingham Premier League, as did David Beddingham, the Durham batsman. Round the wicket comes the bowler. Rhodes defends this one, rolls down to the bowler's end, no run there. So Beddingham was at Plumtree when Durham were notified about his presence. .54 for 3. Bowler comes round the wicket. Rhodes plays this up to mid on, no run there. And the sun's gone back in again, just like that. Now there is a plane heading towards us at height, but from our angle it looks like a spaceship, like a rocket just going into space. The angle we're looking at that there.
Yeah.
You'd think a rocket had just been launched over Emily Moor there and was heading up into the atmosphere.
Maybe it's heading for Settle.
Well, Milnes round the wicket bowls. Rhodes turns this through mid-wicket off towards the western terrace. It's going across the field quite quickly and it'll go for 4. Takes him on to 9. Is it already on there? Have they added the run already? Takes him on to 5.
Yeah, some days they're right on it.
That run was on, that boundary was on there before the ball had crossed the rope, I think.
They're just about crossing the middle, the 2 batters, and then it goes on.
.58.43. Bit of a delay before the next ball is bowled. Just Johnny Bairstow, the skipper, just altering his field slightly. As Milnes comes in. Oh, that's a cracking lead from Rhodes. That had a good look at the off stump as it went through. End of the over. So Bedingham on 13 will be on strike. Rhodes on 5. Partnership is just 7. Durham really do need to get into lunch without losing anybody else here. Having elected the bat, they're 3 down. 58 for... He says he's finding it astounding that they're playing the young leg spinner again.
First point in this match, 9 more required to secure a First Division future, as that's to the inside of Beddingham's bat. Marty's pointing out a big bumblebee.
That's probably the biggest bee I think I've ever seen. That was massive, that. It's the size of a squash ball.
It's been
staring at you for the last half hour.
Fed on a pint of Yorkshire bitter. Malcolm says, hi, sad the loss of Dickie Bird. Good start by Jack White and Milnes. Lot to do if we're going to get the points. Come on, you tykes. As Hill bowls and Bedingham defends into the offside. Martin Bloomfield has taken a lot of time to send us in a limerick. He says, morning JD. Firstly, may I say how sad I was to learn of the passing of Dickie Bird, MBE, OBE, such a gentleman, and will be greatly missed by all. I haven't sent a limerick at all this year, so perhaps to lighten the mood, I send you an offering. Apologies for any iffy rhyming in places. For example, try as I might, I couldn't think of a by Bedingham for a single. He's on 14 now, 59, because the changes of ball has done now to enthrall the spectators who roundly said boo, brackets Kookaburra. More to come in a sec because Hill comes in and bowls and Rhodes defends. In T20s we wallowed in mire. Our performance left nought to inspire, and with 200 plus we got chucked under bus in Queen's Park neath the town's crooked spire. Oh yes.
Oh yeah, the never-ending failure to win at Chesterfield. How many years is that now?
8.
8.
Our fondest farewells are well meant as our team is receiving a dent. 2 JTs will be gone when the season is done, and Matt Milnes, well, he's off back to Kent. Still more to come after this George Hill delivery, which is dropped into the leg side by Rhodes, no run. Other players made their mark like young Willie. Luxton's his name. Then there's Hilly, James Wharton, that catch in the Scarbados match, and Matt Revis, chief supporter is Lily. Now we all apprehensively wait ECB to determine team's fate. Status quo or demotion, we have only a notion. The decision's decidedly late.
When was this written? Yesterday?
Well, it came in this morning. Here's Hill. And again, Rhodes defends to complete the over at 59 for 3. He finishes, I was taught always end on a high, not just simply aspire to get by. It's not all doom and gloom. Some are over the moon to explain. I shall now tell you why. The girls in Tier 2 up their game with a trophy, enhancing their fame. Now their season has run, and it's up to Tier 1. Sarah Glenn in their ranks, a fine gain. Super effort that. Thank you very much indeed, Martin. Very well constructed, thought out, and your English teacher, I'm sure, would be proud.
I'm wondering if his English teacher would think that was too long. Surely there's got to be a maximum length for a limerick.
Well, I think there'd be fairly harsh English teacher.
That's more of a poem than a limerick.
I think there'd be a fairly harsh English teacher if they thought that, Martin.
Rules is rules. 59 for 3. Who's this boy? It's Milnes, isn't it? The scoreboard's got the light against the wrong person. It's Milnes bowling. They've got Hill lit up, but he bowled the last over. Now it catches up. He had conspire at the end of one sentence there. He could have had the Shire at the end of the next sentence. That would have gone well.
Martin, I can give you Marty's address if you'd like to go up and punch him on the nose or something like that.
Punch him on the nose. I was just thinking of other things
no,
that
I was
could have been included.
Give him your address.
Oh, all right. Nice ball defended on a length there by Bedingham.
There's a challenge. Durham listening supporters, who's got a limerick to sum up your season?
That wasn't a limerick, was it? It was a poem. Because the limerick's only 4 lines long.
I thought it was 5.
Well, I'll go for 4.5. I don't know, but they're short, aren't they? There was a young man from Belgium.
That's 5.
Yeah, that's 5. Yeah. Well, that was very much more longer than that, so that was obviously a poem.
You cannot criticise somebody's limerick.
I don't know where you think you are now in the world, but
when you can't get your limerick,
I'm going for
South Wales. Limerick rules right. I mean, come on.
Next ball is bowled by Milnes, and it's played by Bedingham up to White at mid-on. Bright sunshine again now in Leeds. The curved roof sections on the Howard Stand are reflecting the sun towards us. It's also catching on I think that's a building down in Leeds city centre that it could be reflecting back to us. Something on the roof of the rugby stand in the corner of the ground. Next ball is the same as the last ball. Bowled and played to White at mid-on. No run there. 14 minutes to lunch on day 1 here.
If you get your bins out and look, in that general direction, you might see as far as Limerick, Marty.
You reckon? Just over those bushes. It's just beyond Bingley, isn't it? Just over the back of the hedge of Bingley. 59 for 3. Milnes right arm over now to Bedingham. This one's gone up to White as well. No run there. So Leeds won at the weekend, didn't they? Weren't they playing Wolves, was it? Yeah, down there. My cousin was down there at Molineux for that one. Sunderland earned a plucky point against Villa, who, I have to say, I thought Sunderland played really well. I thought Villa were really poor. Very lacklustre. But they did get their first goal of the season, but 10-man Sunderland came back to get an equaliser.
Yeah, it's not been a great start for Villa, has it?
No. All Wolves. Last ball of the over. Bedingham drives at this one. It's gone up to mid-off. No run there. That is the end of the over. So Milnes for 13, 8 overs, 4 maidens now. 59 for 3 the score. The overs have we had? 25.
Yorkshire have been pretty good this season at getting through. Yeah, it's a struggle for just about every side, unless they're bowling spinners, to get through the 32 in a session. But they've been up there with all seam at 30-ish, generally speaking. They're not going to get those in, are they? Because only 12 minutes before lunch, and they've bowled 25 so far. So they're going to be behind the clock in that respect, and would not want to surrender any points, of course, for a slow over rate. We've seen it done to a few sides this season. As that is chipped by Will Rhodes out into the offside. It was nowhere near reaching Jack White's hands at mid-off. He had to run round away to his right.
It's a bit of an optical illusion, wasn't it? Really?
Yeah, just a little bit of a false shot, though. So 60 for 3 with that single.
They prepared 2 wickets for this one. I presume the other one is the wicket to the left as we look. Because I was told one was quite green and the other was quite flat.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. So they're playing on the flat one, which looks like it hasn't been that long since it was last used.
Here comes Hill again, and Bedingham punches to mid-off. No run. Yeah, well, as I mentioned, I don't know if you were in the box at the time, Richard Robinson, groundsman, confirmed it's a hybrid pitch, and it has been used in the 100 only. So I don't know how many matches it was used for, but...
So when's the last time Yorkshire played here? They obviously played some T20s here, didn't they?
Pad out, yeah. T20s will be the last, wouldn't it? So when did they come to an end? Group stages, July?
Yeah.
That's punched into the offside by Beddingham, and Milnes does the fielding.
Because they met Durham for the first time in York this year. That was when Matthew Potts got a fifer.
Yeah.
Coming out of the Stadium of Light the other day, and it was actually more than a month before Sunderland's next home game, which I think might be against Wolves sometime in October.
This is the first championship match here, as that's turned to leg where Jordan Thompson fields, and there's no run. It's the first championship game here since the match that began on the 23rd of May, so bang on.
Wow.
You know, just over 4 months, in fact.
Wow.
4 months and a day since the start of the last Champo game here.
They played Essex in York and they played Sussex in Scarborough, didn't they? Have they played anyone else in Scarborough?
Yeah, sorry. Hill bowling to Rhodes here at 61 for 3, and Will playing out into the offside, and James Wharton does the fielding.
As outgrounds go now then, Jonathan, where does York fit in the scheme of things compared to Scarborough for you?
When you say for me,
because everybody
preferences?
looks forward to going to Scarborough, don't they? There's still something about being in Scarborough. It's still got that traditional feel, the seaside, and despite the fact it chucked it down a couple of years ago, we hardly saw any play. But
yeah, here's Hill in. That's turned square on the leg side by Rhodes and fielded by Jordan Thompson. They've got through for a single to complete the 26th over at 62 for 3, with Beddingham 15 and Rhodes on 7, and George Hill 7 overs and 1 maiden 1 for 18. I'd say I enjoy going to both places very much, really. You know, that there's those little pros and cons, and I suppose, you know, we get a bit one-eyed in this respect, Marty. Everybody does, doesn't they? Because they see it from their own personal point of view. From ours, or from mine, I think you know, there's something very, very special about Scarborough that you're not going to be able to ever recreate anywhere else. But the place does need an upgrade. You know, there's no question about that. York, you know, is the business, if you like, for an outground where you're going to turn up for a few days cricket a year. It's a very well organised event or series of events there. Different feel. I think, you know, just the way you watch cricket at Scarborough, you just about everywhere on the ground, you're over the ground. It gives you a lovely feel, doesn't it? You somehow feel closer to the players. And as you say, it's got that history and tradition that would take, you know, York a long, long time to build. You know, whoever's going to be sitting doing, you know, commentaries in 100 years' time might be saying the same things about York.
Be done by AI by then. Start of a new over here as Rhodes plays a delivery from Milnes with a new bat. He's just changed his bat, so the previous one lasted until he got to 7. Durham 62 for 3. I haven't covered a game at York. Sort of a bigger, wider piece of land, isn't it? They have the sort of temporary seating and stuff there.
Yeah, like, yeah. There's always,
so where do you commentate from there?
There are always pros and cons. So the balcony on the clubhouse at first floor level.
Milnes round the wicket here to Rhodes. Oh, that sneaks in and nearly gets through his defences. He collapses on the shot very late there. No run. So are you in the open air then, or do you have cover?
You're in the open air.
So you're open to the elements then?
They kindly had a canopy fitted before the start of was it this season or last? God dear me, memories. But once the wind gets up, as it did in one of the matches this year, you've got to put that away. So you're just hoping it's not going to rain in the wind when you're sitting there. So that's got a practical issue for you, I guess, from our point of view as broadcasters.
Milnes turned one-handed by Rhodes off towards deep square leg for 1 towards the western terrace. So he moves on to 8. I think I've probably still got it in my bag, but I do. I've got some of those charity clothing collection bags, which I keep in my case because at one time, going to Leicester, you could have invariably be sitting outside if it was a T20 and varying other places. So I have stuff there that I can actually put all the kit in to protect it from the elements. But obviously, if it's heavy rain, you've got to disconnect it all and get it indoors, haven't you?
Yeah.
63 for 3 here. Beddingham is on 15. As Milnes comes in, right arm over. He bowls, that is defended. No run there.
Yeah, I mean, somebody was emailing in early asking for highlights of the season, and a personal highlight for the season for me was going on a rant at York when somebody moaned about the sound quality. Because you're sitting out there you're live on the first floor balcony with an effects mic trailed over it and some supporters down there having a chat. Not sure what you expect to hear when you're at
it's a
cricket
bit
ground.
like covering a game at South Northumberland where everybody's in the VIP section downstairs. You basically turn the Atmos mic off come afternoon time. Bingham plays this next ball from Milnes out in the offside, no run there. I think probably, mentioned some challenging places to commentate from in the past. A one-day game in the one-day cup with Beckenham in 2021 where nothing worked. Couldn't get on air initially. There was no internet, no electricity. Then when we did eventually get on air, we looked up to tell the listeners the score. The scoreboard wasn't working, so that was fun. First trip to Grantham, looking out from our marquee to realise the scoreboard was actually behind us. Couldn't see that. In comes Milnes, that's defended by Beddingham on off stump. End of the over. And the next time we went to Grantham, they had learned by that, so the press marquee was placed to a different corner of the ground so you could actually see the scoreboard. Just the one run from there, and the famous one having to do my 4 days of reports underground at Stockton, because the only place I could actually find a spare line to report from was in the cellar underneath the bar at Stockton Cricket Club, with no view of the outside world, obviously. So that was fun. But the technology's improved, hasn't it? We've got this piece of kit now where you can more or less broadcast from anywhere, and it's got these different little aerials on it, and it can zone in on all kinds of different mobile phone networks. And gives you so much more freedom.
Yeah, George Hill bowling here to Will Rhodes, who drives that up to mid-on, fielded there by Milnes. No run. Yeah, this is actually going to be the official retirement of my broadcasting kit here, isn't it? If we're not using ISDN facilities next year.
Well,
it's been a good old stick, this.
Yeah,
25 years
ISDN technology was originally developed for companies like B&Q and Marks and Spencer's to send all their sales figures to HQ.
Hill bowls, driven by Rhodes, but straight to White at mid-off, no run.
But my kit's been updated so it can now use broadband and varying other bits and bobs. So ISDN, I don't think it's not being installed anywhere anymore, is it? It's now considered old technology with broadband and super fast fibre and all that malarkey.
Well, I think the theory was that BT were going to switch it off, if you like, at the end of 2025. That was the last I heard. 63 for 3. We have 4 balls left in this over, which may probably take us to the end of the session. Hill wide on the crease, and Rhodes watchful once again, turns that to Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket. There is no run.
When I first started commentating on the games, there was no internet. I don't think you had any internet. It might have been in its infancy. Well, I say when I first started commentating, when I first started reporting on Durham matches in 2000, the internet had come along by the time we were doing commentaries in 2004, but invariably couldn't get access to the internet if you were at a ground.
Yeah, George Hill. 3 to come in the over as the beating of Will Rhodes and thuds into the thigh pad. He's just flexing the left knee. And that would have given it a good thwack. You could hear that. Johnny Bairstow has now taken to running from the back of the stumps all the way down to have a chat with George Hill. He'll do this now and again. Steve O'Shaughnessy wonders what it's all about.
It's funny to think in terms of technology how far we've come in such a short period of time, because Wi-Fi is everywhere now, and it was such a rarity that not that long ago, wasn't it? Still remember moving in our first flat and having a dial-up service. If you wanted to download a music track, it took about 10 minutes or something.
Here's Hill, and Rhodes turns that one to leg and there is no run. You'll be talking about 4-digit telephone numbers next. With phones
Well,
in
I
the
remember
house.
when I was a kid and we used to go and go on
Landlines.
holiday to mid Wales. The phone number there was just 3 digits.
Ted Rogers, 321.
Yeah. So
12:30 has ticked over, so this will be
we don't fit morning.
This will be the final delivery of the session. Matt Milnes again had a word with George Hill, and he's just putting himself in a position just one strip to the leg side of where Will Rhodes is batting, probably the best part of 20 yards from the bat. As if a catch might be hit that way, but it was wide of off stump and left. 28 completed overs on the first morning of this final day of the championship season for these two sides. Beddingham not out 15, Rhodes not out on 8. 63 for 3 with Milnes 1 for 14 from 9 overs and 4 maidens. George Hill 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Jack White picked up 1 for 15 off 6 overs, 3 of which were maidens. Just Jordan Thompson 5 overs, 2 maidens, 12 runs. Finished the session wicketless, but plenty of time to put that right during the afternoon. Tough one for Durham, having won the toss and decided to bat first, but they are 3 down at 63 on the board. And while they take a breather, we'll do the same ourselves, and we'll see you in just under 40 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
This is where it all started, at my school, at Rayleigh School here in Barnsley. I was captain at football team and the cricket team, so that's where it all started. Yeah, this is your life, the Red Book, of course, which I am so very, very proud of. It was a surprise and a shock when I went as a subject of This Is Your Life. Wonderful memories throughout my life, throughout my career. And when you think I had all this in my house, it's just amazing. The best test umpire I have ever seen. There will never be another like touching Vivian. Sir Vivian Richards. That's marvellous, that. It's very special when you see these compliments from these great players, which around the museum, the quotes from them. Sir Vivian Richards, of course, Sir Garfield Sobers, Richard Hadley, Dennis Lilly, and people like this. And then, of course, the Prime Ministers and John Major, of course, Sir John Major, the Duke of Edinburgh, the Queen, and all these tributes, as you say, are wonderful things. Wonderful. I really appreciate them. Things that I really treasure. I was really shocked and stunned because really it was the pinnacle of my career and my life to be made president of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. I never thought that I would ever reach that height, an humble lad from the backgrounds of Barnsley here, and I'm so proud of my own upbringing, and I'm proud of Barnsley and the place where I was born, and I'm so very proud. In fact, we were just We've talked earlier, I was born just 25 yards away from the town hall, so there's nobody more about than I am. But when I was asked to be president by these wonderful gentlemen, I couldn't believe it. I was completely stunned, I was shocked, and I shed a few tears. Well, this is where my statue is the exact spot where I was born. There were a row of oak terraced houses, only about 3 on here, and that's where my statue, exact spot where the house was, the terraced house was. And my father used to practice with me hours behind the wall there, in the park, small little park. He used to practice football and cricket with me for hours and hours and hours there. And he helped me, he was a tremendous help to me throughout my career. It's a marvellous feeling to be just to the part of this greatest club. It's the greatest club in the world. I'm name dropping now. I had lunch with Sir Donald Bradman in Sydney in Australia when I was umpiring a test out there. And he said to me, he said, Dickie, the greatest club in the world, Yorkshire County Cricket Club. And that, my chest oozed out and I thought, marvellous. And how true he is. There's nothing like Yorkshire, nothing.
Johnny Batstone, moving up Yorkshire.
Welcome back then from Headingley Stadium, where the players making their way out for the second session on this opening day of Yorkshire versus Durham. Durham winning the toss and deciding that they'd bat first, losing Alex Lees for 3 when the score was on 7, Emilio Gay for 4 when the score was also on 7, and then Ben McKinney for 29 by the time Durham had made it to 51. So 63 for 3 by the lunch break. David Beddingham 15 not out from 61 deliveries. Will Rhodes 8 from 31 balls. And maybe Kevin Sharp alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge with us for this first half hour after lunch. Maybe Kev, not the lunchtime score that I imagined, having chosen to bat first?
No, I mean, you know, it was a beautiful day this morning. There weren't a cloud in the sky initially. I mean, I've not been directly down to see the pitch, but it looks a good one. It's been used, but not that much. It's a hybrid, I believe, which leads you to believe that, you know, you'll get some decent carry and bounce. But Yorkshire have bowled well. They've hit the right areas more often than not. It swung a little, but it seemed and bounced a little. Odd ones kept a bit low, and so they've challenged the Durham batters all morning. They've bowled generally the lengths that you'd want to bowl at Headingley, which is a little bit fuller to get the batsman on the front foot. Occasionally dropped it short, which has been punished, and that tells you that that's not the length to be bowling here. So I think Yorkshire will be very happy there as we stand there in front of the game.
Jordan Thompson, first ball of the afternoon session then to David Beddingham. He's going to be a single, pushed out to Don Bess at extra cover. He got a throw off, but didn't manage to hit from a fairly side-on position. Rob Wilcox says, "Dear Jonathan, I learn a lot from listening to your excellent commentaries, but I never knew that at transatlantic flights called in a Settle (Dales International Airport) on their way to North America."
No.
White Rose Rob. No, nor did I.
There you go then.
Thompson going to bowl here to Will Rhodes, who is solidly behind this and playing back to the bowler, and there is no run. There was a bit of debate about Martin Bloomfield's earlier limerick, as Martin himself called it. Our other Martin, T. Emerson of BBC Newcastle, argued that it is not a limerick because it was too long to be a limerick, and it was actually a poem rather than a limerick. It's Jordan Thompson bowls, and that's nicely worked off the hit by Will Rhodes, backward of square. Agarwal fields, 1 run, 66 for 3. So Martin responds, Bloomfield that is, rather than Emerson. Limerick is actually a form of verse. It is not limited to a particular length. Please see attached evidence. As Martin Emerson will realise, he says, the length of my submission was determined by my attempt to summarise the season. Yeah, I wouldn't really, but thanks for the proof there, Martin. I think as you could gauge from my tone, I wouldn't really worry too much about the argument, the counter arguments against the limerick. It did the job for me. As Beddingham pushes into the offside, and Don Bess does the fielding. So Durham goes without saying, will want to bat for the session without further loss, but Yorkshire encouraged by one of those 10 points that they need from this match to absolutely guarantee First Division status. Picked up those 3 wickets this morning, 1 apiece for Matt Milnes, Jack White and George Hill, and just this man wicketless, Jordan Thompson, bowling to Beddingham. It's not a bad delivery though, with a little bit of nip in towards the right-hander who watched it well. Surrey, meanwhile, are in a lot of trouble against Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl. 83 for 6 down there, having decided to bat first. Looks like a good decision, Kev. Somerset 119 for 1. They're playing Essex at Chelmsford. Worcestershire 91 for 6 at New Road against Sussex. as Beddingham plays out square on the offside to complete 29 overs at 65 for 9. Yorkshire's over rate at the end of that morning session, -1. I've got to scratch my head with these things because, of course, they should have got 32 overs in. They got 28 in, but they're -1.
Well, we'll make up for it.
91 for 7 now, in fact, Worcestershire against Sussex. So that doesn't sound like it's going to be a long game. But things can change, of course.
Yeah, it's been interesting at New Road this year. There's been a lot of wickets fallen. You know, their games have been over quite quickly. Service has just been a little bit more unpredictable this year. So it's been tough for the home team and their home batters.
Jack White is going to start the afternoon session from this Kirkstall Lane end. I was down at Worcester, of course, last week, doing the commentary on the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup League 2 final, which ended up being officially reduced to a T20 match before they even started what should have been a 50-over game, and I think that was a really sensible decision. Make a note in your diary. I'm saying that the ECB made a sensible decision there, Kev, but they did, didn't they? Because the forecast was horrendous for the rest of the day from whatever point it started raining, and the Yorkshire women got the job done good and proper there. Here's Jack White, and that's punched into the offside by Rhodes to Bess, no run. But yeah, I mean, that fantastic win, wasn't it? And they kind of should have done it by 10 wickets, and unfortunately Lauren Winfield got out when the scores were level. 9-wicket win.
Yeah, it was there were discussions with the chief execs and the day before the game, and because looking at the weather forecast and how bad it was, and it was quite clear that we weren't going to get a game in over 50 overs a piece, or 50 and 20 overs to constitute a game.
Here is White once again. That's going to be 4 off the Will Rhodes bat. Just out on the face slightly, was a bit towards the outside edge, but he controlled it well enough to get it through the gap in the cordon. Nobody at home at third man, so he's on to 13. It's 69 for 3. Yeah, and it was just good to see Centre prevail. You know, we know with thousands of games of cricket over the years that are rain affected. Sometimes there's bowl outs. They've had those sort of things over the years, haven't they? Or 5-over slogs. So to get it organised in advance and just say, look, I know it's not perfect, but let's just try and play at least a game of cricket of some sort. And so.
Well, there's not a reserve day for Tier 2, so, you know, it was a real sensible option, and we'll carry on after this ball, Jonathan.
Which is ball number 3 of the 30th over, and that is worked out backward of square on the offside by Rhodes, fielded by Finlay Bean, 1 run.
Yeah, and so the game started at 10:30, a 20-over game, and, you know, Our girls were fabulous. I mean, they limited Glamorgan to 127, I think it was, something like that, which, you know, over 20 overs is... I mean, they were 50 for 1, I believe, I remember, from 6 overs, and then to limit them to 127 was an exceptional effort. And then to watch the 2 girls knock them off like that was just fabulous to watch. It was classy, 2 classy innings from them, and... from Lauren and Erin, and you know, it was great to see them lift the trophy.
Yeah, Jack White in and bowling. That's turned backward of square by Beddingham for 1, 71 for 3, and the 2 Thomases, Erin and Olivia, starring on the day. Olivia picking up the Player of the Match award, but it must have been a relatively close run thing.
Yeah, it would have been, but I mean, she bowled so beautifully, taking those 3 wickets, and the leg spin so accurately and at a good pace is. It's lovely to see us, you know. I mean, they do say that it often takes wrist spinners many, many years to learn your trade, and probably the late 20s is a time when, you know, that you come into your own. But to have the control that she's got and the pace that she bowls it at and spins it is exceptional to watch, and there's a very bright future there for sure.
And I need a thought as well for Erin with the bat. 71 for 3 then, 2 to come in the 30th. And Jack White round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who defends to Thompson at mid-on. No run.
I mean, I've been lucky enough now. I mean, when I came back to live in Yorkshire 6 weeks ago, Coach Richard Pyra asked me if I'd come in and do some work with the girls, and you know, I've been with them for a few weeks now, and I've actually thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been fabulous. It's a great set. They've made me feel particularly welcome, and you know, I'm going to do some more this winter, and it's just great to be back.
It's White again, wide of off stump, and Rhodes leave 71-4-3 after 30. And I'm guessing, just as a top of the head guess, Kev, that Jan, the lovely Mrs. Sharp, she'll be fairly pleased if you're out of the house quite a bit during the winter.
Oh, what makes you say that?
I can't imagine, but I'm just guessing. It's just, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
What do you mean when I told her that I'd been offered a bit more coaching in the winter, that she might be quite pleased to get me out of her hair a little bit?
The thought just had fleetingly occurred to me, Kevin.
Well, she was absolutely gutted that she's not going to see as much of me.
Yeah.
But having said that, gave me her blessing. She'd be listening now, you know.
Here's Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, bowling to Bedingham, who's working that one square on the leg side for 2. Matt Milnes out there in the deep will prevent the boundary.
I could be getting
you might be getting a sharp rebuke on WhatsApp any moment now.
In a minute. No, it's going to be coming. It's not yet, but it could well be.
Your dinner's in the dog and all that, yeah. Bedingham on to 19 with that too, and the visitors 73-4-3 as Jordan Thompson comes pounding in again, and Bedingham just playing away from his body out towards Agarwal. A point, no run. Just in these first few minutes after the lunch break, somehow it's felt like runs are coming more freely.
Yeah, and they haven't bowled badly, have they? They've bowled good areas, but it just does. I mean, obviously the ball is a session old now. So it's it's not likely to do as much now as what it did at the beginning. We know that once the shine and the seam starts to wear a little bit.
Thompson to Bedingham, punches that one firmly out to the sweeping James Wharton in the covers. 1 run.
You know, I mean, even though it does look from up here, it looks fairly dry. There'll be an element of moisture in the surface to start with, because they have to hold it together. And obviously, the first session can be the time when it does, just offer to do something. But there's no doubt, even though they've bowled well, it does look a bit flatter.
74-4-3. Thompson in, and Rhodes pushes to mid-off where White fields, no run. Got Bob Fleming sat alongside, for those who used to watch the Fast Show. Meanwhile, Pete Bandmaid fan says, R.I.P. Dickie, true Yorkshire gentleman and legend. Great start for Yorkshire. Let's hope everything gets decided on the pitch and no interference from the weather up the Tykes. That's on at Jonathan Doidge. As the left-handed Will Rhodes waits. He's on 14. The field walks in as Thompson bowls, and that's turned to the leg side. No run. Bent Nielsen said, afternoon, good start for Yorkshire. Anytime you restrict the opponents to under 70 in a full session and have taken a few wickets is a good session. Far more of that, please, and then followed by some excellent Yorkshire batting, he says. And once again, that's at Jonathan Doidge, or you can get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. As Jordan Thompson makes his way in for the final ball of this 31st over, and that sees Will Rhodes defend to the offside. He's on 14, betting on 20. Partnership for this 4th wicket so far, worth 23 runs. While we're on the subject of the Yorkshire women's team, Kev, a couple of very good signings made in the last month or two, not least the other day, Sarah Glenn.
Sarah started her career in Worcestershire, you know, where I've obviously been coaching for a few years, and obviously has been around the England setup for a fair while now. So, you know, that experience, particularly going back into Tier 1 next year, which will obviously be generally a higher standard. I mean, they're all professionals in that league. So it'll be a good challenge for our team.
Jack White, 2 slips and a gully, hoping for an opportunity, but not with that delivery to Beddingham, which thuds into the thigh pad. Let's just see. Yep, Steve O'Shaughnessy raises the right knee and gives the thigh a tap. 75 for 3. You'd have played against Shawnee a bit back in the day.
Oh yes, quite a character.
Some Roses matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, quite a character. All rounder. Good cricketer. Very good cricketer. He's had a great career out of the game, hasn't he? Coming into umpiring, he's been doing this a while.
Yeah. Rhodes blocks this latest Jack White delivery. Some people, as obviously we've seen with Dickie, can make a sort of a lifetime out of it, can't they? Some people, they just want to turn and walk away when they're finished. Even if they've been successful, they want to go do something else. For some, that passion remains lifelong. They like to be around a cricket field. Maybe, although you can't quite get engaged with the banter when you're officiating, in your own way you can from time to time. Here's White, nicely bowled by Jack White, and Will Rhodes just having to check on that shot slightly.
Unless you're Dickie Bird, of course, you can get involved in the banter.
Yeah,
it's interesting how you get, guys choosing to go into umpiring, others go into coaching. From a personal perspective, I don't think I could have kept still for long enough. 6 hours, I think I'd have needed to move around a bit more.
What were you saying there, Jam? You couldn't shut up for long enough, is that what you were saying? There's White, and that's turned through mid-wicket by Rhodes. He's timed that one nicely, but Matthew Revis, he's going to cut it off a yard or so in from the east side boundary rope, and 2 runs to Will Rhodes takes him to 16, and the score 77 for 3.
It's a better surface now, isn't it? You can feel it, can't you? You can see it. Durham will want to now rebuild and take advantage of this. So this is a really, it's always crucial, but I think this hour now, if Yorkshire can pick up another couple of wickets, then I think it'll make a lot of difference to the outcome of the game.
Jack White angles that one in again, and Rhodes once more. He's pushing at that, isn't he? Reasonably firmly. You can tell it's not quite there for him to drive as he presumably was think might do. Jack White's bowling an interesting length here, just trying to get players forward. He's managing to do that the vast majority of the time. It's good stuff.
Perfect length at Headingley. Just getting the batsman forward, good length, allowing it to, if there's any movement in any shape or form, either keeping low, bouncing or nipping, you'll get the benefits from it.
Here he comes again, this time a little bit straighter and worked to leg by Rhodes. Revis doing the fielding, and that will complete over number 32. Jack White, 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 against his name, and he made his name, I guess, with Northamptonshire, but he's kind of doing it again with Yorkshire this season. And when you look around the domestic game, there'll have been few more effective signings from a domestic player who's moved from one club to another in 2025 than Jack White. No,
I think bowlers are priceless, aren't they? I mean, if you look at, counties looking for players, generally it will be a bowler before a batter. There's plenty of batters around who are probably not quite playing a lot of first team cricket, who are still good cricketers, but there's less bowlers around.
Here's an all-rounder in Jordan Thompson, that one wide off stump, and Beddingham leaves, hoping to get JT up in the com box when playing commitments allowed during this week. See if we can induce a tear or two in the young man. He's certainly emotional about leaving the place.
Well, once you've worn the white rose, you'll always carry it with you, Jonathan.
Here he is, short of length this time, and punched off the back foot by Beddingham out to James Wharton. 1 run. Beddingham 21 now, 78 for 3. He's given good service to the White Rose over the last 7 seasons. Remember that debut down at Guildford in, I think it was June of 2019. About wearing the White Rose for the first time at first team level. Sees himself, I think, in our seats at some point in the future. He's done a good job when he's come on comms. As Will Rhodes works that one square on the leg side for Agger Field, another single, so they're just keeping things ticking here.
He won't be taking your place, Jonathan, will he? You've got a few years left in you yet, haven't you?
I think he'll still be playing by the time this whole thing comes to an end. But yeah, he said after, I did an interview with him last week at Sussex, ahead of this match, and he finished recording with me. Thanks, Tomo, for not sensing the media moment there, and then proceeded to tell Chris Waters of the Yorkshire Post that he wanted to play for England in white ball cricket. As he's flicked this one off his legs, that's a lovely shot by David Beddingham. Just over pitching on leg stump Jordan Thompson. That's always going to go at this level. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think the key for Yorkshire now is really to keep this as tight as possible and try and drain the runs down, because anything that's just half volley-ish or a bit of width looks as though it's going to disappear at the minute. It's a better surface. So Yorkshire, I think primarily they just need to just drain the runs, keep it tight, and I'm sure that if they can do that for a period of 3 or 4 overs, they'll get some reward.
83 for 3. That's better. Just outside off stump and dropped into the offside by Beddingham for 1. So yeah, having told Chris that he wanted to play for England, he's talking about in T20 cricket, and he did say that he said, I've been bugging Brookie all summer since he got the white ball job for England, bugging him for a go. And he said, I won't go away. He's not kind of given in yet. He's not really bitten, but that's a genuine ambition for him still before he hangs up his boots. Oh, should have been a wicket there for Jordan Thompson as well in his final match at Headingley. And unlike him, George Hill has put it down at slip to his left. It was a genuine edge from Will Rhodes, and he survives. Dropped on 17. He's now on 19 with the 2 he made from that. And it's 86 for 3 after 33.
Yeah. That's probably 2 gone down a slope. There's a difference at Headingley in the carry. I mean, often when bowlers bowling from here, from the main pavilion, bowling just down the hill, it tends to keep lower when you're catching it slip, and when you're coming up this way, it tends to it just slightly up there. There's often a little bit more bounce. I mean, I can remember in the day I was coaching that we always used to practice at the bottom end where it kept a bit lower, but because that was nearest the dressing room, that's where you practice. But we did, then decide at times to change it round and practice at this end as well.
Here's Jack White then. Beddingham solidly behind that and defends. No run. So 84 for 3 when that one went down. Actually, when you look at it for a second time, it's still a catchable chance for a first slip fielder, sharp as George. But it was away to his left, wasn't it? I think he's probably got both hands on it. It wasn't straight in. Yorkshire did have an issue last week, of course, where First and second slip looked at each other as the ball went between them at a very catchable height down at Hove. And Don Best later claimed responsibility. He was the man at first at the time. It was George that was bowling. Beddingham, meanwhile, punches one away into the deep on the offside, off the bowling of Jack White. Single to him.
He's very strong there off the back foot, isn't he?
Yeah.
He makes that look so easy. You know, punching it. I mean, Yorkshire have covered that shot now by having a man out there. So it's not going for a boundary, it's going for a single.
And plenty of applause ringing round. Mayank Agarwal seems to have taken upon himself to be the clapper out there, doing the same job at Hove last week as White's latest delivery is left by Rhodes. I was mentioning George earlier on, not that he's bowling right this moment in time, but as Marty said this morning when he picked up the wicket of McKinney, 46 now for the season. He came into this match with an average of 17.37, which is superb for a seam bowler. Has very often had the cherry this year. And for this man, Jack White, I'll bring his figs in a moment because he's in and bowling. And Rhodes turns that one to mid-on. And there is no run. Jack White's strength as a bowler?
Well, he's tall, isn't he? He hits the pitch hard, and he generally bowls in good areas. It looks to me as though he hits the seam. Not been too much evidence of swing today, but that could be on another day. But you know, he gets a little bit of bounce as well. I mean, he's got some height, hasn't he?
38 wickets for Jack now in Championship cricket this season as he bowls here, and that's drilled into the ground by Rhodes. Half a hand on it from White helps Best to do the fielding. So yeah, 38 wickets now for Jack. He came into this match averaging 24.27. He's not taken a fifer yet, surprisingly, but he's had a lot of those matches, as you might imagine, from 37 wickets where he's picked up 2s and 3s, and he's always in the game, and you feel like you're always in the game when he's got the ball in his hand.
Well, he's a trusted bowler, isn't he? You know, you can bring him on at any part of the game and he's going to do a job for you.
Ball of the 34th is defended by Rhodes, and it's fair to say, I think it's very fair to say, that Yorkshire were not at their best with the ball in either of the last 2 weeks matches away, but so far their return to Headingley has seen them to better effect.
Well, they know what they've got to do. They haven't got to lose this match. They know that. And if they don't lose that match, then all will be well. But of course, there'll be. It's like any time you go out to play a game of cricket, you do your best not to think about other circumstances and what's around you and what's happening in other games, and play to the best of your ability with a view to wanting to win. So that will be the intention.
You heard it here first, folks. Beddingham on strike. And we'll do a change in Mo as he works that one away to the leg side. Going to pick up a couple to mid-wicket. A jump for Yorkshire's second scorer. That's saying handily, but yeah. This is react to the other side bubble 28 over there might one on board. You might a little bit more than that. In he says, afternoon, over a time played in session, minor time allowed by umpires. I'll go through again, because Dustin's bowling and Beddingham defence. So it's time played in session, minus time allowed by umpires. He hit my arm so strong down at
a big range
just down the road, yeah. Minus 2.5 minutes for each wicket. Okay, so time played in session minus time allowed by umpires minus 2.5 minutes for each wicket. That total is then divided by 3.75 brackets the time an over should take, and the resultant figure is compared to the actual number of overs bowled. Simples. Beddingham turns this one to Revis at mid-wicket, no run.
Did you not know that? I mean, you know, algebra was always one of my strengths at school. I've just had a message from my wife, Jonathan.
Does it say E equals MC squared?
She says Jonathan is spot on. So,
Thanks, John.
There you
That's
go.
enough said.
What can I say? I'm astounded.
She'll not mind then when you're selling. You've got that flight booked for to go watch some Ashes cricket as well.
Ooh, Ashes cricket in Australia.
Bettingham on 29. Thompson bowls. And Bettingham solidly behind it. He does. I know he's, according to what Martin's been telling us, watching him, every week, that he's had an indifferent season by comparison to the massively high standards he set last year. But he's always looked, when I've watched him, really good, compact, solid player.
Well, he's got time, hasn't he? That's the thing when you watch it. It looks easy. You're obviously going to get the odd good delivery that beats the bat, but generally it makes it look quite easy, and he's got loads of time.
Thompson is in, and that's worked out into the offside by said batter, David Bettingham. Another single to him takes him to 30. Durham, who were at one stage 51 for 3, have added a further 39 without further loss. Jordan Thompson, who would certainly feel like he should have had a wicket in his previous over, none for 29 so far, but he's been pretty tidy, couple of maidens, and he's about to bowl final ball of this, the 35th over. We'll bring Marty in on the back of this, Kev, so if you want to stand by for a change, you can pop yourself over here. Jordan Thompson is in. Oh, short ball, surprise tactic, and it nearly worked for Jordan Thompson. His cue ended that Will Rhodes, and it's lobbed up in the air and just dropped in no man's land, not too far from the non-striker's end. So Jordan Thompson will be cursing his luck in the last couple of overs, but he's not picked up a wicket just yet in this final match for him at Headingley. Marty is back alongside, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of he and Sharpie.
Capable's doing a lot of carrying there, I reckon. Just clouded over a bit here. It's got a little bit overcast and grey, and bowling conditions may just be favouring the fielding team again at the moment. White ball in hand. He's going to bowl from the Kirkstall Lane end to Bettingham on 30. Partnership's worth 39 now. Bettingham plays it out through the covers towards the stand for 1 run. He's been very methodical, David Bettingham. Been out there a long time. He's not had much in the way of form to talk about this season because of injury, broken toe earlier in the year, and then when he was fit to play again, he was off with South Africa. And in the few games he's played for Durham, he's been trying to get back into the groove. He was the top run maker in the country last year with 1,331 championship runs. Rhodes is on 19. So the bowler comes in here, and that is defended. So Rhodes was dropped the first slip on 17, was he? Or was he on 17, was it?
Yeah, around that.
Who was it? Who was bowling?
Jordan Thompson from the bottom end. After.
Right. There's no rain forecast, but looking at this rather low grey cloud that's sitting over us at the moment, just drifted in from the east. It's plonked itself right on top of us at the moment. White bounds in, comes around the wicket. Rhodes places up to mid-off. Run there.
Well, having known Headingley quite well, it normally comes from over there, Martin, from Manchester.
Yeah, but today it isn't, though, is it? It's
no, it doesn't normally rain when it comes from the east. It's coming from Siberia.
Yeah.
It's just cold.
Yeah. Plenty of encouragement down on the field for the players here. Something you've not really heard much on the field from Durham in recent weeks. As Rhodes plays this to mid-off. No run there.
Yeah, it's Durham have looked very comfortable since lunch. I think Jonathan and I were saying, Martin, that the pitch is not quite doing as much now. The ball's wearing a little bit.
Yeah, what over? Is it 36th over are we into?
Yes, indeed. And anything that's just been slightly offline has been punished. These two have played very, very well. And talking about the lad Beddingham, he looks a fine player. Not that I've seen too much of him, but he's just got so much time.
White round the wicket. Rhodes forward to this one, just defends it. No run there. Final game of the season, this one then. And just discussing along in the press room, scores elsewhere. Something that Durham supporters will not want to hear from Hampshire is that Surrey are 105 for 6. So Hampshire have gained 2 bowling points in that game. So they've opened up a 4-point gap on Durham. And somebody said to me, have you seen the Surrey team? And there's a few names in there that people don't recognise. Wide in again, this is defended once more. Dot balls so far here in this over. And that is the end of the over, 91 for 3. So I'm looking at the scorecard. Burns is playing. Dom Sibley got 300 against Durham. Ryan Patel, Ben Foakes, Dan Lawrence. So there's a lad called Ollie Sykes, Ralphie Albert, Matthew Fisher, James Taylor and Raoul Chahar. So no Dan Worrell, for instance. Interesting selection. Somerset in Chelmsford. Essex, one of 5 teams, of course, who could go down, but they had a 10-point lead on Durham. Somerset at Chelmsford, 136 for 1, so Essex haven't picked up any bowling points there yet. It's raining in Nottingham, where Warwickshire is 70 for 1 against Notts. Notts have I think there's a 13 or 14 point lead at the top of the table. 14. Floodlights are coming on here. Worcestershire are relegated. They are playing Sussex as in comes bowler for a start of a new over, and some fantastic footwork there. Some keepy-ups from Jordan Thompson. I think there's a Walsall scout in the ground, maybe signing him on.
He's a Leeds United fan.
Is he? Well, Leeds haven't got a scout here though. So. Sussex, they have taken 3 bowling points there, so they now have a 13-point gap over Durham. This will all change, of course. Well, it could change when Durham are bowling. But at the minute, Durham 91 for 3 and batting. Inside edge, is that onto the pad? I think that was an inside edge. Beddingham goes for a little walk, and the umpire, Mike Burns, says no. Yeah, Durham need to get to 250 to get their first batting point on the board today. Let's see the replay of this one. From up here on the 4th floor, I thought inside edge. Difficult to tell looking at that, isn't it?
Can't tell, really. Didn't look too high. He just hit him slightly in roll, so it didn't look too high. So there must have been an inside edge on that.
Thompson from the hard stand end. That ball is played back to him via the ground by Beddingham. Beddingham goes for a little walk once again off towards square leg. So Beddingham's on 31. He's now faced 85 balls.
It's proper old school cricket.
Yeah. Attritional. War of attrition.
War of attrition. We don't always see too much of that these days, do we?
Thompson turns. This is his 10th over, none for 29 so far. Comes in and bowls. Beddingham meets that just outside the line of off stump, plays it up towards mid on, no run there.
It just strikes me as looking at Beddingham play, it just strikes me as though he's hard to get out. I know you say he's probably not had the season that he did last year, but it just from the evidence of this innings here, It's just been a very sort of, he's played everything on its merit. If it's a good ball, he's defended it. If it's there for knocking for one, he's knocked it for one. If they've bowled a half volley, it's 4.
That is a length ball defended as well, and that's a maiden over.
And
hang on, they've got one ball left.
He looks particularly strong on the back foot to me, the way he's punched it through the offside. I mean, before lunch there was obviously no man out on the boundary, and there isn't now. But they did have one out just after lunch, but he's punched a few singles out there. But if they get it wrong here and bowl slightly short, you can almost guarantee that he's going to punch it off the back foot through the offside for 4.
And that is a maiden then. That one just rolls gently up to mid on no run there. So maiden from Thompson, 10 overs, none for 29, 3 maidens. White, 1 for 25 from 10 overs, 3 maidens from him as well.
Yorkshire will be really wanting to get another wicket or 2 here in this first hour after lunch. And if they don't, then Durham will be very happy with what's happened over the last 50 minutes or so.
Time of the afternoon session start, 10 past 1, wasn't it? So
yeah.
40 minutes we've had
40
so far.
minutes, yeah.
The floodlights are giant roses. They are on full pelt now. The sun's trying to poke through that heavy cloud above us at the moment, as White comes bounding in to start a new over from the Kirkstall Lane end. That's played up to Jordan Thompson at mid-on by Rhodes. No run there. Partnership worth 40. Durham needs some big partnerships if they're to earn enough points in this game to stay up. Can't expect favours from anywhere else. I don't know where that clapping's coming from. Oh, it's at point. Is that Agarwal at point? White comes in round the wicket, bowls to Rhodes. Rhodes turns his wrists through that quickly, and it's fired off towards deep square leg. Oh, a misfield on the boundary, but they'll only get 2. Dived in there to stop the ball, Matt Milnes, and then as he stood up, the ball sort of squirmed out of his hand and went behind him, but he managed to recover the situation. 2 runs. Rhodes on 21. 93 for 3, Durham. There's not many teams really won that many games. Notts are at the top with 6, and Durham's last victory was a fairly convincing one against them back in May. Strange how it's all panned out. In comes the bowler. Over pitch, that's going to be 4 all day long, that one. 2 full and 2 wide, and it's gone through the covers for 4 from Rhodes. So the partnership moves to 46, he is on 25. Looking up around the bottom, I mean, Worcestershire have only won 1, Durham have won 2, Hampshire have won only 2, Yorkshire 3, Essex 2, and then Sussex and Warwickshire 3. It's just the draw column's huge for most of the teams. Warwickshire have drawn 9, Essex 8, Hampshire 9. That's the difference.
There must have been flat wickets this year then, Martin.
They have been flat and slow, and 4 rounds of that dreadful Kookaburra ball as well. Comes the bowler, that's defended just beyond off stump.
Yeah, I must admit, the batters will be licking their lips when they know it's Kookaburra, not quite keeping it.
Well, it was a 3-year experiment, and I think the last round of games with it, there was a few teams managed to win, but generally most years, most of the games end in really dull draws with tons of runs on the board and not much to talk about. I mean,
well, as a
prime example, Surrey 820 for 8 declared against Durham at the Oval. 2 balls left of this 38th over. This is turned by Rhodes off towards that long leg boundary again, and will he get there this time? He won't. Same position Because the last time that Mills managed to get around and cut the ball off in front of the east stand, he just couldn't get there this time. It was just teasing him.
No, there's no margin for error now, is there? Anything that's been slightly offline or off length has been punished. And
50 partnership from these 208 balls.
I think it's a time in the game, like I've just mentioned a few minutes ago, that Yorkshire really now just need to keep their discipline. But Durham will be extremely happy with what's happened in the last 45 minutes.
The next delivery comes in and it is defended by Rhodes, which runs away up towards mid-on, and that is the end of the over. I'm going to have to jump off in about 4 minutes to do an update for Radio Newcastle, so this is going to be a test of your commentary skills.
Is it?
Yeah. So you're going to be you're going to be the eyes and ears. 'Cause I don't know where Deutschie's gone. He might be.
Did this to me.
He might be hanging around like Superman, about to come plunging out of the ether.
He did this to me in my first game at
Did he?
Edgbaston 2 years ago.
Yeah.
First one on commentary, and
is this now only a second game? Because you refused to come back.
Something happened. One of the wires came out at Edgbaston. So he had to go and fix that, and he left me on my own for a few minutes. And
Hopefully there'll be no wires
it was quite a challenge. We got a spinner.
Well, I could try and wear two headsets at the same time.
Well, I'm sure that you're experienced enough to manage something like that.
Just I've got to go over into the other corner of the room and dial up. So, well, we're going to see some spin from Don Bess here. Just got really murky all of a sudden, to the point where I was wondering, is it actually spitting with rain? But
it'll be interesting to see how this goes, because there are some footholds. There's obviously been a left armer at some point. Obviously the right armer's bowling round the wicket to the left-handers at this end. So there are some footholds there outside the right-handers off stump. Now whether they're too wide or not, we'll just have to see.
He's taken 21 wickets this season, Don Bess, and Beddingham plays the first ball from him out towards the covers for 1 run. So Beddingham moves on to 32, 102 for 3. Bess, what's he got? He got 36 wickets in 14 test matches, but his last test match was against India in March 2021. In all, he's got 291 wickets. Best bowling, 7 for 43, Yorkshire against Northampton, the Bob Willis Trophy of 2021. Rhodes is on strike. Bess comes in and bowls. Rhodes just taps the short on the leg side, no run there. Bess right arm around the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes with a quick push and go down to mid-on. Good running there. He moves on to 30. Durham 103 for 3 here on the BBC. Rhodes to Beddingham. Beddingham plays the ball back to the bowler.
Not too much evidence of spin at the moment. Two balls remaining of the over.
Rhodes back to his mark bowls. Beddingham just taps it across towards short mid-wicket. Comes in and bowls again, and this is turned by Beddingham towards mid-wicket, and he's got it past the fielder close in on that leg side. Diving to try and stop the ball there was George Hill. It's gone out to Mills on the boundary. That is the end of the over. Durham 104 for 3 after 39 overs. 2 o'clock, it says on the clock in bright green. It looks to me as if down towards south of us it is raining in the distance, just to the right hand side of the rugby stand, isn't it?
Yeah,
the edge of that hill.
Interesting if it is, because like I said, it doesn't normally rain when it comes from the east. It's normally the southwest, which is over the west stand there.
On the coastal line, Matthew Rhodes.
I've got two sets of headsets on here. I'm now going to get stuck as to which set I need to take off. Oh, hopefully they don't spring off my head.
So Matt Revis for his first ball.
So I think this is bowler number 5. Sorry, you're bowler number 6, isn't it? We had White, Milnes, Thompson, Hill, Bess and Revis. Here comes Revis then, right arm over, right arm medium. First ball is played up to Don Bess at mid-off. Right, Kevin, I've got 2 headsets on here, 2 microphones, so I can continue commentating and then do an update into the Newcastle Bulletin.
Well,
and then try to remember which headset to take off, which one to leave on. Revis comes in again. This is played away by Beddingham wide of mid-on. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Jack White chasing after that one. Beddingham moves on to 35, 106 for 3.
Well, I do appreciate you getting me out of jail here.
It's all right. Get me a pint later, which will be drunk responsibly.
Well, that's easily done.
Yeah. Right, I think the update will be coming any second now. Newcastle are in the League Cup tonight against Bradford. Here we go, update now. Single for Beddingham. Yes, Durham here in Leeds are 107 for 3. The 3 wickets to fall all fell before lunch. Lees for 3, Gay for 4, Ben McKinney for 29. But since then, David Beddingham has reached 36. Will Rhodes has reached 30, although he was dropped on 17. And they have put a partnership together of 56 with Durham 107 for 3. Right-hand side of me head, I need to take off now. Hey, did it.
Genius.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you come from an experienced man, you see.
Revis round the wicket now to Rhodes. Rhodes plays the ball out towards deep point for 1 run, and it's picked up by Agarwal. So Durham move on to 108 for 3. So are you fully retired now then, or do you still do a bit of coaching here? Did you mention the Yorkshire women's team you've been helping?
I did, yeah. Well, when I retired from full-time work at Worcester sort of 18 months ago, and still coached with the academy.
Right.
And then now we've moved back to Yorkshire. I've been doing a little bit of work with the women's team under the guidance of Richard Pyrer, who is our women's coach. I've known Richard very well since he was a tiny lad, and I've thoroughly
stopped the backward point there. Excellent piece of fielding by James Wharton off the bat of Beddingham.
And I thoroughly enjoyed it. The girls have been very receptive, and you know. So what's going to happen is from November I'm going to just get involved a little bit more and do some more coaching and. But it's something I thrive on. I mean, although I've sort of kind of retired from full-time work, I still enjoy being involved.
Bowler in again, and a quick single off towards the covers here for Beddingham. So it's good to keep your hand in, isn't it?
I mean, look, it's been my life. I mean, I'm from down the road here, from Meanwood, 2 miles from Headingley. I first walked through these doors here as a young professional 50 years ago. First fella I bumped into in those old dressing rooms.
So you're only just turned 60, have you?
Well, I'm a pensioner now.
Got your bus pass?
I've got a bus pass. In fact, I used it.
Did you?
For the first time last week in Hull.
In Hull?
In Hull of all places.
When you went to the Deep?
We went to the Deep, but we parked at the Park and Ride, you see.
So you went all the way to Hull and back?
And I got a freebie on the bus. I felt like not an OAP, I felt like a VAP. VIP, I should say, using your
bus pass to get into the Shark Tank.
Yeah, I got. And as a Yorkshireman, of course, it was always nice to get a freebie.
Yeah.
So I was quite happy with that.
Yeah.
You know what they say about us, short arms and deep pockets.
I've heard
and
that
all
one
that.
before, but
it's rubbish, really.
Here's Bess bowling to Beddingham at the start of a new over. You see, I don't go in for all these stereotypes from Yorkshire because my wife's from Leeds, so
So you know a bit more about it, don't you?
Yeah, I suppose the children can be classed as half Yorkshire as well, I suppose, can't they? But Beddingham taps this one down towards long on for 1 run. So he goes on to 38, Durham 110 for 3. She went to school in Skipton. It's Chris Mason, who's the political editor for the BBC. I used to work with him in Newcastle. He went to Ermestead School in Skipton, so that was where my brother-in-law went. Next ball is played away by Rhodes to mid-wicket, no run. So, yeah, the family were living in Emsey when I met my wife, and so our mum's house was just up the hill from the train station, the steam train, which goes down to...
It goes down towards the Devonshire Arms,
yeah, that was what I was going to say.
towards Bolton Abbey.
That's it, yeah, Bolton Abbey, yeah. Next ball played out into the deep by Rhodes for 1 run on the offside. Yeah, she used to work behind the bar in the Devonshire Arms when she was a teenager. But by the time I'd met her, she was finishing a journalism course, and she'd already been living in the North East because she'd come up to do a degree at Sunderland Uni. So I wasn't her introduction to Sunderland. She'd already lived there by choice, you see.
So is she an adopted Mackham?
Yeah, I'd say so now. She's watched a lot of Sunderland over the years. Beddingham plays this next ball back to Bess, but I take my two oldest daughters come to the matches these days. Bess right arm over now this time. Oh, that's done a bit much there, and it's gone over the stumps. It's rolling down towards fine leg. It might get to the boundary rope. It does. Now, what will the signal be here? It's come off the bat. I was wondering if Beddingham had initially missed that completely, and everybody else had, but it's come off the bat. He's got probably an inside edge there.
If we look at watch the replay here, just watch where it pitches. I'm pretty sure it's pitched in those footholes outside the off stump and just bounced a bit.
That's well wide.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
It's an inside edge, and it's gone past the leg stump. If you see where Johnny Bairstow is standing up to the stumps there, and the delivery is angling towards his right leg, which is way beyond the off stump. It's going in a straight line towards side, hits a foothold, and shoots across at an angle.
So that's where Dom's going to be aiming for now, and it's going to be interesting to see if he really gets some rewards for this, because that one obviously has come out the footholds. It's turned quite sharply and bounced, and that's if that happens regularly, then it really is going to be a handful for the batters.
Yeah.
Or for the right-handed batter.
So Beddingham is now on 38 from 101 deliveries. That was only his 3rd boundary. This is the start of a new over, though. This is turned by Rhodes. Oh, he's found a nice gap there between deep square leg and long leg, and he's placed that for 4 towards the far end of the east stand next to the old pavilion. Lovely shot, that one. So,
can you believe it? Jonathan's turned up.
Jonathan's turned up.
Yeah.
To save the day. 10 minutes late.
Must have been having a long lunch.
Yeah. Well, when you get up to boardroom level, you know, it's...
well, he is.
And everybody wants to have a chat with you, don't they? You know?
Well, he is very popular. I nearly had to... It was nearly all on me on out. I got a bit nervous for a while there, but... Martin...
Rhodes is on 36. Revis is coming round the wicket here to him. Rhodes turns this off towards long leg and deep square leg. Out there is Milnes. 1 run. This partnership now worth 69. Durham 124-3.
I was just telling Martin how he stitched me up at Edgbaston that time on my first game when that wire came out and you left me on my own for 5 minutes. I was sweating.
Yeah, and I was asking, is this only his 2nd match because of that? Yeah. Yeah. Revis right arm over now to Beddingham. Beddingham steers that one beautifully away through mid-wicket. That was effortlessly timed there, right off the meat of the bat. That's 4 runs. Durham conditioning coach has picked that up. Sue, the physio, sitting on a step at the front of the west stand. Master Doidge is now back with us. This cloud's taking a while to shift. Here's Revis, right arm over to Beddingham. He bowls. Beddingham cuts past point. That should be 4 more, although Milnes is not going to... Oh, he is. He's got round. He's cut that off. I didn't think he'd get round to that one initially. But, right and the cover boundary. 2 runs. The scoreboard ticking over nicely from Durham's point of view here. Beddingham now on 48. So he got to 58 last week, which was his highest score of the season. In terms of runs for Durham, find that for you in a minute. 4,508 runs for Durham he's got going into today's game. There's another single for him, so he moves on to 49. So that makes got 1600s for Durham, including 3 double hundreds and 12 50s. It's Rhodes who's on strike at the moment. Joined Durham from Warwickshire in the winter. Revis bowls to him and he turns this nicely through mid-wicket. He's strong on his leg side here. And he batted very well last week against Worcestershire, and Durham getting maximum batting points after they lost 114 overs that game against Worcestershire to the weather. He ended up making 151 not out, but I have to say, I haven't seen that much of him this year, because until last week it had been a real struggle for him. And then he got dropped from the County Championship setup. Seems to have done okay in the one-day cup and got himself into a bit of form there. And in the over, 131 for 3. Beddingham on strike on 49.
Yeah, and Don Bess is going to continue for his 3rd over. 2 overs for 9 so far from the Howard stand end. Beddingham will get 250 with what could be a boundary. It's a chase for Jordan Thompson, and it will be a slide. And he tried to tip it back, but it's rolled onto the rope. So David Beddingham makes it to a half century, 105 deliveries, and that a 6-4 in a stay at the crease of 2 hours and 40 minutes so far.
His 59th time in reaching 50 in a first-class match. So well done to him. So 29th for Durham.
Best conceding the boundary off the first ball of the over. What's he going to produce here? A nice run down to long on for Beddingham, who will pick up the single. Well, it's an unusual sort of contrast here, but right from, I think it was about the 3rd over after the break, and I was saying to Kevin Sharp, it just feels already easier with the bat, the way they were running it around. And the pitch was playing as if it was easier, and nothing that we've seen since has really changed. That was another single there to Rhodes out to the sweeper in the covers. But generally speaking, here at Headingley, when there is cloud cover, and certainly when there's cloud cover and floodlights on, it's usually perilous for batters, but it just does not feel like that. It's a strange contrast at the moment. As Bess is in, and that's pushed out into the offside where Jordan Thompson comes up square to field. So 137 for 3. And Bess in again. Beddingham turns that one square on the leg side this time. Ben Cliff is out there, substitute fielding at the moment. He's looking round the field to see who he's out there replacing. I think it could be Jack White. Beddingham steps right across this time. I think Bess fired that one through just a little bit quicker. But David Beddingham up to the task of defending. So, what else have we got on the socials? Phil Dodsworth. Afternoon, chaps. Nice to hear from Sharpie after all this time. I worked for Alan Wood at Harrogate at the age of 16 in 1984 for a month in and around the County Championship match and Tilken Trophy games. The Championship match versus Derbyshire saw both Kev and some young lad called Boycott both get tons, if I remember rightly. It was Boycott's 150th first-class ton. I'll put that to Kev when he's back in 25 minutes or so's time. Also got Annie Chave complaining because I didn't post a photograph of doing commentary with her down at Somerset a couple of weeks ago. Change of bowling at the Kirkstall Lane end. George Hill 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18 thus far. And as you know, his 46th wicket of the championship season, a little bit earlier, averaging just around about 17 with the ball. It's been a brilliant season in that respect, and he's going to try and get back in and among the wickets.
Is Annie complaining about?
I posted a photograph of Xiaoping and I, because you know our radio stations like those sorts of things, and she complained that I didn't post a photograph of her and I commentating at Taunton a couple of weeks back.
Yeah. Change of bowler here. Coming in to the attack is George Hill to replace Revis. Revis, none for 21 from 2 overs. I thought he'd bowled more than that. Did he only bowl 2 overs?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the scorecard hadn't updated there when I looked at it. He must have bowled more than that, surely. 2. 1 for 21 from 2 overs. Here's Hill then, round the wicket, bowls. He's played it off towards the cover side of the ground, over in there.
It's obviously not what Yorkshire would have wanted, because it means George is coming back into the attack here for a spell that maybe they'd be hoping to put off for a little bit longer.
Got the wicket of McKinney earlier for 29, caught behind. That was in the 20th over. That's the last wicket to fall. So Durham were 51 for 3 at that point. Next ball is bowled and played up to Jordan Thompson at mid-on by Rhodes. No run there. This partnership currently worth 86, and it's come from 141 balls. Bowler comes in again. An edge along the floor though. Was never a catching chance, and that's away for 4. It's gone wide of the one slip, Adam Lythe, who was in place, and down towards third man. Bounced a few yards before the slip cordon, or the one slip, and it was wide of him anyway.
Yeah, second man just stopped it maybe, going to his left, but it was that sort of between second and third really. So 4 more to Rhodes. He's on the cusp of a half-century himself, and the partnership now worth 90.
Bowler in again, all played up towards mid-off, no run there. Just looking at that cloud that's drifted across us, sort of looking down towards Batley, Dewsbury area, it does look like it's raining down there, doesn't it? It looks like the rain is spilling off the edge of the cloud over there. See all those streaks in there? But the rain seems to have missed us. There wasn't actually anything forecast for Headingley in terms of rain for the next 3 days. There's nothing until some showers, heavy showers possibly on Saturday. Next ball is driven, but it's gone backwards, down towards deep backward point for 1 run by Beddingham. So the partnership is 91. Beddingham has 54. Rhodes on 47. What's this season for Durham? Got that century last week, which I mentioned earlier. But in terms of the averages, he's gone. He's averaging 31 now, without 151 not out last week. But you take the 151 out of it.
That's what averages are all about, I guess.
Well,
Here's
yeah.
Bess round the wicket, and that is cut by Rhodes out to the sweeping Milnes. Square on the east side boundary, 1 run.
So this is his, where are we? Lost him again. This is his 12th innings. So he's got 48 here. Going into today.
Best to Beddingham, who turns it to leg this time. George Hill in there does the fielding.
In the other 10 innings, he'd made 161 runs, so important that he's found a bit of form as he's been given his chance at the end of the season.
Best bowls again. Beddingham defends into the offside. James Wharton coming into field. And there's Don once again, and Beddingham works that one away in front of square on the leg side. Milnes in once again to keep them to a jogged single. Bit of an end of term feeling in some ways, even though both sides obviously want points out of this match to try and assure their first division futures. Bess comes in and punched back down the pitch to the bowler by Rhodes.
What do you think is the difference between Division 1 and Division 2? Because in terms of the teams, I don't think there's that much in it, really.
Here comes Bess, and that's pushed back to the bowler once again by Rhodes. End of the over, 144 for 3 after 45. -2 the over right now for Yorkshire. Well, I'd definitely say there's a difference, having watched the last 2 seasons prior to this in Division 2, and then watched the same players more or less come back up and play Division 1 cricket. I think some of the younger players who come up with runs in Div 2 have been challenged at this level. I think there's less. There are less hittable balls in many of the games from the bowlers. So I think that is definitely one difference, and I think that's been reflected in some of the scores. And I suppose the flip side of that is bowling as well. You don't get away with as much when you're not quite on it, as Yorkshire found out in the last couple of weeks, really, because they have bowled, pretty well with the ammo they've got this season, but they were certainly not at the best for a couple of weeks, and it found taking wickets difficult. Another single there to Beddingham.
The other thing is, though, we've had really flat tracks this year. It's been a hot summer, very dry summer, so a very good summer for batting. You see how many draws there've been as well. But I don't think the leap is that big from what I've seen. I mean, Durham could be back in the Division 2 next year, but this one's bowled by Hill. It's gone up to mid-off for a single for Rhodes. But I remember Potts making his England debut and hearing comments about, on his debut, how surprised some of the commentators were because this was only a second division player. And I'm thinking, well, how much second division cricket have you watched, Durham this year have struggled because they've been decimated with injuries in their bowling ranks. I mean, to have to bring 2 low knees in the first couple of weeks of the season. So bowls again.
Well, I'll tell you that. Okay, let's put it in a different context then. So Yorkshire get relegated, and then they get a 48-point deduction the first season they're in Division 2, and they're not far away from still managing to get straight back into Division 1. And then last season they have a poor first half to the campaign, and then quite easily sort of make up the points in the second half of the campaign to get back up. I just think, there are several significantly easier matches when you're in Div 2.
Next ball played by Beddingham out of deep cover. I mean, Durham got relegated by the ECB in 2016. They lost quite a lot of their squad as a result, so they suddenly found themselves in 2017 minus 3,000 runs from the top 3 batsmen who went off to other clubs, and suddenly you've got players who were probably still 2 years away from the first team finding themselves in the first team. Hill bowling to Rhodes. Rhodes drives up to wide at mid-off, no run there. If they hadn't lost so many, they lost so many personnel. It was about half a team, really. And most of them were local products as well. Stoneman and Borthwick went to Surrey. Coghlan went off to Notts, and then the following year Onions and Keaton Jennings went to Lancashire. Next ball's gone off towards backward point. And that's the end of the over. I think Durham wouldn't have the financial restrictions in place if they were to go down again, and they went down and they were hit with a massive points deduction. They were given 48-point deduction after being relegated, having finished quite comfortably in mid-table the year before.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think it's clearly possible, as you mentioned, with Matthew Potts, to play for England when you're a Division 2 player. But I think there'd also be a desire that if you want to play at the highest level, you might be sticking clauses in your contract that you're allowed to go for a Division 1 move if you get the opportunity. If you're in a county side that maybe is more regularly in Div 2, because you'll know that the wickets you get in Div 1 will be more strongly recognised, if you like. There'll be more weight carried, I would think, by those, as Best bowls the first ball of the over and Bedingfield drops that into the offside. There's no run.
Somebody asked me on air the other day what would it mean, and I was struggling to really sum it up.
The Best of Bedingham, who knocks that into his
It's hit a foothold again.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw the one previous over where he got the inside edge. It pitched way outside the line of off stump and came back at a 45-degree angle.
47 for 3. Best over the wicket. Howard stand end. Bedingham cuts, but straight to Jack White.
I think there's a perceived loss of status if you go down. Financially, I don't think it makes much difference.
In again, and Bedingham cuts that one through third man. Jack White is giving chase, but loses by a couple of yards as that one bobbles over the rope.
150.
Yeah, both sides in search of points. Yorkshire have won, and Durham 99 runs shy of their first of the match, and it's a fourth wicket partnership now of 100 from 161 deliveries, and just about even, 50 of them to Bedingham, 49 of them to Will Rhodes. It's the former who is on strike at the moment. He's on 61, with 2 to come in the 47th. That's thrown up wide of off stump, but Bedingham not tempted to have a play at it.
Looking at the miles travelled, you're swapping 350 miles to Southampton perhaps for 350 miles to Canterbury instead.
Bedingham flicks that into the leg side, and there is no run to complete the over. I mean, yeah, from a personal point of view, as you know, I always enjoy my trips up to the riverside. So if Yorkshire survived and Durham didn't, that would be a loss in that respect, but both sides may do so. We'll see. Just because Hampshire have had a great start to that match against Surrey doesn't mean to say they'll win it. This is cricket. It's cricket that's going to be played next by George Hill, bowling from this Kirkstall lane end.
Rhodes on strike here, plays this ball towards mid-on. He's on 49. So Durham 151 for 3 against Yorkshire here in Leeds.
By the way, Surrey 140 for 8. So they're still going in the first innings, despite it being a bad day for them.
Hill comes in, Rhodes watches that one and then plays it out towards the covers. No run there. Just swung a little bit towards the point where it was pitching. Wharton fielding in the covers, picks that up. He gives it to Agarwal, who's giving it a massive industrial heave-ho shine on the back of his left calf. He really put some effort into that. It's going to look like it's covered in Mr. Sheen now. The polishers possibly available. Hill again. Oh, well left. Rhodes was going to drive at that one, and then it popped on him, and he just checked his shot at the last second. Otherwise, he would have edged that behind. It just came up off the little foothold, perhaps, but he just had the reflexes just to drop his wrists out the road there at the last moment. If you want to get in touch, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky, or you can email weircricket@bbc.co.uk. Floodlights remain on here at Headingley. Rhodes plays that one safely back up towards the bowler's end. So Will Rhodes, 30 years old, This is his 124th first-class match, and he came into it with 6,600 runs. And it'll be the 40th time he has got to 50 in a first-class match. And then again, oh, that spattered him, that one, and that's wrapped him on the glove, and that has hurt. What on earth's that hit? Him on the glove and the arm, and it is hurting him. Let's see this again. That's two balls which have really behaved naughtily in this over. I think it's come off his glove and hit his thigh pad, but that's hurt. The pitch is just suddenly starting to behave a bit mysteriously here from this Kirkstall Lane end. Hill bowling that nagging length. Comes in again. Rhodes forward to that, middles it, plays it up to mid-on, no run.
I think if you just look at that penultimate ball again, it felt like George had bowled him an off-cutter the way he's let it go. It might just have nibbled on him. It might have not have been necessarily anything untoward other than he just managed to hit the seam and it just kicked slightly.
Little nibbler.
Yeah.
Made an over. So Durham 151 for 3, and Rhodes will have to wait to try and get to his 50.
Quick fire around those scores from elsewhere. Then I mentioned the Surrey match. They're now 9 down for 140 in the 46th over. We're precisely halfway through the opening day here in terms of number of overs scheduled. 48 gone, 48 to go. At Chelmsford, Somerset, 166 for 2 have begun that game well enough as Bedingham punches one that Best can't fully get hold of, but it does enough to prevent the run. Worcestershire 123 all out, and Sussex 41 for 2 in response there. So that one certainly moving on at pace on day one. And then also in this division, Warwickshire 78 for 2 against Nottinghamshire as Bedingham turns one from Best to Hill at mid-wicket. No run. I'll give you the Div 2 scores again in a sec. As Best bowls, Bedingham turns it square on the leg side to Thompson, no run. So Leicestershire 219 for 5 against Northampton. Middlesex 221 for 4 against Gloucestershire down at Lords. Glamorgan 204 for 7 against Lancashire in Cardiff, as that is another defensive push into the leg side by Bedingham. And last, but of course not least, Derbyshire 205 for 2 against Kent at Canterbury. Best bowls, Bedingham with a solid defensive drop. One to come in the 49th. Don Bess, as is so often the case, firing through this over. 21 so far. And another dot to complete that over. So 151 for 3 after 49. Bedingham 61 Rhodes. Still on the cusp of another 50.
Where's the conversation that we can hear outside then?
It's you can't see because of the flooring outside, but beneath the balcony, it's it is outside the 1863 club.
This is defended by Rhodes, still on 49. So we've got. Because there's an 1890 as well, so is it 1890 the year they moved here? Yeah? It was a login we used today, wasn't it, with 1890 or something? I think I wrote it down, didn't I? Was it 1890? Yeah, must have been the year they moved here. Hill round the wicket to Rhodes. Rhodes plays this up to mid-on, no run.
It was the year that the county championship began.
In 1890?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, right. Yeah, because in Stephen Chalk's book, which celebrated the first 125 years of the county championship, there was basically, Yorkshire used to like to play Notts and Surrey, and they played each other regularly because they could attract big crowds, but they didn't really play anybody else. And then they were all sort of declaring themselves champions at the end of each year. Rhodes drives out into the covers to Wharton, no run.
Yeah, it was also the year that they started playing here.
Yeah. I think Lancashire played the odd game as well, but eventually it was decided to form a proper league. Go from there. And he said in his book, which came out probably about 10 years ago, something like that now, he said, if you think they're always tinkering with the format of the county championship, he said they always have. So, defended by Rhodes, off hill. I think the book was called Summer's Crown, something like that. 125 years of the county championship. Anyway, the plans to try and reduce the number of championship matches next year have been voted out, so I think they can't bring back a proposal like that now till 2031, is it?
Is that right?
Something like that. Eventually Rhodes gets to his 50 with a single out through mid-wicket, so 40th time he's done it in first-class cricket, and he's there in, I think, about 95 balls, 7 fours.
Afternoon to Miriam in Brighton, random scarf lady. To Headingley tomorrow and Friday. Very early train, it will be from down there.
From where?
Brighton.
Too far south, isn't it? She could. Hill comes in here to bowl to Beddingham. Beddingham places it to mid-off, no run there. That is the end of the over then. 50 overs gone, 46 to go. Rhodes got to the 40th 50 in his first-class career in 96 balls and 7 fours. And Kevin's back, so I'll pop off and see you all again a little bit later.
Rhodes came from 96 deliveries and to 7 balls.
Some applause then for homegrown cricketing talent in Will Rhodes, albeit now playing for the visitors, of course. 152 for 3. Don Bess is going to continue. Dan Moriarty's just popped on with, I don't know, sweater, cap, drink, something like that for somebody. Kevin Sharp is back alongside. He's remembered to put his microphone to his mouth now, but not yet to press the button so he can talk. We're getting there, you know, stage by stage.
Well, give me a few years. You need to grow into these things.
Here's Bess then. Bowling towards us. Rhodes has to reach quite a long way outside off stump to stroke that one along the deck up to Finlay Bean, who's at mid-off, no run. 52 for 3. Pushed into the offside by Rhodes this next delivery. Jordan Thompson does the fielding. Bess gone for 21 so far into his 7th over now. Yet to strike. He was getting the ball to turn a fair bit last week down at Hove. So again, gets this one away into the offside to Jordan Thompson. Grey skies, floodlights on, and some fairly well-worn footmarks already from the bowlers. Dark patches, shows you that there is moisture out there. Rhodes again defending to George Hill, who's in at short extra cover. 2 to come in the over. Run rate is bang on 3. Best round the wicket. Rhodes opens up the offside and cuts, but straight to Jordan Thompson again. So bowling well to his field in this over, Don Bess. Delivery to complete the job. Here he is now, and he's got a wicket with it. Full, flicked away into the leg side, and that's a good catch because that was travelling. James Wharton is very good in the field, as we know from certainly one, if not more, previous catches this season. Tall figure, and he just had to sort of bend at the knees really and take that at the side of his head excellent catch, fingers pointing up, Kevin Sharp, and Durham 152 for 4.
Yeah, much needed. I've actually missed about 20 minutes of having been speaking to our friend Guy Williams, so you can fill me in a little bit, Jonathan, on what's gone on the last 20 minutes, but much needed indeed. I know that, don't know if how much Tom has been able to bowl at the right-hander, but there was a couple of deliveries that he got into a rough outside off stump a while back that actually bounced and turned. I don't know if that's been continual or... But it's been a very good session for Durham, and we're delighted with that. But it's a brilliant catch because he's quite close there at mid-wicket, and he's really drilled that, he's nailed it. So Yorkshire will be very happy with that, and you know, you never know. Sometimes in this game, one brings two. Now, is that me being a bit one-sided again? Is that?
No, I think it's just you stepping into cliche land again, isn't it, really?
Right. Well, one does sometimes bring two.
Is that right?
So from a Yorkshire perspective, that's what they would like, isn't it?
That's the insight.
Is that why you brought me in?
That's why we've had the wheelbarrow full of coins for your daily rate today.
Well, that happened in my benefit year once.
Did it?
Yeah.
Wheelbarrow full of coins?
They took buckets and the wheelbarrow around with Scarborough.
People were taking it out with it.
Finished up with £2.50. Actually, that were a lot back in them days.
So that was the final ball of the 51st over of this opening day. First wicket for Don Bess, who now has 1 for 21 from 7 overs. It was a wicket maiden, so two maidens against Dom's name. George Hill, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. Has been as tidy as you like, as usual. As well as picking up that wicket. And he's going to continue here at the Kirkstall Lane end. 1 slip and a gully in place, and he bowls it now. Bedingham defends. Ollie Robinson, by the way, the new batter. Durham's keeper. A player I've always liked, actually, back in his days with Kent.
So tell me about the last 20 minutes, Jonathan. Have Yorkshire been disciplined?
Yeah, I'd have said so. Again, runs have still felt, just that little bit easier to come by. Maybe not quite as easy in that last 20 minutes as they had been previously. Not been running it around quite as much, but cloud cover, as you mentioned earlier, back in your playing days, was always a perilous time to bat. There were no floodlights back in those days. I think there was barely electricity, was there, anyway, back when you were playing? But
and plates on the pitch where the cracks, just gradually opened as the game disappeared and as the game went on.
Yep.
And it was hard to bat. It was hard for us batters.
He works a single on the leg side.
It wasn't until I had sort of retired that the pitches got better.
Yeah. I mean, I think you've said to us before on air that Geoffrey Boycott used to say to you as well that you used to get left-handers got all the bad balls. Is that right?
Yeah, I've seen him outside just now. He said it again. I said that left-hander keeps crashing it through extra cover, Jeff. He says it's left-handers. He says they get all bad balls.
Ollie Robinson defending a pretty good one there from George Hill.
That's what I'm going to tell Adam Live tomorrow when I see him at the awards too. I'm going to say, no wonder you've got so many runs, you get all bad balls.
Ollie Robinson, by the way, averaging 36 for his career, 10 first-class tons. He's into his 94th first-class match now. This season averaging just under 31 as he defends George Hill's latest delivery, square on the offside, no run. Yeah, 13 matches, 586 runs, just the 1 century for him. 141 he made, 3 other 50s. That's a 30.84 that average. So not having as good a season as his overall career profile. 53 for 4, George Hill in, good delivery. Oh, that really does cut back at Ollie Robinson and goes past the inside edge on the rise. Was it a chance? Johnny Bairstow couldn't take it cleanly if it was. He's thrown off a glove. Those who can see a replay will get it now. Those who can't, well, we'll try and describe it for you. Just angled in, isn't it? I think it just goes straight through, doesn't it? I don't think it does get an inside edge.
No, I don't think so.
Johnny.
It's bounced and nipped back.
Yeah.
No, I
Johnny
don't think
can't
so.
get full mitts on it. A good delivery by George, who finishes the over. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 28. 153 for 4. See how easy it is to start now, I guess, won't it, with that partnership having been broken. Ollie Robinson's faced just those 3 deliveries so far. Bess just moved Agarwal a little bit straighter, mid-wicket, sweeping, and he's going to come into play with this one worked over that way by Beddingham. Tea break scheduled to be 3:10 now that we're starting at 10:30 in the morning, but of course it won't be taken until 32 overs in the day remain, so we've still got best part of 12 overs before tea. Oh, now then Bess is appealing for LBW here to a ball that Robinson decides is a good idea to leave. He's survived it. Have a look at it again. Just
No, that's a
bit
good
of turn out of the footmarks.
It's a good decision. That
Yep.
that wouldn't have hit off stump. It was too wide.
Yep. 54 for 4. Bass in again. Robinson goes back foot and does play at this one. Wharton comes in and does the fielding. It's funny how when a player leaves one and they're subject to a fairly vociferous appeal, they often just play the next ball, whatever. Instinctive to make sure that you do get bat on ball. He's now run one down to long on Ollie Robinson and picks up a single to get off the mark. Messing again. Beddingham then turning another one into the leg side. And there is no run. 4 wickets to fall, and Alex leads for 3 when the score was on 7. Matt Milne's taking that wicket. Finlay Bean doing the catching. Best to Beddingham, who props forward once again to complete the over at 155 for 4. The second wicket, Emilio Gay, caught Bean as well at third slip off Jack White for 4. That was just in the 5th over of the day, 7 for 2. Ben McKinney got through until going on towards the lunch break, half an hour or so before he was caught behind by Johnny Bairstow off George Hill for 29. And then just the 1 wicket since then, that recent one of Will Rhodes caught Wharton, bowled Bess for precisely 50 from 102 balls and 7 fours included. Beddingham on 63. But it's Ollie Robinson on strike. 3 slips. Stood fairly tight as well as George Hill comes in over the wicket. Bowled in! A leave by Ollie Robinson. Injudicious, just leaning into that, but not fully covering his off stump. And George Hill strikes for a 47th time this season with the top of off stump knocked back. Just what you want to see when you're a bowler, but certainly not what you'd want to see again when you were the batter. Ollie Robinson was out there for just 7 balls for 1 run, and Durham now 155 for 5.
Did we say that sometimes one can bring 2?
You wouldn't go in for cliches like that, Kevin Sharp.
I think we said that a few minutes ago. It shows you how difficult it is with a new batsman coming in for them. I mean, it's probably just... I mean, it's nipped back quite a long way. He does probably need to play at it initially on the line, but it's nipped back quite a long way, and it's just a slight misjudgment. And Yorkshire edging themselves very quickly back into a stronger position. The question is, does one bring 3?
Did you leave many and get bowled?
Not many, but I do recall. Been out for 6 weeks with a broken toe. The Australian Terry Alderman, who I was quite good mates with because we played club cricket together out in Australia, and I was first time I ever went out there as an 18-year-old. And obviously Terry had a great career, and he came to play for Kent, and he broke my toe. I was out for 6 weeks, and then my first game back was against Essex here, just about right in the middle where this wicket is, and I was a bit rusty. And I'd been in only 10 minutes, and Peter Such, the off-spinner, was bowling around the wicket, off-spin, to me as a left-hander, and he pitched one round about middle and off, and I left it, and it hit leg stump. It ran on and hit leg stump, so I left a ball that hit leg stump. So I had my arms up here like this.
That went down well. Here is Hill, now played out square on the offside by Graham Clark, the new Durham batter. No run.
So I got my arms up when I'd left it, and I heard the deathly rattle, and then I turned round, and of course the bells have gone, and David East was keeping wicket. He was a great lad, and I looked up at him, and he said, "Sharpie," he says, "I think you've misjudged that one." I said, "David, I think you're right."
Hill in and bowling, and Clark turns that square on the leg side. Agarwal fields, no run. Yeah.
But I don't recall too many others, actually. But that certainly was one that very much sticks out in the mind.
Who was skipper that? Skipper
our skipper?
Yeah.
Oh, it probably was Bluey, I'm guessing, or Phil Carrick, one of those two.
George Hill in from the Kirkstall lane end. Good straight delivery at Clark, who's forced to play at that and defend. Few choice words from the skip.
Well, typical Yorkshire stuff, really. What are you doing? I didn't swear that time, did I?
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Always good.
Yeah. But David was captain from 83 for 3 seasons, and then Phil Carrick 87 when we won the Bensons. That was Fergie's first year. Bless them both.
Yeah. Graham Clark defends out into the offside. He's had a good season, Graham Clark, by comparison to his career average here with the bat, which is just over 31.5, 6 first-class tons. This year, he's averaging 46 in 18 knocks in Division 1, 741 runs, a couple of tons, and a couple of 50s to boot, at the highest of 160. And he waits here as Hill bowls, and he leaves that one wide of off stump. Another good over. He is rarely anything but on the money, George Hill. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 28, miserly, and picking up wickets. And Durham now 155 for 5.
Yeah, he's deserved his wicket, didn't he? I mean, he's bowled beautifully. Quite clearly. I mean, I've obviously not seen all of this season. I've seen quite a lot on your commentary, obviously, because I always enjoy listening to you, Jonathan.
And having a laugh, yeah.
In the background, sending the odd comment now and again, just to let you know I'm still going.
You do like to get involved. We welcome that involvement. Here's Bess bowling to Beddingham, who cuts backward of point. That's a lovely shot. Just laid his bat on that. If you were going to be teaching a youngster how to play a late cut, then that would be something like it. He's picked up 3 runs, Jack White giving chase. I've always thought, I say this regularly on commentaries, for some reason I don't think that's an easy shot to play at all, because you're taking the ball past you and you've still got to play that with control, and I don't think it's an easy shot to play.
No, especially when it's, you're not sure what the bounce is going to be like, and it's, how much it's going to spin.
Bess over the wicket, bowling to Clark, who's going to get off the mark, running one down to Finlay Bean, coming in from long on.
I think, though, Jonathan, it's important from a batter's perspective that no matter what the pitch is doing, you've got to play the ball. You just don't know. I mean, it could nip either way, it could spin, it might not spin.
Yeah, in comes Bess. It did spin there. Beddingham just having to be watchful.
Yeah, but you can't actually think, well, it's spinning, so I'll play for the spin, because it might not. And if you do that, then it's, you're going to get yourself into trouble. You've just got to play the ball.
Passing again. Bedingham defending once more. I think it's kind of working out so far that it looks like it's going to be an interesting pitch, this, Kev. There's clearly a little bit of turn in it. The seamers have had a little bit of joy. It's looked flat in parts as well, even with what you'd call good overheads for the bowlers. As that is turned square on the leg side by Bedingham, fielded by Thompson.
Well, it's perfect for Dom, isn't it? There's those footmarks outside the off stump. He's pitching in those footmarks, and for the right-hander, it's going to be challenging.
Passing again, Bedingham coming half forward to that. Turns it to leg, no run. 55 overs now complete. 159 for 5 with Bedingham on 66 and Clark on 1. Get in touch on Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, on X on @Jonathan on Blue Sky on Jonathan.Doige. Afternoon to you, Lily, who says Yorkshire made a good start this morning, and she was asking for a break in the partnership between Messrs Bedingham and Rhodes. Well, of course, she got that a couple of wickets ago. Hill bowling to Clark, pushed into the offside and fielded by Wharton. I know it really would have pained Lily to have to write the following words. Matthew Revis was hit all over, because she is the chairwoman of the Matthew Revis fan club. But George Hill, she says, is bowling a good line and length, and she's in the northeast lower stand, or just down to our left. Okay, she's on the ground today.
Well, I have over to you, Jonathan.
Hill in again, and Clark has to defend once more.
Well, of course, having moved into Burley in Wharfdale, lovely village on the edge of Ilkley, it's Matthew's club as well as Harrybrook, where they grew up. So I've met Matthew's father up there and had a couple of chats with him and some of the lads up there. So what a lovely cricket club, lovely part of the world.
Nice coffee shop up there as well, actually. If you like your coffee, Kev, I know you're a bit of a connoisseur of all those
anything
sorts of things. Is that
liquefied, you mean?
That's pushed into the offside. All right. Well, I was choosing my words carefully, more carefully than you.
Yeah, but I've got to know you quite well over the last year or two, and I know what you like. But yes, you're right.
I can always cut your
couple of nice
microphone,
pubs. There's a lovely fish and chip shop. There's 3 Indian restaurants. There's a Chinese restaurant. And takeaway.
Nice part of the world as Hill's in, and that's defended again by Clark. George is regularly, he's running his hand over the top of the ball here. You can see, well, for my eyesight, relatively clearly from this distance. He's asked the batters to play a heck of a lot today. Not sure if Harrison will be listening in, but I know he does those sort of things as part of his data analysis. Maybe he can throw a few figures our way, but it feels like George has asked the batters to play a massive percentage, as Clark has to defend again. I might be wrong. It might be somebody else who's better on that front. Stumps have been in play a lot today.
Well, superbly. I mean, the figures speak for themselves, don't they?
Hill in again. Clark once more. It's right up there, and it's given every possible opportunity if there is any swing, and there hasn't really been much of anything today, but he's giving it the chance, George. And he's just saying, come on then, every time I bowl it, you're going to have to use the blade. And of course, somebody like Graham Clark, vital, isn't it, to keep batters playing per se, but certainly in that early part, the last thing you want to do really is to have to keep playing. You want to have a few easy leaves, don't you? Just get a chance to get used to the light, the pace of the ball, what the pitch is doing.
The old-fashioned leave shot. Oh, they've put Durham back under pressure now.
Best to Bedingham, who finds an easy one out to mid-wicket. Floodlights have been on for, I reckon, about an hour and a quarter now, about 1:45-ish, just after I came off previous break. Bring Marty back in again at about 10 past, because there's going to be a fair bit to go before we get to the tea break still. Or maybe. Well, we'll see where we get at that stage. Down inside the 30s in terms of number of overs remaining. 32 overs will be tea. Bass in again, this time goes straight on with the arm wide of Clark's off stump, and he's not tempted to play at that. Just pushed through a little bit quicker, I think, and flatter by Don Bess.
This is where the batsman will be a little bit unsure when he gets it in that rough, because whether it's going to turn or going to go straight on. That one ran straight on.
Bess again. Nicely played this time by Clark, who gets right over the top and drives it just wide of Agarwal. Mid-off, 1 run. I can't remember the Yorkshire fielders changing positions so much in a day. Normally, you know where you're going to be fielding and you're kind of there. But there's a few of them have been dotted around a fair bit as Beddingham pushes back to Bess.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a change of scenery.
No, absolutely not. But it's just one of those things in first-class cricket. It tends to be you field where you field, sort of thing. Comes Bess, and Beddingham turns that into the leg side, where George Hill does the fielding to complete over number 57. Durham 161 for 5. Beddingham 67. Clark on 2.
Can you remember the time when Keith Pont was fielding at third man for Essex, and I think Keith Fletcher was the captain, and he went from third man to third man for over after over after over, so he had to run across the whole of the pitch, and then after one over he borrowed a spectator's push bike and rode it round the boundary to third man at the other end.
Love that. I think we've all done that, and I can remember playing first games of cricket in Horsforth Park, and getting sent from third man to third man when you were youngest lad inside, getting a token final over of the innings, and bat 10 and 11. All part of your development. That's what they told me anyway. 161 for 5. There's a change of bowling. George Hill has bowled superbly. He's having a breather now. And if you remember, Matthew Revis went for a few in his short spell, and George probably came back on earlier than was ideal. Matt Milnes has had a fair old breather. 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 14, and he's on now from the Kirkstall Lane end. And that's punched firmly to James Wharton in the covers. No run.
Yes, so Yorkshire would be delighted to get another wicket before tea. Got left, Jonathan, 4 overs?
That says 38.5. If you take away 32 from that, your maths was really good
6.
when we were talking about how they sort out the over rates. So come on.
Well, it's quite a long way away, that, so it's a little bit blurred.
Milnes to Clark, who defends. Now, come on, who was your maths teacher at Abbey Grange?
I'm not sure I went into that lesson. I think it was a Mr. Newman.
You were just
I was very good at religious education.
Were you?
Yeah, I got an O-level in religious education.
Well done.
The Reverend Tony Neal, legend of a man. Sadly passed away this year, but went to his funeral in Cornwall.
Milnes up there to drive, invitation accepted, and a thickish outside edge by Graham Clark. He's got 4 for it because it's wide of the cordon. Had a 4th slip been in place? Well, it was on its way down, so might not have carried. Certainly don't think he was trying to place it down there. No.
No, it's miles wide. Quite wide that, Jonathan, of 3rd slip.
He's on to 6 now. That's his first boundary.
Do you think there's more runs go to third man than anywhere else in the ground?
It sort of feels like that when there is no third man there.
That's because you get 4 for it. When there is a third man there, you only get 1.
65 for 5. This is old hat, isn't it? It's a regular debate during the season. In comes Milnes, and that's punched back at a point. Matthew Revis running down towards vacant third man, does the field, and they get back for 2. Yeah, Graham Orange, who sometimes works with us on air, he loathes the fact that there's no third man in place and thinks that way too many runs are given in that area. Where do you stand on that?
Well, it's always been the case, hasn't it? I mean, generally to start a game, you just don't, you just don't have a third man. It's kind of like a bit unfortunate if it runs down there, but it happens a lot. But if you do have a third man, where do you take him from? That's the thing. You want to cover other areas on the field. Perhaps if you played 12 aside, that might help.
Another defensive shot there from Clark.
No, I mean, you can't. People say it's a batter's game, but you can't make it too one-sided, can you?
So Matt Milnes, just a few words in his ear from Jordan Thompson before he runs in and bowls this now. And Clark, a bit of nip back on that, I think, and looks as though he's played it into his leg. Yeah, in that, probably that vacant area between thigh pad and pad flap. So that's caused him a bit of a problem as he limps to have a chat with Beddingham between overs here. Because 58 are now complete, 167 for 5.
They've bowled really well at Clark. They've really challenged him here, and he's going to have to play well to get through this little spell.
Bess is going to continue. Yorkshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to get in touch. And well, we've heard from Lily already. We're going to hear from Millie as well, as Beddingham turns one square on the leg side and Revis does the fielding.
Interesting, there's a long on out there. I mean, as a batsman, you'd be looking to hit the ball between mid-wicket and mid-on along the ground for a single. You could almost look to score at... Oh,
yeah, Graham Clark's trying to hit that through the offside and drags it to George Hill, who's at relatively close in straightish mid-wicket, almost like a second mid-on. Thompson now feels one that's turned square on the leg side. So Millie Roper, good afternoon to you. Thanks for your message. He's thanking us for the commentary throughout the season. Goes back to yesterday as Bess bowls and Clark defends. A very sad day yesterday with the passing of Dickie, such a proud Yorkshireman, very emotional when Ian McMillan read out his poem in tribute on Radio Sheffield yesterday. Yeah, in fact, I think I also did one just after they read that out, and it was lovely few words from Ian. Ooh, now then, Graham Clark plays it into the deck and Adam Lyth goes up for a crowd catch. That's probably the least excited I've seen Adam Lyth during the season when the ball's go in his general direction. He's managed to keep a lid on it this time. 168 for 5. One to come in at 59th, and Clark goes for the first improvised shot of the day, really. Takes the ball from probably about off stump and just nudges it back of his left shoulder. Jordan Thompson, the lengthy chase to field, and they get 2. Now then, Jordan's just stretching the left leg after fielding that. Hopefully, he's feeling something in the hamstring. That would not be a good end to his Yorkshire career. Hopefully he'll be okay. 170 for 5. Marty was due to come back in now, but he's not with us just at this moment in time.
You might have to stay on a bit longer.
To do.
Well, the public will be enjoying you, Jonathan. They'll be enjoying listening to your commentary as always. We have a bit of banter, don't we?
We do.
All right.
Yeah.
The public enjoy it.
Next time you ring me asking for some day's work on air, I'll not pick up the call. Matt Milnes from the Kirkstall Lane end, and that's round about leg stump and flicked backward of square by Beddingham. Agarwal doing the fielding. He'd like to finish off with some runs for Yorkshire, I'm sure, after hitting the first ball he received down at Taunton, straight to third slip. When he hung around a bit last week in the first innings against Sussex, but struggled to play with any fluency, really. 26 off 87. But it was kind of what we'd needed, I suppose, at the time. And then, of course, got a duck in the second innings as well. Milnes bowling to Clark, who defends into the offside. And there is no run. Agarwal, yeah, 3 innings, 23 runs. It can happen.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you look at his stats are very good in first-class cricket. He's obviously a fine player. You know, fingers crossed for him that he can leave on a high.
Milnes then. Kirkstall Lane end. Now turned into the leg side by Graham Clark, who's on 10 at the moment. Not going to add to that. Don Best round to do the fielding. There might be a few more in, Kev, than on a few days this season.
Yeah.
You're looking at the wrong side there. That's the Western Terrace. They don't open that.
No. I've realised that. I just said the Western Terrace is not as raucous as it can be today. But no, there's definitely a few more in the east side and the east stand.
Short ball. Clark has played that one well, actually. A little bit tennis style almost, as he got down over the top of it, almost as if he was about to play a serve. He's got it away backward of square leg, but I think we'll credit him with an effective shot there. Kev, 175 for 5.
Do you know, I think that could be the first pull shot of the day.
I think you might be right.
I don't recall seeing another one that there's. I think it's the shortest ball that's been bowled today. I mean, Yorkshire have been on the whole really quite disciplined. I'm not sure you need 2 ball bounces at Headingley. I mean, only if it's pitching it up's not working.
Milnes in again, and Clark, who'd moved on to 14 with that boundary, played out square on the offside. There was just one other one that Jordan Thompson banged that one in short just before lunch, if you remember. I think it was Will Rhodes who Q-ended it into no man's land.
Right, okay.
That was the only other one I can think of in the day, yeah. So Matt Milnes wants to come in his 11th over. He's got 1 for 25 against his name, and Yorkshire, I mean, not really at their straps at Taunton, or not particularly either at Hove last week, but with plenty of discipline today. As Milnes bowls to Clark, who defends once again.
Yeah, intriguingly poised the game. I mean, it's not all been Yorkshire's way. I mean, particularly after lunch, Durham batted beautifully for an hour and a half until Will Rhodes got out, but finally poised. Yorkshire will really want another wicket before tea, and that would put them in a very strong position with a new batsman at the crease.
So Matt Milnes moving out into the distance to be a cover sweeper. Dan Moriarty's just been on with a drink for somebody. Yorkshire have got sweepers on both sides. This is going to bowl here to Beddingham, who gets it between the bowler and George Hill, down the ground for a single to Finn Bean. Joshua says, watching and listening with very mixed emotions today, as you can imagine. Overwhelmed with the support from across the world, an absolute class of Ben Stokes. It's been a heck of a season. And also thanks us for the comms and hashtag do it for Dickie and Dickie Bird. That is eased out to the cover sweeper this time, Matt Milnes. 1 run to Clark.
Does strike me as though our England captain is an absolute top man. I can recall over to you, Jonathan.
Here's Bess. Went nicely to mid-wicket by betting him for another single. 71 to him, 178 for 5.
I can recall the day at Worcester when he hit Joe for all those sixes in 1 over. And
Clark defending this one backward of point.
And obviously, I mean, after that game, Josh was a little bit distraught on the day, but I know that he got a phone call from Ben Stokes afterwards, just asking, just to chat to him, and I thought that was absolute class.
Yeah, Clark played out square on the offside and Whitefields. Yeah, I remember hearing that as well. And very good to hear, because those sort of things, they can kind of end careers, can't they, really?
Absolutely.
If you can't get over it. Here comes Bess, and that's drilled back at him by Graham Clark to complete the 61st over. So just 3 to go before the tea break. 178 for 5, Bellingham 71, Clark on 15. And, well, said England captain, Durham's very own Ben Stokes, will of course be taking the boys down under for the Ashes. Looking forward to being there. Change of vice captain, of course, as well, with the announcement yesterday. A certain H.C. Brook.
From Burley in Wharfdale.
From Burley in Wharfdale. Is that why you moved back? Because you knew you only moved back up there, didn't you? Because you thought he was going to get the England job, and it'd be, you might get a free cup of coffee or something.
Well, I don't know Harry too well. I've met him a couple of times and chatted. He seems like a top lad.
Yeah.
But I know he's at Burley. He's very committed to the club still. I mean, he's around regularly. Apparently, if he's not involved in and all the other things, he's often seen around the club there. And it's you got to be absolutely delighted for him, haven't you?
Yeah, here's Milne. That's punched very nicely as well by David Bellingham. It's going to be cut off by James Wharton on its way towards the northeast boundary in just 1 run. Yeah, I mean, he's president of the Headingley Wharfdale League, of course. They'll be having their dinner here in the Howard Stand, October the 17th.
I believe so.
And it's not long since he played his last game for Burley in Wharfdale.
Right.
I think it might only be a couple of seasons when he snuck in one Saturday afternoon. He got about 20 or something like that.
Right.
Then I think Damon Reeve, whose dad Howard you will recall, no doubt, from your Bradford League days. Howard used to play a bit of our Wharf, a bit of Bradford League, of course, Undercliff. I think Damon was the man who got him out.
Right.
Defensive push by Clark. Of course, that's a bit of a thing, isn't it, when Harry Brook turns up, blazing hundreds all over the place in first-class cricket, again in the England side, plays a match in the Air Wharf.
Yes. Well, that's the beauty of the game, isn't it?
Milnes is in.
Wow,
Good delivery. It felt like there was a little bit more zip about that, and Graham Clark has survived it. A little bit of nip.
Yeah. No, I mean, as far as Harry's concerned, I mean, what a fabulous couple of years he's had. He's come in on a, he's come in England's side that's welcomed that positive approach and obviously plays with no fear. And, what a wonderful thing to have, that you feel as though, you've got the support of your coach and the captain.
Milnes in again. That's cracked away and dealt with by Graham Clark. And that's about as explosive a shot as we've seen all day. Bit of width to work with. Milnes just straying probably 2 sets of stumps wide of off stump. Wasn't his best delivery of the day in Yorkshire, and he have been disciplined, but that was a mighty blow square on the offside by Graham Clark.
It was a very good shot, because it was wide and it wasn't that short, but he's executed beautifully.
He's on to 19. Partnership now worth 28. 183 for 5, and it's more circumspect with the ball that feels like Matt Milnes might have just slightly held it back this time and straighter.
$250 for a bonus point now. You don't get one at 200 anymore, do you?
No.
Harsh on the batsman, isn't it?
I mean, surely they should do bonus points on dictated by the state of the wicket. You know, back in your day, 50, something like that here, if there were overheads. As Mills did, and that's nipped back in. And Clark covered it and left it well. 2 overs to go before tea.
If you got 300 back in our day, you'd had a mega day. Absolutely.
And that was during the era of the 120 overs a day, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, something like that. Maximum bonus points after 100, 300 in 100 overs.
Who got through their overs quickest when you were playing? You know, which of your teammates would fire through an over? Would it be Ferg?
Ferg, yeah. I mean, I first played with, you know, my second dad, Mr. Jeff Cope. You know, he was a bit of a father figure to me when I started. I used to travel with Jeff a bit from Guiseley. And Jeff, but Phil Carrier, I always used to field at Silly Point for Fergie. And I felt very safe.
His best, no silly point in place to him as Beddingham defends the first delivery of the over.
I took a nasty one on the shin once from Paul Downton at Lords off Fergie, but generally Fergie bowled such a good area that rarely got cut.
Beddingham in again, that's worked. Bess in again, it's worked by Beddingham to leg. 1 run.
I thought, quite unlucky not to play for England, Fergie. Great stats, 10,000 runs as well, remember.
Here is Bess again and defended this time by Clark. Yeah, I remember the old annual booklet they used to get, Cricket 70 whatever. I've got a few of them still in a box at home, but I remember getting this. It was probably Cricket 76, the first one I got. Ooh, pushed that one through more quickly, Bess, and hands on his head because he thought he might have sneaked one through the defences of Graham Clark. And I'm almost certain Ferg was in as one of the pen pictures in the potential England squad for that summer against the West Indies. This is tossed up wide of off stump and driven through extra cover by Graham Clark. He came up with a cracking shot backward a point in the previous over, and this time through extra cover. Picks up 4 out to the Western Terrace boundary. Let's look at Don Bess's line here.
Well, he's come through well as Clark, hasn't he? He's got challenged enormously early on in his innings, and just of late now he's taken advantage of a couple of deliveries that have not been spot on, and he's that will give him a lot of confidence.
Yeah, 23 to him now, 188 for 5. Just 1 over to go before the tea break. Don Bess just throwing that penultimate delivery of the over up wide of off stump, just trying to hit those foot marks just to see if he can get any further grip, but landed it between the pair of them, really able to get his hands through it. So Milnes continuing at the Kirkstall lane end for the final over of the second session. Spectators down beneath us seem happy enough at present. 88 for 5. Mills full first up, Beddingham defends. So it's been a disciplined session with a disciplined day with the ball really for Yorkshire so far. Kev, with 5 balls to go before the tea break, is it just a case of more of the same? The second new ball will be due around about halfway through the final session.
Yeah, it's been interesting for me because obviously it nibbled around a bit first session. There was a slight little bit of uneven bounce, and then after lunch it looked pretty flat for a period of time. And then, you know, so towards the back end here, there's just been the odd one that's done a bit again. So it's kind of, I think it's evenly poised at the minute. I mean, I think it's intriguing that it could, you know, it still could go either way. This, I mean, I'm thinking that sort of anything above 260, 270, 300, you'd be happy with.
Yep.
Because Yorkshire have bowled well on the whole.
One more wicket, of course, for a second bowling bonus point. As Milnes bowls, and it's pushed out into the offside by Bedingham, no run. And that would then mean that if they avoid defeat in this game, they'll be playing Division 1 cricket again in 2026. Margins are fine in that respect, as we know where the points are in the table. And as I mentioned much earlier in the day, what happened back in 2022 when Yorkshire were relegated by just the odd point. Milnes in short, pulled 4. Got into position early there, David Bedingham. One leg off the deck and whipped it away back at a square. Well executed pull shot.
Yeah. Yeah, the second pull shot over the last 3 or 4 overs, he's dragged that, you know, that's not his best delivery by any means. He's dragged that down, and it's quite a comfortable shot for him, that one. On the hip, leg stump. Quite comfortably put away.
192 for 5. Milnes in again. Nicely played by Bedingham. This time a fuller length delivery and worked it away back at a square. Bess returns to the gloves of Bairstow, 1 run.
I mean, what Durham will want is 5 wickets left for the last session, and they would hope that 1 or 2 of the Yorkshire seamers may fatigue a little bit, and they may get, you know, in the last hour of the game, they'll get some balls to hit, but they'd want wickets in hand to be able to take advantage of that.
Clark on strike. Final ball of this afternoon session then. Milnes comes in. It's full and straight and firmly defended by the batter. So he'll finish on 23. Bedingham on 78 as we see the umpires remove the bails for the tea break. Durham 195-93 for 5, having won the toss and decided to bat. And just Will Rhodes for 50 there. Victor Bess and Ollie Robinson bowled by George Hill, leaving a straight 1 for 1, the 2 wickets of that session. We'll just take a breather while the players do. I'm back with you for more ball-by-ball commentary at the other side of the tea break.
Welcome back to Headingley for the final session of day one of this, the final county championship match of the season. Durham are 193 for 5 after 64 overs. David Beddingham has 78 from 154 deliveries, and Graham Clark 23 from 45. A partnership of 38 off 65 balls. So Beddingham will be on strike. Now the bad news from a Durham point of view is that Surrey have made a number of changes to their lineup today. Some key players missing, and they were bowled out for just 147 in Southampton. So that means Hampshire have already got the 3 bowling points in the bag there and increased their lead over Durham to 5 points. Now, bearing in mind Durham have struggled to bowl teams out this season, there are still batting points to be had here, as Bess is going to bowl from the far end of the ground. He's absolutely convinced he's got Beddingham all ends up first delivery, but Mike Burns, the umpire, says no. See this one again. Bess coming in. Pitch is a long way out. I think that's outside the line of off stump there.
Definitely.
It's pitched miles away from off stump. It's come back in, but it's still outside the line of off stump when it hits him. Bess once again bowls. Beddingham plays this towards mid-wicket and goes for a quick single. Second ball of the over. Would have been a horrible start for Durham had that been given there. Elsewhere, Sussex have now got 3 bowling points in the bag because they bowled Worcestershire out for just 123 in Worcester. So Sussex now have 153 points. Next ball to Clark is played off towards point. Hampshire have 145, Durham have 140. So it could be that Hampshire get away from Durham here, and it's down to whether Durham can beat Yorkshire or not. Drag Yorkshire down instead. Next ball is defended. Essex, where were they? They were home to Warwickshire, I think, weren't they? Where were they? Somerset, sorry. Somerset 211 for 4. In Chelmsford, they chose to bat, so just the 1 bowling point for Essex so far. Clark forward to this one, gets a bit of an inside edge. That goes off towards square leg, no run there. It's Martin Emerson and Kevin Sharp with you here, and Jonathan Doidge as well. BBC Radio Leeds, BBC Radio Newcastle, and around the world on the BBC website, Sports app. And this is another peel, and that again, that looks to me like another ball that's pitched way outside the line of off stump from Bess there. See if they show you a replay of that one. It was Clarkey was on strike. Meanwhile, Johnny Bairstow's picked the ball up and is staring at it forensically. I think he's edged that onto the back pad and it's hit the front pad, hasn't he? There
Looks like it. It does look like that.
And again, wide of off stump. Yeah, he's got an inside edge onto the pads there.
Yeah.
Johnny Bairstow's picked the ball up and he was staring at it as if to say, I've just found a piece of the most mouldy fruit you have ever seen. I can't believe that's still in my fridge. But it's got the umpires talking. And they're examining it now. It's passed through the ring.
Well, he's not
getting on with it.
He's not getting a new one yet.
No. No. How old's this ball? 66, 65 overs old? Jordan Thompson back into the attack from the Kirkstall Lane end. So none for 29 from his 10 overs. 3 maidens. Heading off to Warwickshire. Isn't it? Swapping Headingley for Edgbaston. Here he comes. Right arm over. And that's played by Beddingham out through the covers for 1 run. Jordan Thompson against Durham over the years. As took 3 for 16 at Chesley Street in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2023, for 55 in both innings in Chesley Street in 2023. Been with the academy since 2013 here. Plays cricket for Pudsey St Lawrence on the outskirts of Leeds. Comes in and bowls. Played back to him by Clark.
can remember Jordan as a 13-year-old, 14-year-old, playing in the youth teams just before I left in 2011.
Yeah. This is his 66th first-class match. He's got 187 wickets, including 17 this year.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're on the runway, never mind the flight path at the minute, doesn't it? Comes in again and bowls. And Clark defends. No run there. Came down here a year or so ago for February half term with my youngest daughter. Suddenly dawned on us a few weeks before half term was due that 2 of the kids had their half term one week and the other another. That had never happened before. So I found a last minute deal from flying from Leeds Bradford Airport to Cyprus, February half term, and had a nice time, little adventure. Comes Thompson again, and this is driven off towards backward point, no run there. But we got down to our hotel on a Friday night and booked in. Paid for the room, and then the lady said, would you like breakfast? So I said, oh yeah, we'll need breakfast. So she said, right, that's £10 each. So I said, okay. And as I was paying the money, I said, what time do you serve breakfast? And she said, we start at 7 o'clock. And I said, we'll be at the airport by then. Doesn't matter. She said, I've put the payment through now. And I said, well, cancel it. No, I can't. And she just refused to give me the money back. In comes Thompson and bowls. That's gone off towards the covers. And I said, you've only just taken that money off me seconds ago. Then you tell me that I'm paying for a breakfast I can't have. And now you're refusing to give me the money back. And she said, yeah, because you booked through a third party, so we can't give you a refund for it. And I said, I've just paid you directly that money now. Just absolutely point blank refused to give me the money back. So I paid £20 for a breakfast that I was never going to have. Thompson in, bowls, just drifting towards the leg stump there for Clark. He steers that out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. The end of the over, so 66 gone, 30 to go on day 1 here. Started off very sunny and warm. Then we had lots of patchy cloud coming in, and really for the last 2 hours or more, probably a bit longer than that, the floodlights have been on and we've just got really dark overhead conditions, but there's no rain forecast until some pretty heavy stuff Saturday afternoon by the looks of things, when the tail end of a hurricane clips us. Best starts a new over from the rugby end of the ground. First ball's played back to him by Clark. Best in once more, comes in and bowls. Clark tries to paddle it round the corner. His ball's hit him on his front pad, but it's about 6 stumps across and so far wide. Warwickshire batting against Notts, 130 for 5 at Trent Bridge. Notts leading by 14 points at the top of the table. Clark drives in an over pitch ball and finds the fielder out on the cover boundary, 1 run. Moves him on to 25. Partnership 42. Durham 197 for 5. Can you hear me? I wonder if they've suddenly changed the direction they're coming in at because of the wind or whatever, or this low cloud. But we heard a few planes earlier, but they didn't seem as low and as near as this.
They're coming from 2 different directions.
Yeah. Next ball is blocked by Beddingham on off stump. I do recall once flying into Leeds, and we basically followed the M62. We flew right over that farmhouse where the motorway splits and goes around it.
Yeah.
At Saddleworth.
I mean, I live out in Burley and Wharfdale now, and they actually come in from that side as well.
Yeah.
I didn't realise at the time how often they would come in from there, but they definitely either come in from the southeast corner or over the northwest corner.
Next ball is defended. The previous one was stopped in the covers. End of the over, 197 for 5. Yeah, when we came back from Cyprus, we flew right up over. We came in sort of over King's Lynn, over that area, and followed the coast right up. We flew right over the Humber Bridge and then came right across Doncaster area and Wakefield and followed the line up to here.
Yeah.
If you're in Burley and Wharfdale, my father-in-law lives in Otley.
Yeah, it's not far away.
He used to go and watch the rugby club at Wharfdale play there, don't they? The Wharfdale Rugby Club.
I believe so.
Yeah. Nice spot on the river.
It's a lovely part of the world. I mean, I'm a Leeds lad, you know. I'm from Leeds around here, but I've always loved going up that way.
New over from Thompson, bowling here to Graham Clark. Clark plays that up to mid-off, no run there. He's on the hill as you, if you come out of Otley, you go over the river and you go up the really steep hill past the hospital and over the top towards Blubber Houses. Yeah. He's on that hill just before you sort of leave Otley to go right up onto the top of the moors.
Lovely. Nice views from up there.
Yeah, from the conservatory, you've got a nice view back across towards the Shevin.
And Ilkley Moor.
Yeah.
Bartat.
Thompson bowling to Clark. Off stump there. Clark defends. Ball goes back to the bowler.
Finally poised now. Durham will be very happy at 7 for 2 to be where they are. They would have taken that, absolutely. So, but Yorkshire's still very much in the game. So it'd be, you know, we've still got another 30 overs, or 28.4 overs. So there's a lot of cricket to be played yet in this day. And I think the floodlights will keep us out there a bit longer than they normally would.
Third ball of this 68th over. Thompson to Clark. Clark back to Thompson. So the new ball is due in 12 and a half overs time. I mean, the run rate's not massive. It's only 2.9. So it's more about survival from a Durham point of view today than building a huge lead. But as you say, they were 7 for 2 after 4.1 overs, then 51 for 3, and then 152 for 4 and 155 for 5. In comes Thompson again. Bowls. Ooh, false shot there from Clark, who was lured into trying to jab at one. Was just held back a length outside of off stump, and he nearly clipped that behind.
Just a bit of bounce on that one. Carried nicely through to Johnny B.
Next ball played up to mid-off. Dot ball. The one ball left of this 68th over. Thompson turns. Running into bowler Clark on 25. And Clark plays the ball firmly into the ground and back into the hands of the bowler Maiden. So that's his fourth in 12 overs, none for 31. Durham 197 for 5.
I think Yorkshire will want to get through to the new ball with very few more runs on the board, and certainly be looking for that the last half hour, 50 minutes of the game to do some damage with the new ball, especially when it gets a little bit darker as well. Yeah. So I think that'll be Yorkshire's perspective at the minute. These two lads are playing very well. You know, Beddingham's has been a fine innings, and Clark has got through that, a very challenging first 20 minutes for him, and he's played well ever since.
Bess bowling here to Beddingham. That's played back to Bess. I know a number of Durham supporters are constantly commenting on the fact that Clark shouldn't be coming in at 7. They should put him in earlier, but the idea is to try and stiffen up the tail. But on a few occasions recently he's run out of partners, but it's nice to see a partnership like this developing from a Durham point of view. It's now worth 45, I think, or 44. 44. Beddingham just flicking off a ball down to fine leg for 2 there. Well, they need a big partnership in this game if they're going to get anything out of it, and particularly with batting points. They need a 150 stand, a 200 stand. Beddingham is on 82. Bess is coming into bowl. And he does bowl. That's gone through to the keeper. Next ball comes in, bowled, and that's defended. Best once more bowls. Turned by Beddingham through towards mid-wicket, no run there. Coming up to the last ball of the over now. Best comes in, and that is defended, end of the over. 199 for 5, 2 from it. I'm just going to have to do an update for Newcastle, so I'll just knock myself off here for a minute.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Beddingham bat. I mean, it's been a very disciplined innings, and he's got a very uncomplicated technique. He's, it's textbook, really. Plays well off the front and back foot, judges length well, judges line well. I mean, I know you've said, Martin, that he hasn't sort of made as many runs as he might have done this year, but certainly on today's effort, it looks like a very, very fine player. And he's done himself, and he's done Durham proud up to now today. Jordan Thompson to bowl. Clark just pushes that gently out into the cover area for no run. Just a good length delivery. A little bit cagey at the minute. Both sides quite happy to remain disciplined in their various departments, waiting for someone to make a mistake. Thompson in again. Good length. Same, pushes out on the offside for no run. Both disciplined from both bat and ball. Good old school red ball cricket, I'd say. Which is nice to see sometimes, isn't it, Martin? Thompson again, just back of a length, pulled out to the leg side, out to deep square leg, just for a single. Ball returned to Johnny B. The game is just plodding along, and something's will break or give eventually for one side or the other. That's what those experienced cricket watchers will be analysing. Thompson again. Again, very good line and length. Just pushed out on the offside again by Beddingham. Cagey stuff, Martin.
It is, but Durham are sticking to it, aren't they? They're battling away here.
Well, a short while back, they'd have had a batting point by now.
Oh yeah, 200 up. In comes Thompson again. It's defended. The ball rolls up towards mid-off. So the floodlights remain on. Used to be able to see the, I'm sure at one time you could see the motorway down towards the south and see all the vehicles passing by, but I've I've got no idea where that motorway might be now.
Well, there's a few more buildings now and a few more cranes. Leeds has grown. I mean, having lived out of Leeds for quite a few years now down in Worcester, every time I come back there seems to be another crane and another building somewhere.
And comes Thompson again. Bowls. And the ball played off towards deep extra cover by Beddingham for a single there. So Durham getting to 200 after 69.3 overs, 200 for 5.
Just edging a bit nearer the new ball. 10 overs to the new ball. Still would leave Yorkshire with 16 overs with the new ball.
Yeah, well, that's your normal day, yeah, 16 overs. Unless you have a bit of rain.
So what's your view, Martin, on the light? I know that this is not your home ground, but how would you see it at the minute? What's your estimated guess on
where it is on the light meter?
Where we're going to get today?
I think they should get the overs in. It's looking much lighter to the east of us now. That's where the cloud's been drifting in.
Yeah.
And we can see blue skies over there. So if that drifts across to us, it should be okay. Might see a bit of sunshine soon. But there's no way of opening the window here to check with the light meter on where we're at, because I do have a light meter app on my phone. So Bess is bowling to Beddingham. That's played up to wide long on for 1. Beddingham on to 84. And normally when it gets down to about 300 lux, that's when they go off. So the light meter's in stages up to 1,000. And it's fairly... When I get a hunch that light's the issue, and I get that out, they normally head off around about the time it just dips below 300. Single here for Clark off towards deep mid-wicket. So Clark now on 27 and the partnership's 48. Much needed, this partnership, from a Durham point of view. They only put on 7 for the opening wicket, none for the second, 46 for the third, then 101 for the fourth. That ended when Rhodes was out on 50. Beddingham on strike here, looks to play a ball that's so wide it's nearly gone onto the track next to where they're playing, and he ended up leaning on the ball, and I think the ball got jammed underneath the toe of his bat there. Bess again bowls, Beddingham forward, meets that on the bounce, no run there.
I think you're right there, looking and just bending forward and looking to my left over the east stand. It looks quite promising, really. So fingers crossed we're going to get a full day in.
I think they will. Bernie emailed earlier to say whenever the commentator stops speaking, the audio cuts out on this feed. That makes no technical sense to me whatsoever. As Thompson starts anew over here from the Kirkstall lane, and because the line, it's not like we're cutting the line off. We're still connected to the studio and we're still connected to Salford, so that doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know what that could be, whether you need to reboot your computer or what, I don't know. But
well, it's no good asking me, Martin.
I said,
I didn't grow up.
He said it goes completely silent rather than the sound from the ground. Then it cuts in abruptly again when the commentator speaks. Someone said earlier that this may be related to a noise gate. God, never heard of that. In comes the bowler. That is worth a shout, and that is the end of Clark. Playing across the line, it stayed low. It's hit him on the front foot. He's gone LBW, and he is out for 27. LBW to Thompson. Durham 203 for 6. The partnership ends at 48. And that is another bowling point for Yorkshire. So they now extend their lead over Durham to 8 points. Clark looks rather crestfallen there, but he did play right across the line. And off he heads.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the replay now so we can have a good look at that one, Martin. When he comes.
Well, the only thing I would say from Clark's point of view is he's looking where he's finished up playing that shot. It is angling right across him, and would that have gone down the leg side? Probably, I think it probably would have hit leg stump low down.
I think my guess is that it would have been umpire's call. Just easily to think that might have slid down leg side, but my guess would be that it just probably clipping leg stump. And that, of course, would be umpire's call.
Certainly worth a shout. Ben Rayner's the new man. We are getting deep into the Durham tail here, because to come after him is Matty Potts, Daniel Hogg and Shafiqullah Ghaffari, who's only played 13 first-class matches. So I keep repeating myself, but Durham need a big partnership here. Somebody to hang around with Beddingham. Whether Rain can do it or Potts can do it. Potts came in as a night watchman last year at Warwickshire after Durham lost 3 quick wickets in the first few overs on the penultimate day of a championship game there when they were following on, and he was still there the following night, having made 149 not out.
Not bad for a lower order batter, I would say. Doesn't fill me with confidence from a Yorkshire perspective.
Well, I'll tell you what you want to be thinking about from a Yorkshire perspective is Yorkshire coming out to bat in this light today and having an awkward 10, 12 overs, something like that. Now that is a Yorker length ball which has lured Rain in. He's tried to have a go at that. It was well wide of the stumps. It should have been left well alone.
Well, the blue sky might be here by the time that comes. Still plenty of cricket left. 24.3. That's an awful lot of cricket.
Thompson again bowls, and Rain finds the middle of the bat there, slightly over pitched. It was too full, and he's driven that through the covers for 4 and off to the west stand. So it's off the mark, second ball.
Oh, that's as good a shot as what we've seen. It's a half volley, but he's put it away beautifully. What would his stats be like this season, Martin Rainey?
Let's have a look. He's often found himself in the middle earlier than I think he'd choose on many occasions. Where's he? 361 runs at 22.5, 150. 2 ducks, highest score of 81.
81.
Has got 1 century to his name in county championship cricket, which was about 3 or 4 years ago against Worcestershire in Chesley Street. Thompson comes in again. This is turned away to mid-wicket. He should have got a century last year in that game at Edgbaston when Potts got that 149. But he tried to paddle one round the corner and dragged it onto his stumps when he was on something like 96, I think it was.
The one thing these days that's improved enormously is the batting of the lower orders. You know, they actually practice a lot more these days and put a lot of time into improving, you know, their batting.
Next ball is fended away up towards mid-on, end of the over. A wicket in it at the 4 as well. Thompson 14 overs, 4 of them maidens, 1 for 37.
I remember having a group of kids a few years ago, and I asked them, your hands up if you're a batsman, and about 4 of them put their hands up, a couple tentatively.
Yeah.
So I said, I'm going to ask you all again, put your hands up if you're a batsman. And eventually I got all 12 hands up, which, because, you know, the answer to it was everybody's a batsman. Not everybody bowls, but everybody bats. Jonathan's back again.
Yeah. Don Best starts a new over here to Beddingham. Beddingham plays this out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. Beddingham moves on to 85. It's only been 5 extras in this innings. 208 for 6 Durham here on the BBC. Jonathan's been holding court. Probably doing the rounds and pressing the flesh in the VIP enclosures, I would imagine. A man in demand. Did they want your incisive take on things, Jonathan?
Yeah, I've just been down to the Jonathan Dodge enclosure.
Yeah? Signing autographs?
Yeah, there's the Kevin Sharp seat down there.
Yeah. Ben Rain plays this next ball from Bess out to short extra cover. There's 2 fielders in there. And then offside, he leaves this one as it goes into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow.
There's also a table for the Martin Emerson Travel Agency.
Yeah. Next ball, Rain down the track, launches one, downfield for 6. Straight over, mid-off. Matthews messaged on Blue Sky, says, these planes are so loud they're going to set off the alarm on my Rover 75. No doubt the Vanden Plough model. 214 for 6. Rain moves on to 10. Partnership is 11. Bess in again to Rain. Rain leaves that one and watches it go into the gloves of the keeper once more. Don Bess, 28 years old now, bowling off spin. Made his debut for Somerset in 2016. Took 6 for 21 on his debut in 2016. This is more or less a full toss on leg stick, and it's just flicked away towards long leg for 1.
These are the sort.
End of the over.
Apologies. These are the sort of conditions that Ben Rain would normally enjoy, I would have thought, with the ball.
Yeah.
Cloudy skies and floodlights on.
We were just talking to, me and Kevin were just discussing the light, because he's wondering whether they'd get the full day's play. And I think they will, because there's brighter skies across towards the east of us, which is where this cloud seems to be drifting in from. But the umpires are actually having a conversation at the minute, which I'm surprised about. Is there a window I can open here or not to stick the light meter out? No?
If you pull that blind up, which you can probably do now anyway, we've left it down in case the sunlight was strong. But if you do that, you'll be able to open the window and poke that out. If you could see what Marty's doing now, which is pulling the blind the wrong way, but also clambering down underneath the camera and a big monitor. Jordan Thompson is going to continue at the Kirkstall lane. It was really good to see JT pick up that most recent wicket, only in the sense that he's got one in his final game. And also, if we know JT, you know what I'm going to say next, as this is wide of off stump and he drags that one to mid-on. Does Ben Rain. Don Best does the fielding. But yeah, we know that Yorkshire came into this game needing 10 points if they don't lose to secure their first division status. So if they go on to not lose this game, then that second bowling bonus point would effectively be a 10th point in the match. Jordan bowls, Ben Rain turns this to leg, no run. And so JT, he'll be claiming that he kept Yorkshire up and all that, if that's the case. We'll all have a giggle at that. But he'll take that seriously. Hopefully he'll come up and have a chat with us as well in these next couple of days. It could be a bit of revolving doors, actually, over the next few days, because there's a few people I've had a word with who might come up and join us on comms for little spells as we get an end of term report for Yorkshire. Jordan Thompson's in and bowling, and that's just wide of off stump, round about 4th stump, and Ben Rain has it covered and leaves. Go on, what's the light meter telling us?
It seems okay. It's about 5 out of 10. 3s when they would normally consider going off. I'm just looking, we seem to have a long line of cloud stretching from the north down to the south, and either side of this line of cloud we've got bright sunshine across to the west of us, and it's brightening up to the east of us as well. So this line of cloud sort of angling across the ground and heading off towards Dewsbury Batley in that direction.
Here comes Thompson. That one angled in from wide on the crease, and Rain turns it to Dom Bess at mid-on. They get through for a single. It was wide of Dom. Cleaned up and got the throw away. And then there might have been a few words from the other end. Johnny Bairstow seems to be having a lingering look at the man who stood in as vice-captain for him when Johnny missed a couple of matches earlier in the campaign. Bettingham on to 85 now. It's been a good knock by him, particularly in light of the fact that his team lost a couple of earlies. They wouldn't have wanted him to follow soon after, and he was quite deliberate about how he built things. Thompson is in, and he's played nicely off his pads there, this time down to Agarwal, who's at long leg, one more run.
He's faced nearly 180 balls now for his 86. So he's been patient. Listeners on Sports Extra 3, they came back to us around about 4 o'clock. Not sure where they've gone off to, but they're back with us. Ray DeLee, nice to hear you on Sports Extra 3. Matthew says, indeed it is a Vanden Pla over 75, and if the light gets any worse, I'm going to have to turn the full beam on to ensure we get a full day's play.
Here's Thompson, driven,
Shot.
Beautiful shot by Ben Rain. It's up in his half, and he gave that one the full face of the blade and drove it wide of mid-off. Jack White just trudging over the boundary rope to get that. 74 overs complete then, so they can take a second new ball in 6 overs time. They've already picked up the 6 wickets anyway. Bettingham 86, Rain on 16, and a partnership so far worth 18.
Well, there's still another bowling point to be had in 3 wickets time, as obviously as long as they get there before 110 overs are up. Chris Pinkney an hour ago was commenting on how things weren't looking good for Durham, given that Hampshire were bowled Surrey out for just 147. As Bess continues from the Howard stand end of the ground, the 3-tier stand at the rugby stadium end. Here comes the next ball. Bettingham defence. We used to be in that stand years ago, the old stand. It wasn't the best, was it, in the end? It was certainly in need of replacing. Put it that way.
It was cold.
Yeah.
He was up there with the coldest com boxes.
Next ball to Bettingham is played up towards long on for 1, so he gets to 87. Durham 2-2-2-4-6. I remember years ago coming here to cover a county championship match, and Clive Eakin, who finished off as the Warwickshire commentator for BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, he was on an attachment here. This next ball's defended on a length by Rain, and nobody knew where the key was for the radio box in the old rugby stand, so they used to get in using a butter knife. Sort of wedge that into the lock, and that used to open it up. Bess again bowls. That is left. Goes through to the keeper. Certainly I remember very wet summer of 2007 sitting over that side on a T20 night wondering if we're going to get any play or not. It comes in again, and Rain attempts to sweep and has missed that completely. Did that go down the leg side? End of the over. 2-2-2 for 6. See if there's a replay of that one or not. He had his back to me as he was playing the shot, so I'm not sure where the ball pitched in terms of where the stumps were, because I couldn't see it once it approached him. I think they must have moved over this side about 2010, something like that. Would that be right? Came and did a day's commentary here years ago with Callie. I'm sure that was around about 2010, early in the season. It was that early, in fact. It was, I think the FA Cup semi-final was on that day, and Man City were playing in it.
You'd be around about then. I mean, I know from, obviously, I used to do a lot of rugby league work, and I was standing in the old stand, the old rugby stand, football stand, call it what you will, before the Howard stand was built, when they did the Olympic torch
Oh yeah, well, that
relay,
was 2012,
and that came through here. So this was definitely up and running by then.
yeah.
I did do some reporting in my previous life with BBC Radio Leeds from the old Rabbit Hutch, as you say, and bits of commentary from there. In fact, that was because I was standing in for Clive Eakin on some occasions, and the first gig I ever did was at Durham in the porter cabin at the end that we normally commentate from, as Matthew Revis on at the Kirkstall Lane end drags one down the leg side first up. An inauspicious start to the match for Rev, because he bowled 2 overs for 21, and Johnny Bairstow felt like he needed to pull him out of the attack at that point. Hopefully things will get better for him here. Wasn't his best start, but loosener again. See if he can hit a rhythm this time, Matthew Revis. 222 for 6. That certainly shaped in. Probably just about the first ball I've seen swing all day to the right-handed Beddingham, but he's got it away for a single nonetheless, down backward of square leg. He's had an absolutely superb season with the bat, Matthew Revis. Having had that injury right at the end of last season, this time last year, he's really spent a season trying to get back up to speed, I think, with the ball. Hasn't quite happened for him yet. But could he be in for a big finish? Well, we'll see. Ben Rain defends that one. Rev switching to round the wicket to bowl it. 76 now. Still more than 20 overs scheduled for the day.
Just looking at the radar, there's just a long line of clouds sort of drifting from the northeast right the way down past us, down through Manchester and out in towards Wales. So
Revis in full, and Rain defends.
So we're right on the edge of it really, because we've got beautiful bright light to our right hand side there across to the west, and a bit of a nicer looking sky across to the east. Blue sky on showing parts, but this bank of murk just sitting right over us right now.
Here comes Revis. And again, Rain defending. Mark Holden says watching from Perth, which we
in
presume
Scotland
is
or Australia?
well, who knows. Sad news of Dickie. Watched Stick to Cricket the day before he died. Boycott was on when I watched. 2 great names of old. Saw England's squad today for the Ashes. I take it is Perth, Western Australia. I saw the same squad here last week, so it was expected by the Aussies. Looking forward to my first Ashes in Perth. Come on, the Yorkies. As that is turned into the leg side and fielded by George Hill to complete that over. Good to hear from you, Mark, if you are still with us, but by all accounts, maybe not, as it sounded like he was getting sorted to go to bed. And Christine Meir has enjoyed the comms this season, thanks. Where's DT? Really missing him. Looking forward to next season. Shame Jordan Thompson won't be here. And good luck to him at Warwickshire. Thanks, Christine. DT is back at home, as you probably heard from previous broadcasts. Doesn't live in this country anymore. Lives in Thailand. Back out there. Went a couple of weeks ago. Still in touch, as ever. 223 for 6. 4 overs to go before the second new ball can be taken.
Best bowling to Beddingham. It's coming up to 4:30 on this Wednesday afternoon. Beddingham gets a single and moves on to 89. Durham 224 for 6. 26 away from a batting point. Yorkshire got their first bowling point in the 20th over when McKinney was caught behind for 29 off George Hill, and then the 6th wicket fell in the 72nd when Clark was LBW to Jordan Thompson for 27. Quite a lot of cranes on show in the city centre, as Johnny Bairstow has spotted something and has come up to talk to the bowler with a cunning plan, and now heads back to his position behind the stumps. Rain cuts at this. It's come off the toe of the bat. Goes to sort of deep gully. There's a lot of cranes on show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 that I can see just in the city centre alone. Next ball is left by Rain. Pitches outside the line of off stump and into the keeper's gloves. It goes. Plenty of development work in Leeds going on at the minute then. It's one of the biggest building sites in the country. This again, played by Rain. Short extra cover, no run. Matthew Milnes fielding in there, I think. Bess again round the wicket. Oh, get after that. That's gone a long way. That's gone into the west stand for 6. A 1-knee slog sweep. Picked up on the bounce, and it's hit the fence at the front of the stand. And, oh, that's Milnes over there. Matt Milnes has recovered it. Just went beyond where the nets are parked off the field. Stands shut today. Bess again. Rain, that's way outside the line of off stump. Rain goes forward to play that one. Not out, says the umpire. So Durham 230 for 6. Rain now on 22. Partnerships 27. Beddingham on 89. And we have 19 overs to go today here on the BBC.
And as I've just been flicking through the emails, I've just seen a reminder from the Northern Cricket Society, who would be grateful if I could mention their events for the 2025-26 winter season. Most of them are held in the long room here at Headingley at 7:45 p.m. and those would be the following. I'll try and get through them in between Matthew Revis deliveries because there's quite a few. Revis makes his way in from the Kirkstall Lane end then, solidly defended by Beddingham. First up, Tuesday the 7th of October, so not long to go for that. It's the AGM at 7:15. Followed at 8 o'clock by author Richard Whitehead, brackets Victory in Australia 1954-55. Tuesday the 21st of October, 2:30 p.m, Ted Pete evening with author Ian Lockwood of 10 Drunks and a Parson at Yeadon Cricket Club. Revis making his way in again, and that is flicked away by Beddingham down to Agarwal at long leg. 1 run takes Beddingham to 90 and Durham to 231 for 6. November the 4th, mischievous night around these parts, but I'm not sure if it would be for Roland Butcher, who's speaking. Did come up and do some comms with us 2 or 3 years ago at the back end of a season. Butcher on Tuesday, November the 4th, formerly, of course, of Middlesex, Barbados and England, as Revis round the wicket, slides one down the leg side of Ben Rain. And then on Tuesday, the 17th of December, it's the winter luncheon. I hope you're making notes here, folks. James Taylor, Leicestershire, Nottinghamshire and England. That's at Sandmoor Golf Club. And then to complete the 2025 version of events is the annual Boxing Day cricket match, which surprisingly is on Friday, December the 26th, and hopefully I'll be at the MCG. But at the Homestead North Leeds, it's the Northern Cricket Society against North Leeds CC, as that's defended by Rain. Tuesday the 6th of January, Elizabeth Ammon, the Times cricket correspondent, is doing a Zoom call with them. John Sadler, Yorkshire's batting coach, who I'm hoping to speak to on the commentary here in the next day or two. He's speaking on Tuesday the 3rd of Feb. 3rd of March, Peter Mason, brackets Clyde Walcott, statesman of West Indies cricket, the author thereof, as Revis bowls and Rain works that one to James Wharton. In fact, no, in the end, to Ben Cliff, who's out there as a substitute fielder, 1 run. And then 2 more to mention. Tuesday the 24th of March, spring lunch, Andy Moles of Warwickshire at Sandmoor Golf Club. And Tuesday the 7th of April, John Morris, formerly of Derbyshire and England.
And Durham.
And that's a provisional speaker at this stage. You've got a bit of time to firm that one up then. Folks, membership 20 quid. Non-members can pay 5 quid on the night. And they have a website, northerncricketsociety.com, as well as a Facebook page. That came from Michael, the membership secretary, this morning, as That final delivery of Matthew Revis's over is solidly blocked. So having gone for 21 in his first 2, he's now conceded just 3 more runs in his next 2. 4 overs for 24, and it's 232 for 6.
That plane you've just heard there is just taken off from Leeds Bradford, and it's done a big arc round over us before heading out west, but it's going to head down to Verona. And I was rather surprised to see Verona Airport a few weeks ago when we were on holiday in Italy, because it's not far from Bergamo Airport. I'm sure as you're coming into one, you can probably see the other one quite clearly just along the motorway.
My Verona.
Yeah. It was far too hot when we were there. We managed 2 hours and then we ran back to the car in the aircon. Beautiful city, but it was 38 degrees. It's just a stupid amount of heat. 232 for 6 then, and we have 18 overs to go, so that's a fraction over an hour. Having said that, with a spinner on at one end for now, that might bring us to a close just after 5:30. Bess is bowling to Rain. Ball played back to him by Rain. Next ball in again is turned out through mid-wicket, no run. Bess bowls again, swept by Rain off towards deeper square leg. 4 run. Does this cloud look like it's actually moving at all? I think it's just sitting right on us.
No, it's definitely moving. If you look at something, a fixed point, it's still coming from the east.
It's going very, very slowly then.
Yeah, not a lot of wind to speak of today.
Yeah.
Jack White just getting loose again.
Bess once more to Rain. Rain on the back foot pushes that out into the covers. Bess bowls. Oh, he's drifted down the leg side there, and that's swept on its way for 4. Too long leg by Rain. He spotted that early. Met it on the bounce. Nice shot.
Yeah, played it well.
He's hit a couple of decent 6s, Ben Rain, and he's hit a couple of nice sweep shot 4s as well. He moves on to 29. Durham 238 for 6. The partnership is 35. Next ball's gone down to long leg, backward square leg area. End of the over.
Yeah, 238 for 6. Nigel Mallender, good afternoon to you. He's joining in with the tributes to the late Harold Dennis Bird. Says, very sad news about the passing of Dickie Bird. It was a pleasure to be able to spend some fantastic time with Dickie at Queen's Park over the last few years. I enjoyed him giving the Bowring Bell a good thwack on our balcony to signal the start of the championship match there in 2024. Nigel Mallender is chairman of Chesterfield Cricket Club. The word legend is often overused, but not with Dickie, a true unique character and one of cricket's true legends. Thanks, Nigel.
I've had a couple of games at Queen's Park. Durham beat Derbyshire there in 2017. It was a nice hot week, and then about half an hour after the match finished, the heavens absolutely opened.
Revis bowling here to Beddingham, who defends. Kev's just mentioning Annie Chave's tweet that I did mention earlier on when he was out at the hospitality off air.
Got a photograph on my phone of my older 2 daughters when they were about 2 and 5 at Chesterfield in about 2014, I think that was.
Revis in, that's defended into the offside by Beddingham, no run.
So that was a T20 match, so I was commentating in a marquee, a little sort of gazebo at the side of the pitch, and they were sitting on the boundary, and they'd got these paper Derbyshire helmets and the 6s and the 4s on the. Anyway, they're sitting there not watching the game when Gordon Mutchell hit a 4 which was racing straight for them, and I'm trying to scream at them while I was on air to get out the road.
Revis in again, Bedingham defending.
Heart,
Jack White from mid on to field.
it was heart and mouth stuff, thinking, what am I going to do if my little daughter's hitting the head by a cricket ball here anyway? The guy behind them realised what was going to happen, and he dived forward and deflected the ball over their heads with his left hand to save the day. So that could have put a downer on what had been a nice weekend, because we've been to a family wedding the day before.
Did you buy him a pint?
I don't think I ever met the man.
Revis bowls. Bedingham gets that towards the inside of the bat and drags it towards Jack White, and then just checks that everything feels okay with his bat, just gives it a shake from the handle.
It was one of those where they were sitting on the grass and they were just about a few inches behind the rope, and the ball was flying along the grass, but you're thinking it's going to hit that rope and it's going to shoot in the air.
Yeah, seen it a few times. This in and bowling, and Bedingham punches that one away through to mid-wicket, where Agarwal does the fielding. Another single. 239 for 6 with one to come in the over. Yeah, Kev's going to come back in after another over, I think.
Right.
And you just do the next one, and then
Into the final hour nearly.
Revis.
Well, they'll have the new ball in a minute, won't they? So it'll probably be about an hour from here.
In he comes. It's up there to drive, and Rain finds Jack White with his attempt at doing so. So 239 for 6 after 80 overs. And we would expect a second new ball will be taken. It has been tossed from one end to the other. O'Shaughnessy to Mike Burns. Johnny Bairstow is standing by out the Howard stand then, having a word with Jack White. So I think we're to assume that it will be taken. Yep, and it's signalled by Michael Burns. So Marty will take you through the first over with a second new ball.
So what have we got? 30 overs left for bonus points. Durham are 11 away from the batting point. Jack White's going to have this ball at the football stand end. 3 maidens from his 11 overs so far, 1 for 35. Got earlier today, Emilio Gay out for 4, caught in the slips by Finley Bean in the 5th over. So Bedingham is on 91. He's retaken his guard. Mike Burns, the umpire, behind the stumps at the bowler's end. 3 in the slip cordon as White comes bounding in to bowl. And the first ball seems to flick the inside edge of Bedingham's bat and hits his thigh guard. Jack White was actually born in Kendal.
Yeah.
So he's played club cricket at Todd. I might have seen him playing. I watched Ramsbottom against Todmorden in the Lancashire League in 2021. He was there then, so he could well have been playing in that match. Comes in again, headband on, and that ball is played by Bedingham out through towards deep extra cover for 1 run. Bedingham moves on to 92. Durham 240 for 6. So he was with Northants originally from 2020 to 24, played in their first team. Had a spell with Cumberland in the minor counties, Cheshire as well. He's played some club cricket at Kendal and Bayreuth, as they say. Do you know where Bayreuth is?
No.
Penrith. It's going to come round the wicket here to Rain. Partnership is worth 37. He comes and bowls, and that's gone off to mid-wicket, no run there.
Kev Sharp waits like a coiled spring at the back
is.
of the box.
He's going to be in this seat really sharp, isn't he? He's as sharp as a tack, the lad. I've heard it said about the same boy. Have you? Yeah?
Never.
No.
You must have got the wrong Sharp there.
Yeah. Halfway through this over, Rain gets behind that line of that one and plays it up to mid-on to Matt Milnes.
Maybe as tacky as a Sharp. Call you what? Ah.
Says he's living up.
Did you hear that?
He's living up Burley and Wharfdale now.
Used to call him Razor when he was in Australia.
Everybody had beards. 2 balls left of this over. White round the wicket, bowls to Rain. Rain leaves that alone. Yeah, it's a sort of hoi polloi, isn't it? Over was it the bourgeoisie, isn't it? Over Burley and Wharfdale, getting up towards Ilkley.
Well, is it the hoi polloi or the bourgeoisie? Which
I don't know. I can't remember. Hoi polloi, bourgeoisie.
You need to Google what hoi polloi means, I think, Marty.
As in hoi polloi, you're sort of man in the street. I think it's the bourgeoisie, isn't it?
Yeah. Especially if Kevin Sharp's ordained to move.
The masses, yeah. It's the bourgeoisie up there, I think. White round the wicket, that's gone off to point, no run, and that is the end of the over. So Durham are 240 for 6. They're 10 away from a batting point, which would be their first in this match, and Yorkshire need another 3 wickets to get their third and final bowling point on board.
Aye, happen. So, no major events with the first 6 deliveries with that second new ball. The White Rose will be hoping to add to the wickets column before the end of the day's play, or maybe even finish off the Durham innings. At the moment, I wouldn't say that's beyond them, clearly, but the way things have gone, they'll do well to do that, I think. And they have bowled largely with discipline today. Maybe a short spell where they left it behind for, I don't know, half a dozen overs, something like that. But basically, the full day, barring a short spell anyway, has been measured by the bowlers. They've been good. They've asked the Durham batters to play, and they've responded pretty well as well from a difficult start to the day. 7 for 2.
I think both teams can be reasonably happy, really. 7 for 2. I mean, Durham will be more than happy with where they are now.
Here's Milnes, bowling to Beddingham, who defends.
I mean, they've had some decent partnerships, haven't they? There's 2 or 3 very good partnerships. And yet Yorkshire perhaps after lunch not quite as disciplined as what they were, but since then excellent, really. So it's been good quality cricket, I'd say, from what we've seen.
Yeah, and
matches in the balance.
And on an interesting pitch as well. Milnes is in, and just back of length, playing from the crease. Beddingham works it out into the big gap on the offside there. 1 run.
He plays that shot majestically, doesn't he? Just back of a length, pushing it out on the offside there. It just looks so easy.
Yeah, and it's one of those, isn't it? If you start to go at that ball, you might start to bring about your own downfall. It went up in the air, maybe get an edge into the cordon, something like that. But he's quite measured in how he plays it. Waits a long time to take the ball. Oh, this one that could be, but isn't, a wicket. Ben Rain has hit that one between Matt Milnes and Jack White at mid-off. Hard to tell from this height how far away from Jack White it was, but he certainly didn't move in the direction of it as if he thought he might have had a catch. So it must have been comfortably beyond him. Rain driving on the up and has picked up 4 runs down beneath our commentary position.
I think it's brightened up a bit now as well, Jonathan. I think we might get a full day in here now. Definitely. It's a bit more blue sky to the left.
245 for 6, Wren on 33 now. Good response by Milnes. Could have been maybe a touch straighter, but because Wren didn't play it in the end, but he was setting up to do so. Thought better of it. Still, the run rate hasn't got much above 3 and over at any point during the day. Bang on that right this moment in time.
Well, this is how it used to be.
Back
3
in
and
day,
over. 300 in 100 overs, you'd had a good day.
Milnes just slides one down the leg side. There's one of those half-hearted appeals for a leg side strangle. No interest from umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. Well, I suppose, given what it was like batting here, then 300 in a day would have been
Absolutely.
a score you'd have been happy with. Final ball then of the 82nd. Second new ball hasn't yet produced any joy for Yorkshire, but that's there or thereabouts again from Matt Milnes. And it was a good leave actually from Ben Ray, because it wasn't too far away from shaving off stump, but he pulled the bat inside the line.
Just going back to the cloud formations at Headingley, I think I've told you this before, and forgive me if I have, but did I ever tell you about the time when I was 16-year-old, before I made my first class debut? I was 12th man here for the first time, and clouds came over and John Hampshire was captain, and he sent me to the George Cawthorne's groundsman shed to fetch a sky hook to bring the clouds over.
Yeah.
I think I've mentioned this
Yeah, you
before. Yeah, and I went to see George and asked him for a sky hook, and he started laughing for some reason. He knew exactly what had happened. And I went back and said he hadn't got one.
Bettingham on strike on 93. Oh, now then he's got underneath this one. Possible catching chance. Oh, yes. What a catch by George Hill. How far has he covered to get that? Think about the James Walton catch at Scarborough, and you're somewhere near. That's gone a long way in the air. Bettingham won't get his ton. And Durham are 245 for 7, but he must have travelled a good 30 plus metres again, George Hill. And he'll probably argue that he made it. It was more difficult than James Walton's at Scarborough, but he just made it look easier because he's quicker or something like that.
Well, whatever it was sensational because I wasn't backing him to get there. And, he's running, the ball's coming over his shoulder. He's coming from behind him. He will have had limited vision. He will have got a glimpse of it at the last second, and absolutely sensational.
Yep, certainly fooled our cameraman.
The thing is about it as well, he's not even been able to stop and judge anything. He's actually still running quite quickly as he's dived and caught it. I mean, look at that. That is as good as he gets.
Yep, and George wouldn't be one for overdoing celebrations, but he did get up, look at him, and pumps his fist at the spectators down beneath us in the Truman enclosure. He enjoyed that.
And not only that, it's Bedingham as well.
Yep.
Which is like a real feather in the Yorkshire cap, because he was making 100, wasn't he? And the rest. And he would have deserved to have done, but these can change matches. These bits of brilliance that you see now and again, they can change the course of a game, because as we know, Jonathan, one brings two. Oh, you're looking a bit forlorn now.
Well, I drew breath to speak then, but I just thought, how can you follow that?
Well,
so David Bedingham, the tail of the tape. Court Hill bowled White for 93 off 195 balls and 306 minutes of batting, 8 fours included, and that brings to the crease Matthew Potts, who we know has got some ability with the bat, and he just drops that first ball out into the offside, and James Walton does the fielding.
I mean, this is the thing in today's day and age, isn't it? I mean, there's the lower order, but they're not really the lower order anymore because everybody can bat now, and this is how times have changed over the years, is that the lower order spend plenty of time practicing and getting coached and making themselves, into players who can score runs.
Yeah. Oh, well, Potts might get off the mark, and then again, he might not. That's James Wharton, who made a bit of a Horlicks of his first attempt, then reeled it in, and Potts was halfway down, then went back. He is a dangerous man to take a run to, James Wharton, from a misfield, because apart from being quick across the ground and having a good pair of hands, he's got a very good arm as well. So Potts thinking better of it, and he's there to face this next Jack White delivery. Turns this one into the leg side square, which is going to get him off the mark with a single. We've seen some super catching from the Yorkies around various grounds this season. James Wharton with more than one of them. Of course, that one at Scarborough, still think not seen a better one in the outfield, and that one at George's there as well, just now right up there. I'm sure Marty can give you chapter and verse on the Durham versions of those when he's back on. Ben Rain, 33 not out, is on strike, and White comes round the wicket to him. Just a solid defensive push.
I mean, both Rain and Potts, as soon as they've come in, they've shown just very solid technique. Coming in the sort of late middle order, this is why I say that the team's bat all the way down now. Even number 11s are very competent, generally.
Here comes White again. It's a straight delivery, works it to leg. No run. Who was the best number 11 that you played with and against?
Oh, gosh.
Or best number 11s that you played with and against?
Best number 11. I think Derek Underwood were quite good at Kent. He used to he batted for his teammate, and he stayed in there for a while, from what I can recall. Because you were 10 and 11 never got to practice or have a bat and prepare. First time, sometimes they get a knock a bit first game of season and that sort of thing. But I'm just Yorkshire. I'm going to have to have a good think about that. I can remember that we played one game at Derby, and it was a one-day game, and Derbyshire had made 220.
Matt Milnes, wide of off stump and Potts leaves.
Derbyshire had made about 220, and we were about 90 for 9. And Mark Johnson, who played not a lot of first-class cricket for Yorkshire, who played some, so we were about 90 for 9, chasing 220. And he batted with David Bairstow, made 100. He took Jeff Miller down, and I believe probably Freddie Swarbrook as well, the two spinners, and they kept the spinners on for ages. I think Mark Johnson, we won the game, and Mark Johnson was 4 not out at the end, and he just locked it and stayed in and did what he needed to do.
Meanwhile, Mills bowls on wide of off stump and Potts leaves. Well, if you don't have the ability to score that many, if you can stick around, it's got a job.
Absolutely.
Plenty of encouragement out there among the Yorkshire fielders. Durham 4 runs away from the first point of the match. Is it going to come from this delivery? No. Potts hits it straight into the deck, and Jack White round and slides to do the fielding. I mentioned that the spectators had top coats on this morning, and if the forecast was right, that they'd probably be removing those as the day went on, but that's not really materialised. It was much better this morning than it has been during the rest of the day.
I think there's a few nipped up into the long room to keep warm.
Yeah. Surprised. Milnes over the wicket once again. Potts keen to get his feet moving for a run, turns it to James Wharton, but he denies him the opportunity. There's a few of the usual snappers around in their thang. And Potts waits as Milnes comes in again past umpire O'Shaughnessy. So over the top of that.
So, question for you, Jonathan. If Yorkshire were to bat tonight, do you think the light would allow it as we stand at the minute?
Don't see why not. Don't see why not at all. No, it's
actually brighter now than it was an hour ago.
Yeah, I think so. The contrast from the floodlights is not as marked as it was an hour or so ago. And again, wide of off stump. Potts draws back as if he's going to play a shot, but then leaves. So 12 overs remain on day one. A reminder, Durham won the toss, decided to bat first. Alex Lees first to go for 3, caught being bowled Milnes. Emilio Gay followed shortly after, 2 balls later in fact, caught being bowled White for 4. Ben McKinney caught Bairstow, Bowle Hill for 29. That was 51 for 3. There were the 3 wickets in the morning session, then 2 in the afternoon. Will Rhodes, really good catch by James Wharton at mid-wicket off Don Best for precisely 50 when the score was 152. And then just 3 runs later, Ollie Robinson shouldered arms to one from George Hill that took the top of off stump. He was bowled for 1. Those are the 2 wickets in the afternoon session as Jack White bowls and Ben Rain plays to mid-on. And then 2 wickets so far in this final session of the opening day. Graham Clark LBW to Jordan Thompson for 27 when the score was on 203 for 6 that was. And then 245 when the 7th wicket fell. David Bedingham, who we've just seen, brilliantly caught by George Hill. So a ball that Bedingham toe-ended really as he was trying to pull it. That was off the bowling of Jack White. 93 Bedingham made. Ben Rain, not out 33, is facing Jack White. Plays that one into the offside for Don Besterfield. Kevin Sharp getting his usual fan mail overload to my right. David Wilford says, fantastic Hill catch that. Just like to defend the bourgeoisie of Ilkley. The bourgeoisie of Ilkley comment. Barb. Salt of the earth people up here as well, he says. Anyway, the hosepipe ban means I'm off to water the plants with Evian. Other bottled water manufacturers are available as rain pushes into the offside and there's no run.
Lovely part of the world. Delighted to be up there with plenty of fellow Yorkies learning the language again.
Happen you are, Van Oz.
Well,
here's White. Rain just stepping into that and dropping into the offside, no run. We're having a look around the scores elsewhere. Hampshire 89 for 2 in response to that 147 by Surrey, so they're 58 behind at the moment. 8 first innings wickets in hand. Somerset 279 for 5 at Chelmsford against Essex. Sussex are dominating against Worcestershire 205 for 4. They lead by 86 with 6 first innings wickets remaining. As White bowls to Rain, defends square on the offside. Warwickshire 170 for 5 against Nottinghamshire, top of the table Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. They stuck in their opponents. Then in Division 2, 376 for 7, Leicestershire against Northamptonshire. Middlesex 336 for 5 against Gloucestershire at Lords. Lancashire bowled Glamorgan out for 265 and are now 24 without loss themselves in Cardiff. And Derbyshire having a good first day, 342 for 2 at Canterbury against Kent. White bowls, Rain goes firmly at this, he's opened the face and he's driven that square. Lovely shot. It bobbles away through the wicket ends and makes it to the east side boundary for 4 runs. 37 to him, and Durham have a point in the match, 250 for 7.
Fancy having to wait all this time to get a batting point. It's not fair, is it? No. 250 for a batting point. I think it's obviously the way they've changed it is to encourage the batsman to score quicker. Seems that way. Not easy though if it's a difficult pitch.
No, definitely not easy if it's a difficult pitch.
I mean, I'll always speak in favour of the batsman, of course. You did call, you know, when we started today's play, you introduced me as a former Yorkshire batsman. But I did get 12 first-class wickets. I've told you this before. You didn't acknowledge that this morning.
I make no apologies for not acknowledging it. Milnes in and bowling, and Potts right in behind that defence.
I was a bit gutted with that, actually. I expected you to call me an all-rounder.
12 for how many?
Well, you see, the thing was, before I mentioned the runs, I was 2 types of bowler. I was a wicket-taking bowler and also a declaration bowler, which meant that I come on and give a few freebies away sometimes.
Here's Milnes, Kirks to the lane end. Potts crouches to play that and then leaves it.
I was nearly the 3rd bowler in the history of the game to go for 36 in an over.
Nearly?
Nearly, yeah.
What did you go for, 37?
I went for 32. But basically, it was at Glamorgan at Cardiff, and it was a lunchtime of the last day of a 3-day game, and the game was going nowhere. And Johnny Bairstow and Rodney Ontong, the 2 captains, had lunch together.
Johnny Bairstow?
Sorry, David. Sorry.
That's worked away square on the leg side by Potts for a single, 251 for 7.
No, David and Rodney Ontong had lunch together, the 2 captains, and they came up with a plan for a declaration. Glamorgan were batting. So David came in our dressing room and said we need to give them 75 in 4 overs. After lunch, Sharpie, you're bowling. So I said, OK, that's good. So the first ball after lunch, Matthew Maynard was facing.
Milnes to Rain, who's going to get 4 runs here. Just slightly lofted, meant that his mate Matthew Potts had to do a little bit of limbo as it went past the chin, but that's a straight lofted drive for 4.
He's played well, hasn't he? So, first ball over the ringed field, I bowled my first declaration ball, which was a spinning, very slow off-spinner that Matthew dispatched over long on for 6, as he did the second ball, as he did the 3rd ball, and had the 4th ball. I knew Matthew quite well. We got on really well, so I went down the wicket to him and I said, come on, mate. I said, 2 more of those and we're on news at 10 tonight. Me and you.
There's Milnes. Punched into the offside by Rain. That's another fine shot by Ben Rain. He's going to pick up 4 more. Gagawal was giving chase round the boundary edge, but he really did time that well.
He's played well, this fella, blimey. Super innings. Anyway, unfortunately for me and Matthew, the 5th ball, he just got it a bit high on the bat and it only went for 4. Just bounced once for 4, as did the 6th ball, so I really only went for 32. But they did get their 75 runs in 3.5 overs, and I did go for 50 odd in 2 overs.
So you did your job,
really? Yeah, I did what I needed to do, but that's obviously why my average was quite high.
Milnes bowls, and that's flicked off the hip by Rain. Johnny Bairstow out to do the fielding. Was it bat? Was it? Yeah, it was bat. So another one to Ben Rain, takes him to 46, 264, 7. So, Kevin Sharp, first class career bowled 1,262 balls, including 44 maidens at a cost of 887 runs. 12 wickets with a best, a sparkling 2 for 13.
Against Glamorgan at Bradford Park Avenue, I remember it well. Winston Davis and Terry Davis were my 2 wickets.
Average 73.91 with an economy rate of 4.21 and a rip-roaring strike. I thought this was your batting strike rate for a minute. A strike rate, this is 1 wicket every 105.16 deliveries.
Well, it could have been worse.
Jack White bowling to Ben Rain, who's played nicely off the hip this time, past James Wharton to mid-wicket, and they're coming back for 2 here. They'd have to get a bit of a hurry up, but they get through comfortably. Rain on to 48.
What you failed to mention is the priceless wicket of Don Topley to win us the game here against Essex after Don had gone in.
I wish I'd known that before we commentated together at York a couple of months ago. 262 for 7. Rain just drops this one into the offside, no run. So you've got those sort of worrying career stats of you've got more first class hundreds to your name than wickets. I'm not sure. I mean, you know, I know these things are open to interpretation, Kev, but I can't think of too many world-class all-rounders who have those sort of figures against their name.
Well,
Jack White bowls, and Ben Rain punches this one back at a point. Don Best round to field, and they get back for 2.
Yes, but I never said I was world-class.
And Ben Rain, with that 2, takes his score to 50 in just an hour's batting. 58 balls, 7 4s and 2 6s, and passing a first class, racking up a first class 50 for the 21st time to go with 1 first class 100. And the way he's playing, he wouldn't put a second first class 100 out of his reach here.
He's an all-rounder, this chap. Proper all-rounder.
It's been a good knock. It's been an entertaining knock. And he's played shots around the park. Ooh, and that's a good riposte by Jack White as well. Ben Rain pulling the bat inside the line, but maybe not till after the ball had gone. I mean, you know, had the batting average been 73.91 and the bowling average been 30.84, then I think we'd have said, you know, Kevin Sharp, one of Yorkshire's finest
but I don't
ever
think,
cricketers.
I don't think
all-round cricketers, anyway.
I don't think you've been listening.
Maybe not ever.
To what I've been telling you.
I think I have. I just don't believe it. Here's White, and that's pushed into the offside by Rain, and there is no run. I mean, coming, you know, using a forum like this, Sports Extra 3, BBC Sport website and app, to try and, you know, shrug off a 12-wicket first-class career.
Well, yes, but you see, I was
put it down to declaration
to
bowling.
take the hit as a deck bowler, which actually obviously ruined my average. But that's not the whole story, is it?
Oh, right. So you were just a great team man. Oh, now then, he's got a thick edge on this, Ben Rain. Can't really begrudge him a little bit of luck because he's gone at that quite hard and it's skewed away down through third man for 4. Third man, of course, is vacant, but those who can see it again.
I think that's the benefits you get for committing to the shot. You know, I mean, I'd always, as a batting coach, I would always say that the thing that is most beneficial is to really commit to the shot, and that could mean that you It could mean that you're leaving the ball, you commit to leave it, could mean commit to defending it and looking for a one, commit to knocking it through the gap for two, committing to hit a boundary. But if you're going to hit the ball. And often it's when you kind of change your mind halfway through and think, oh, I don't know, and then you sort of softly get out, a sort of soft dismissal. But those are the benefits for a real commitment to the shot.
Marty back in a minute or so. George Hill is going to have a go while the ball is still relatively new, and why wouldn't you really? 1 wicket taken with this second new ball, and it was George that took the catch. Brilliant catch as well to see the back of David Beddingham. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 28. He's got a ball that's just 7 overs old in his hand. Let's see if he can get it to swing, because he can often get it to go when nobody else is seemingly to be that effective with it. Matthew Potts drawn forward to try and play at that one. It's a good little start by George.
Yeah, he's bowled beautifully today, hasn't he?
There's a word with Steve O'Shaughnessy as he makes his way back to his mark. I think he was just checking if it hits his pad, he's out. Is that right, Umps?
Working hard on the ball, that. Keep the shine on it.
What's on 2? Safely negotiates this next delivery from George, which is just a little bit shorter in length. It's 14 deliveries he's faced now. Matthew Potts will be getting used to things out there a little bit. 23 minutes to get used to the light. And this pitch is playing. Considering the time of year we're playing this match, 24th of September. Weather's been pretty kind today, even though it's not been sunny much. Good delivery, George Hill angled in, nipping away from Matthew Potts through to the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Right on the money again, just seems to be able to drop on it.
I think you can always tell when a bowler's bowl well, because you kind of think he's going to get a wicket. You know, all the time when he's bowled today, you think he's got every chance of taking a wicket, and that's how he's made you feel.
Here he comes again. This is straighter, just strayed slightly towards leg stump, and it's been flicked away down to Mayank Agarwal. Like 1 run to Potts, who'll probably be a little relieved to have rotated the strike there, because he was being asked a question or two.
Well, he just needs to play for Ben Rain at the minute, doesn't he? He just needs to not get out. And if he can give the strike to Rain, then give it to him, because he's in such good form.
George just asking Matt Milnes to drop out to the mid-wicket boundary, and then bowls one full, and Rain has punched that one firmly again, and he's going to get the same result as he did in the previous over from this end. It wasn't bowled by George, and that's a boundary. And sometimes you feel he's not quite getting right over the top of it, but he's just very good at waiting and timing it superbly, and he did the same again there. Didn't really go full on with the shot, but was able to pick up the boundary. 1 to come in the over, after which I'm going to depart and leave Kev and Marty to talk you through the next bit. George is in, and that's glanced nicely down to third man for 4 more to Ben Rain. Going to take his score to 62. Got right over the top of that and just use the pace of the ball. We'll do a change here. And while the lads are changing round, I've got a message in from Carl Williams with a C. And he says, ask Kev if he remembers his time at Ossett, brackets, I was at Altos at the time, pulling the pin out and bowling 38-mile-an-hour donkey drops. Leave that with you, Kev, as Marty's back alongside.
Heard mention of Don Topley a few minutes ago, who saw last couple of weeks ago down at Chelmsford, but Son Reese playing for England and Surrey these days. Still organises his big under-15s cricket tournaments at the Royal Hospital School in Essex as well. Players come from all over the country for that. That took place a few weeks ago. There's this wide bowling here from the football stand end, bowling to Potts, who is on 3. Went on holiday with the family 3 or 4 years ago now, down to Suffolk, and just by sheer chance this cottage had come up. We booked it, last minute thing. Ended up 3 miles from where Don lives with Julia, so they popped over to see us one night, and then they invited us round to their house for tea one evening, and he's got a full-size cricket net in the garden with a bowling machine. It's fantastic. White comes in, bowls, driven by Potts. That's a lovely shot. That's a sumptuous cover drive for 4. Chris Tavares-esque. So he took my daughters for a net session in the back garden and with the bowling machine. And I have to say, bowling machines came in sort of after I stopped playing. So we didn't have one at our cricket club. I think they've got one now, but they didn't back in the day. And so it was the first time I'd ever faced a bowling machine. It was quite good fun.
Well, yeah, they were quite interesting in the early days because they were a bit unpredictable.
Yeah.
I can remember the first one here at Headingley. I tried it out, and Doug Paget was our coach, and the first one was good length, and then the second one hit me in the thigh.
Oh.
Full bunging.
Wide again to Potts. Potts drives at that. It's gone to the gully. Stopped by Agarwal. It was. He basically built the speed up as they went along, but all 3 of my daughters were playing cricket at our local club at the time for the girls' team. Well, one of them was doing the All-Stars, but just watching the improvement in the space of just a few minutes as he gave them a few little pointers. Stand this way differently, hold the bat like that, get ready, getting the foot of the pitch of the ball, that kind of thing. Particularly the little one, she was middling it after a few minutes.
Well, a few basic techniques do go. They still apply.
Wide to Potts. Potts plays this up to mid-off, no run there. Sadly, the girls' cricket just sort of came to an end at the club and all fizzled out a couple of years ago. So my oldest daughter decided to take up rowing instead. Joined the local rowing club. I warned her against it. Didn't really want her to get involved in rowing, because I could only see her career going backwards.
And where are we now with that?
You missed the point of that joke there, didn't you? That's sunk without trace, to coin a rowing phrase. Did you not hear that? I could only see a career going backwards.
It's a bit slow.
Okay, well,
it's been a long day.
Yeah. She's done a few regattas and stuff. Seems to enjoy it.
Yeah. Just while it's on my mind, just a message to Carl from Old Toffs Cricket Club. He mentioned to Jonathan about, do I remember playing against Old Toffs and his slow donkey drops? Well, I remember my time at Ossett very well indeed, and playing at Old Toffs.
Ball rattles Potts there, sort of shot up at him as he was looking to try and defend. See what happened here again? Because he seemed to try and fend it away one-handed there.
Yeah, the odd ones just misbehaved, but
inside edge.
I think that Durham are going to be very happy, aren't they?
I don't know how to judge this. I've just been trying to work out how to pitch my end of day match report. I suppose the good thing is they're still out there, so that's one benefit. 7 overs to go, 281 for 7.
Well, 7 for 2, 50 for 3.
Yeah.
To be near, 19 runs short of 300 with 7 wickets down, I think I'd be very surprised if they don't, feel particularly good about that.
Well, the next batting point's 19 runs away from their point of view. Essential, really, that they get there with this pair still in the middle. Partnership's 36 now. It's come along pretty quickly as well. Here's Hill from the Kirkstall Lane, and where's that coming? That's coming towards us, isn't it?
Too great.
Is that 6? 6, straight drive 6 from Ben Rain off Hill. I lost it for a moment there as it disappeared in towards the sort of got up level with the black glass on the boxes at the far end of the ground, and then spotted it coming towards us. Well, that's a third six, I think, that Rain's hit now.
Well, that's a class shot.
Just a straight
That's a
drive,
proper
straight back
shot.
over the bowler's head.
Just stand and deliver, but with lovely technique, and it didn't look to overhit it. Just controlled it beautifully.
He's on 68, 287 for 7. Hill again, round the wicket, that's defended. Mervyn emailed a bit earlier today. He said over the season Durham have squandered many a good position, and he feels they're going to pay dearly for their prolificacy. And it pains me to say it, but he also says there are far more important things in life. Well, it depends, doesn't it? Next ball from Hill, round the wicket he comes. That's defended on off stump, played back to the bowler.
Just to finish that for you, Carl, is that I actually remember playing my penultimate game of cricket at Altofts for Ossett a few years back now. I'd be just over 40 years old, and kind of did okay that day at Ossett, at Altofts. So, but it was my penultimate game of playing at that level.
Next ball played away by Rain off towards square leg. 1 run as Milnes comes racing in from the boundary in front of the east stand to field that one. There's lots of daisy rings on the square down there, isn't there? Which, isn't that a sign of nitrogen in the soil or something?
I don't know. Groundsmanship's not been my strength.
Yeah.
Although I did act as assistant groundsman as a 19-year-old in Australia one winter. I'm not sure, I unrolled a shovel into the pitch. Fell off the back of the roller.
All happened so quickly at 1 mile an hour. Hill over the wicket now to Potts, who plays this into the covers. Dot ball. So we're down to within touching distance of the end of the day's play. Inside the last half hour here, there's about 18 minutes to go, something like that. 6.1 overs. 3.75 minutes an over is what they allow. And then again, balls edged and dropped by Bairstow behind the stumps. An edge from Potts, who's only on 7, but crucially, he's staring at the toe of his bat there.
It's dipped. It looked as though it dipped late.
It's come right off the bottom corner, and Bairstow got both hands on it. As he's closing his hands, the ball popped out of his left hand and hit the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose Yorkshire will be slightly disappointed with their close catching today. I mean, there's been obviously the outfielding's been excellent. They've dropped a couple at slip, and obviously that one. So they're slightly disappointed with that, but it's not done on purpose.
So 6 overs to go, then Durham are 288 for 7, 12 away from another batting point, and this partnership's worth 43 and has had a life. So White back to his mark at the far end of the ground, will be coming running in towards us to bowl to Ben Rain, who's on 69. Got a man out on the point boundary. Got a backward point. 1 slip. White comes around the wicket to the left-hander. And Rain plays the ball out through deep extra cover. It will be cut off right on the boundary rope, but he'll get 2. Fielding way out there is Don Best. Slides in on his thigh to pick the ball up. Takes Rain on to 71. Durham on to 290 for 7.
What sort of season has Ben had with the bat, Martin? Because he's played a fabulous innings today.
Well, he's had the 1/2 century before, didn't I say? He got 81 against somebody. Shall have it written down. 81 against Warwickshire at home. That is driven out towards that deep point area for 1. To Bess, who slips as he picks it up. Yeah, that game against Warwickshire was Durham's first home game of the season, and it came at quite a cost, because that was the match where David Beddingham broke his toe and was out for a few weeks, and they really missed his runs through the middle of the season. And then when he was fit to come back again, he was off with South Africa. Plus, that was the game where Durham declared, and they set Warwickshire a very generous declaration target indeed. Target 339 from about 100 overs, I think it was. They managed to get there with 1 wicket to spare. White balls to Potts. Potts on his toes. Up he goes and cuts that hard through the covers for 4. Nice shot. So they got there with the last pair at the crease. Ethan Bamber making 30 not out.
It sounds like a very generous declaration.
Oh, yeah.
How was the surface? How was the pitch?
Well, that was it. I think Durham gambled and it was going to offer them a little bit more, but they've struggled to bowl teams out. So I'm just looking back through my match report. An afternoon of unmitigated drama. Have they just got the 50 partnership there? They have 50 partnership. As White comes in the bowl to Potts again. Potts cuts that down towards deep point for 1. He moves on to 12. 296 for 7. Set 339 to win. Warwickshire were 90 for 5 at lunch and seemingly out of it. Then Durham failed to get a wicket in the afternoon session, with Kai Smith and Ed Barnard putting on 147 runs. Smith out for 62, Barnard 101 with 54 needed. Durham eventually got Warwickshire 9 down with 15 needed before they got over the line. So it was a tight one, but it was one in which Warwickshire were given plenty of time to try and get there and were always interested. And it backfired on Durham as a declaration. Rain plays this next ball off towards the covers. No run there. So that 50 partnerships come on about 50 balls actually run a ball.
I'm pretty sure Durham will be happy with the day's play. I mean, 4 runs away from 300 for 7. It's like I said, we've said a few times today after the start. I mean, you're kind of thinking Yorkshire might bowl them out for 220, 230. You know, it's not happened.
White to Rain. Whoa! Get after that. Where's that gone? Totally lost sight of that in this conditions. It's 6 more. It's gone somewhere into the football stand. I have no idea where, because as soon as that left the bat, I lost sight of it.
Well, I did too, but
where's it gone?
Just looking at the replay again, it's another fabulous strike.
Wallop. Can't even see it on the replay, can you?
We might do now. It's a bit closer.
Very gloomy conditions. He's just smashed that straight and back over the...
It's gone very straight. I mean,
head.
they're looking for it under the side screen behind the bowler's arm, so he's obviously hit it very straight.
Well, that's 4 sixes he's hit now for his 78.
Well, the last 2 have been sensational.
And he's brought up the second batting point for that as well. It's quite gloomy, isn't it? And, this cloud's never moved from us. It's bizarre because it's just a long band of really dark cloud and it's sat over us all afternoon. Yeah, it's bright and sunny to the west of us and blue skies to the east of us. It's like the ground's some kind of cloud magnet. Have they lost the ball here or not? Have they got it back? Umpire's just checking it.
They got a bit wet under them covers.
So 57 added wet by these two. New over, Hill. Bowling to Potts down the hill. Oh, that's carved away beautifully for 4. I think it's going to go for 4, yeah. Just leant back and steered that behind gully and out of the reach of third slip along the floor. Lovely measured shot.
Well, it's been so far this last half hour or so, it's been a very good end to the day for Durham. Still 4.5 overs remaining.
Next ball. Potts turns this to mid-wicket and will get a run there. Agarwal couldn't just reach down and grab it. He was bending down to pick it up and just hit a little ridge on the edge of the square and bounced over his hand. And as you'd imagine, the square looks very threadbare in places at the end of a very long season in which not only have you had the men's cricket here, the women's cricket, the franchise tournament as well, international cricket. Hill to Rain on 78. Rain pulls this out through mid-wicket for 2. His Ben Rain's century came against Worcestershire, and he made 103 not out in 2022, but I think the game ended in a draw. And I think it was him and Paul Coghlan were batting together, and they got to their first centuries in first-class cricket within moments of each other. They were chasing each other all the way through the 70s, the 80s and the 90s. He's got a century for Leicestershire in the T20 as well. That one comes on sharply onto the bat as he pivots to pull it through the leg side. It made quite a noise. He's going to get a single. It's gone off to mid-wicket. Jab pull there. He's on 81. 310 for 7.
Well, you never know if he continues to play the way he has. He won't be far away from if he stays in, he won't be far away tonight.
Yeah.
From the magic 3 figures.
Partnership the best today with Beddingham and Rhodes, 101 for the 4th wicket. Rhodes out for 50. There's a bouncer there for Rain. He lets that go through from Hill. And then Beddingham the last wicket to go, 93. Tried to pull the new ball. It was the 3rd over the new ball. He tried to pull one from Jack White through the leg side. It's come right off the bottom corner of the bat and spooned up into the air. Went really high and was drifting down towards 3rd man. George Hill, I think, was in the slip cordon, wasn't he?
He was the first slip.
And it was touch and go to whether he'd get anywhere near it, but he slid in and took a great catch just before the ball landed. Here he is now bowling, and that's a leave from Potts that's gone through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. 4 to go, 310 for 7. I took a catch like that years ago, playing for Whitburn seconds on a cup tie, midweek cup tie. Showing you the shot again here. So yeah, he starts in the slip cordon at first slip, I think. He's covered some ground there to get to that one.
It's a sort of catch Jonathan would have caught back in the day.
Well, I never imagined I was going to get anywhere near the one that went over my head, and I just threw myself along the floor on my back and sort of slid in on my back looking at the sky, and it landed right in my hands.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it?
I took 2 good catches that night. The other one was I was fielding it sort of silly mid-off, and this guy just hammered the ball straight over my head, and I just jumped up to go through the motions, and it wedged between my fingers.
Stuck.
And we lost.
Well, that's a nice feeling when something special happens.
I think it was Blackwall Colry beat us that night. Wow, 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 Hill. And then Adam Lyth jumps into his arms there. Not just the catch, but the person he got out as well. The fact that Beddingham had faced 195 balls. Is this Revis coming back into the attack here? So 4 overs to go tonight here on the BBC. Durham 310 for 7, so they have 2 batting points. This partnership is crucially worth 65. Rain has 81. Potts 17. Potts dropped off Hill on 7 when Johnny Bairstow put the catch down off an edge. And Rain is on strike.
Batting outside off stump there, nearly.
Revis round the wicket to the left-hander. Digs out a Yorker length ball that rolls back to the bowler.
Is he going to want that 100 tonight? Is he going to want it, or is he prepared to have another crack tomorrow morning?
I think probably come back tomorrow, because Yorkshire have put everybody out on the boundary. You've got basically the bowler, the keeper, and 1 fielder in the covers in Agarwal, I think it is. Everyone else is out on the boundary at the moment. Revis bowls, Rain pushes that off towards deep point. and will get a single. So he's on 82 and he's off strike. Potts is on strike on 17, 311 for 7.
Well, if this is going to be the case and they're going to set this field to him, I'm sure he'll sleep quite well on 90 not out. I'm sure he would. His teammates would be delighted with him.
Neil on Blue Sky. Is it a slow drive back to the Roca Riviera tonight or a night out in the Leeds student quarter? More importantly, are we going to stay up? Well, obviously down here for the 4 days of this game, so staying in a hotel in the Leeds area.
So tell me, how does the Roca Riviera compare with Scarbados?
Well, it's far better.
In what way?
Well, it's just much nicer. That's gone through to the keeper.
You're going to have to explain it a bit more than that.
I think both of them have their faded glories, but I mean, they've started doing Scarborough as well, haven't they? Because when we were in the EU, there was this European Coastal Communities funding, so Sunderland got quite a bit of that, and that was funding that was set for former seaside resorts to try and reinvigorate themselves and after their past glories of the 50s and the 60s or whatever. So Revis bowls to Potts. Potts plays this down towards deep backward point for 1, so he's got 18, 312 for 7. So where we live, they've spent a lot of money doing the coast up. There's lots of nice new restaurants and bars now, and then we live down on the marina, which was the yard where they made all the wood props for the pits years ago. So it was quite industrial down there. The shipyards have all gone, of course. So the university's down where some of the shipyards used to be. Revis to Rain, that's gone down towards third man for 1, so he's got 83. When I was a kid, my dad sold teddy bears, so we used to travel to Whitby and Scarborough a lot to supply bingo halls and fairgrounds for their prizes, and so we stayed in Scarborough most summers quite regularly in a B&B right next to the cricket ground. So got lots of fond memories of Scarborough as a kid, and then being able to go back there and cover games as a reporter in later life.
Yeah, would that have been on Trafalgar Square at Scarborough?
It was just the B&B was where you're going through the main gate at Scarborough. There's a couple of B&Bs just to your left. It was one of those. I think the back of it looked onto the cricket ground. Revis with a short one at 2 Potts. That's left alone and goes through to the keeper. 3 overs to go tonight then. I remember as a kid we were at Scarborough Zoo and we'd been carrying all these bags of teddy bears right across the zoo. So it must have been some bingo hall or something. And these women were there. They were all dressed up. And they must have been from the WI or something. And they started they were walking past the monkey enclosure and they started pointing at the monkeys and laughing. And we're just standing there watching, and my dad says, "Quick, run." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Just run." And one monkey climbed down off its tyre, and grabbed handfuls of dung, that was lying in the bottom of the cage, and just hurled it at these women and just sprayed all over the place.
He wasn't from Hartlepool, that monkey.
No, because I don't think that monkey survived being in Hartlepool, according to folklore.
Because they are called the monkey hangers in Hartlepool, Jonathan. You did know that, didn't you? Yeah.
I'm sure Jonathan's been to Hartlepool. You haven't been to Hartlepool? Here's Hill. Third last over of the day. Ooh, a play and a miss from Rain, who's off balance as he's trying to play that and then sort of collapses in, having played and missed, sort of tensed himself up for the shot and didn't get a connection. Just as well, because he could have been caught behind there.
Jonathan says he's been to Darlington.
Yeah, I did. That's where I went to journalism college, Darlow. Feetham's was a canny little ground. All the supporters used to switch ends at half time. Had a bit of character about it. Bowler in again. This is played up to long on by Rain for 1 off Hill. So Rain off strike on 84. Potts on 18. The partnership's 69. 314 for 7. 2.4 overs to go tonight. There's some smoke coming up from the hills in the distance.
That's Rawdon over there.
Rawdon.
Yeah.
Is that where the chippy is?
It's
what was that chip shop called then? Was that Rawdon, wasn't it? Is it? Jonathan's air fryer's on fire, is that what you suggest?
Well, it's in that direction.
Isn't Harry Ramsden's in Rawdon? No? Was it Harry Ramsden?
No, well, it's the Weatherby Whaler in Guiseley now.
Right. This is defended by Potts. So it was Harry Ramsden's, wasn't it? So the Weatherby Whalers taking it over.
Yeah, yeah.
They've expanded because they've got a place in York as well.
Yeah.
There is quite a bit of smoke coming up from over there, though.
Well, I hope everything will be okay. Just talking about the northeast again, I keep in touch with two very, very good mates from my.
Hill bowls one wide of off stump, quite wide, and nearly tempts Potts into a little tickle there. Potts has gone off for a walk to think about the shot he's just played.
So I keep well in touch with two former teammates from Middlesbrough. Bill Athy and Paul Jarvis.
Right.
That's.
So have you had a night out on the river?
Oh, well, Bill has a barbecue he lives near Leominster now in Herefordshire.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he has a barbecue every year.
Hill to Potts. Potts plays this out through mid-wicket. He sprints the first, but is told just the one. Potts on 19 then. Durham 315 for 7. Rain on 84. There's 2.1 overs to go tonight. Leominster's quite a nice spot, isn't it? Out that way. That's over past... that's right on the border, isn't it? Around there.
It's west of Worcester, about 27 miles. But he has this barbecue every year where he invites all his mates down from Middlesbrough. And everybody has to wear all the men have to wear a football shirt. And all these lads come down from Middlesbrough and they're great fun. And then, of course, I turn up in my Leeds shirt. And then there's a Sheffield United fan and there's a Huddersfield Town fan and all this sort of thing.
Sunderland's the nearest sort of big rivalry to Middlesbrough, really. It's about 25 mile up the A19. But whenever Sunderland play Middlesbrough, if Sunderland lose, Sunderland fans then say Middlesbrough's not our derby, Newcastle is. And it's a bigger match for Middlesbrough than it is for us. When Sunderland win, it's suddenly the derby again. But, Middlesbrough, the way they are, they sort of face down towards you as well, don't they, towards Leeds? What's it from Middlesbrough to Leeds, about 55 miles?
Yeah. A lot of Leeds fans are from Middlesbrough, you know.
Yeah. Hill has the last ball of the over to bowl here. Rain pulls it out to deep mid-wicket. And we'll get 1 run. So Rain on 85, and he'll keep strike as well, with 2 overs to go this evening here on the BBC. Because Middlesbrough, the song is "You're just a small town in Yorkshire," isn't it? That's what they sing. Rival fans sing that to them. It's a bit late in the day to start the Middlesbrough isn't in Yorkshire thing again. I have to save that for tomorrow morning. There's a magpie flying by, talking of football rivalries. I think Newcastle are playing Bradford in the League Cup tonight. If I'm not mistaken, that'll be on Radio Newcastle later. Start of a new over here. Rain on strike. Revis bowls. Rain plays that out to the cover area for a single. He's on 86, and there was a massive no from Potts there, telling him don't come back for a second. Partnership 72. Newcastle play Bradford at 7:45. Huddersfield have got Man City tonight.
Yeah. Kev Sharp done for the day. And so now he's off commentary. He's put his white rose back on.
Is he?
Yeah.
Who does he think he is?
Thanks to Sharp.
Who does he think he is, Dave Bracegirdle?
He's back on day 3, yeah. He's back day 3 for us. We've got Graham Colley in tomorrow as well as on Saturday.
I wonder how this week pans out, if Brace will be in a celebratory Notts tracksuit on Saturday or a black one.
I think he's got to be in a celebratory one, hasn't he?
Revis to Potts. Potts plays this one safely, short on the leg side, no run there.
What is the latest from elsewhere as we closing on the end of the day? Let's have a look.
Stephen Johnson's emailed. He says, Durham have to be delighted with this recovery from a poor start. Excellent from Beddingham, now a gutsy knock from Ben Rain as well, and Potts. Might be costly drop catches. What's the crowd been like today? Mainly human, I would say.
Well behaved.
Yes, as Revis bowls a short one to Potts, he just rocks out the road of that one.
It's not exactly been a barrel of laughs, has it, down at Southampton? Surrey 147 and Hampshire 138 for 3. Going back to Kevin Sharp's playing days with so few runs scored in a day's cricket.
Yeah. Stephen says he remembers seeing Mike Burns playing at Jesmond for Cumberland. Mike Burns, one of the umpires here today. Steve O'Shaughnessy, the other. Revis coming into bowl. Potts cuts hard at that one, plays it out towards deep cover on the boundary. He's going to get 2. The throw actually comes back to the bowler's end, and not far off the target, that, from side on, from Agarwal. Right on the edge of the square. Stephen asking where I'm going out. I'm going out in Leeds tonight. I've not really thought about what I'm doing tonight, but at some point I should nip over and see the in-laws, given that they're only in Otley, they're only over the hill.
You'll either be clubbing what you are going down to the Headingley Vertu down in the town centre.
Yeah. That's pulled by Potts. That was a pretty of a dead-sounding shot, that one. It's come high off the bat and just loops out safely on that leg side. I went in there years ago with my wife and the kids. We came down for the Christmas market. Must be easily 10 years ago. The Rugby World Cup was on, actually. There was quite a lot of rugby fans in the hotel. When would that have been? Rugby League World Cup here?
Yeah. Probably.
2012, 2013, something like that?
2013, yeah. I worked on that one. Did the final at Old Trafford. New Zealand, Australia, surprise, surprise.
We went to the Royal Armouries for one afternoon, and then we went to the Christmas market on the evening. It was absolutely rammed. Revis bowls to Rain, and Rain tries to uppercut a short ball. He's stepped a long way off towards the leg side to have a go at that one. He's played and missed. It's the end of the over. Could have been caught, could have got a 4. As it is, he's on 86, and there's 1 over to go tonight. So, the sensible solution is to come back tomorrow in terms of trying to get to 3 figures.
Yep. 320 for 7. I think both sides will be taking positives from the day. After being 7 for 2. I'm not suggesting they could have folded Durham, but it could have been maybe more difficult than it's looked on the scoreboard in the end. Yorkshire bowled with discipline for long periods, maybe not quite as well at times in this final session. Over 8 +3 now, having been -2 earlier on, so they're out of the woods for the moment in that respect, but they still want to pick up 3 more Durham wickets, and if George Hill gets one in this final over, that will be it for the day. Matthew Potts on strike. It's about as naturally bright as it's been for several hours at the moment, as he's in and bowling, and that's turned to Jack White. At mid-on, there's still plenty of shadow in from the floodlights, but the periphery looks a little bit lighter of blue than the grey we've had for so much of the day. Single to Potts there, takes him to 23. Ted Rogers, 3-2-1 for 7.
Dusty Bins, they were a good seller in the fairgrounds.
Yeah, you'll know, obviously, that Dusty Bin was made just across the way at Rodley. Here's George Hill, pushed back this delivery by Ben Rain. George gets a hand on it.
There were lots of teddy bear factories in this area. Remember, we used to come to a place in Dewsbury, and we used to go down to Conisbrough near Doncaster because they used the offcuts of all the carpet manufacturing industry. So quite a lot of sort of places like that around here.
In comes Hill again for ball number 3 of this final over. It's short, and Rain ducks underneath it. Yeah, Dusty Bin made down at Rodley, which is probably less than a mile from where Kev used to play his club cricket for the Rams of Farsley.
Dusty Bin, so when was that? Late 70s, wasn't it, on ITV? Late 70s up to the 80s?
Remember the workshop? It was next door to the Owl pub, which is still going in Rodley, as far as I know. It was proudly sort of displayed outside. I can't remember exactly what it said, but it was Dusty Bin was made here. Anyway, back in cricket land, George Hill, and he's fielding off his own bowling as Ben Rain thinks about turning that one to leg, but can't quite execute. And the score remains 3-2-1. I can all hear you saying, let's hope it clicks over onto 3-2-2 fairly soon. 2 balls to come in the day. George Hill making his way in again past Steve O'Shaughnessy, and this time Ben Raine does get the ball away to the mid-wicket region for a single. It should be the last he sees of play today.
Some important information has come our way from Hartlepool. Paul Wilson says not all of us from Hartlepool are called monkey hangers. Some of us, myself included, are known as West Dockers. The monkey hangers are mainly from the headland area of the town. So there you go, live and learn. It's an education. Yeah.
John Hanson, meanwhile, said, why not have 2 divisions of 9? Each team plays each other twice. There's 6 games of 3 days over June, July and August, and the remaining 10 over 4 days. First innings should be reduced to a maximum of 80 overs for all matches. Hit the kookaroo ball into the long grass permanently. Alter the batting points to 175, 225, 275, etc. Advantage is more county cricket in summer, makes the game more competitive, and there's no great skill in batting on beyond 110 overs.
I remember some very wet Junes over the years.
Final ball of the day, George Hill to Matthew Potts with a short leg in place, and he defends. So that is that for the opening day of this final fixture of 2025 in the County Championship. Durham, who won the toss, have closed on 322 for 7. Ben Raine 87 not out, Matthew Potts 23 not out, a partnership so far unbroken for the 8th wicket of 77 runs. George Hill with a brilliant catch and 2 for 57. Has probably been as good as anybody on the day for Yorkshire. And as I said just a few minutes ago, both sides will take some positives from the day. Neither have been perfect, and we'll be back to do it all again tomorrow morning from about 25 past 10, so I hope you'll join us for all of that on a day where we have, just like the crowd are doing now, applauded the memory of Dickie Bird. I think Yorkshire, it'd been one of them sort of days where he was happy enough with his team's performance. From Marty and from Kevin Sharp and from myself, Jonathan, thanks for your company, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow.